the Hogwarts professor mixed into Marvel. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 351. Wanda, are you willing to be my student? The interior of the magic suitcase. Can you do magic? Gugu. Gugu heard the voice in his ear, looked up at the little boy in front of him, and lowered his head to take another bite of the fried fishball in front of him. He didn't like to be disturbed when eating delicious food. Are you Professor Lockhart's pet? Pietro seemed to sense the disdain in the eyes of this magical bird, and asked again. His face was full of excitement and curiosity. For a little boy who was only 13 or 14 years old, the little bird in front of him was not only cute, but also could do magic. It was really magical. Gugu. Gugu simply called out, as if he had answered yes briefly. Then he turned around, facing Pietro with his butt, and continued to eat the food in front of him, as if he didn't want to pay attention to him. Haha. Wanda saw that Pietro was a little embarrassed and even aggrieved, and laughed softly. My poor brother. Then she picked up a plate of grilled fish on the table, and brought it to Gugu. She said in a gentle voice, try the grilled fish, it's delicious. Gugu. Gugu. As if smelling the aroma of grilled fish, this time Gugu raised his head excitedly, rubbed Wanda's little hand affectionately, and called out to express his gratitude. Then he continued to lower his head to eat the grilled fish in front of him. When eating delicious food, he doesn't like to be disturbed, unless someone brings him delicious food. Seeing his sister Wanda's actions, Pietro seemed to have discovered a key secret. He immediately ran to the table and imitated his sister, taking a plate of fried chicken legs nearby and placing it in front of Gugu. Then snap. Gugu glanced at it, flapped his wings, and a faint magical fluctuation emerged, and the plate of chicken legs in front of him flew directly to the table. There was a snap. It seemed to indicate that Gugu was unhappy. It's a bird, and you give it chicken legs. You let a bird eat another bird's leg. What do you mean? Although the other party is a chicken, it also belongs to the category of birds. Well, flattering the horse's leg. Pietro seemed to be a little aggrieved when he noticed the unhappiness of this cute creature. It seemed that he did not quite understand why his sister could send food, but he could not. You know, after so many years of wandering, he had only had the opportunity to eat a chicken leg once in a long time. When Wanda saw it, she smiled playfully. Pietro, this is a bird. Hearing his sister's reminder, Pietro immediately reacted and smiled awkwardly. Well, he was a little stupid this time. But it's not his fault, because he has never been to school. After trying to comfort him, the embarrassed Pietro was too embarrassed to take the chicken leg away. He returned to the table and ate it in silence. It seemed that he wanted to ease his stupid behavior just now. Well, I haven't eaten such delicious food for a long time. Feeling the tender shrimp meat, salty and spicy chicken, crisp vegetables and other delicacies in his mouth, Pietro quickly forgot the embarrassment just now. Sure enough, food is a great tool to solve troubles, especially for people like him who may not be able to eat enough every day. For him, a delicious meal is heaven. At this moment, Wanda is not as heartless as her brother. She could see the difference of this animal. Not only was it very psychic, but it could also do magic. It was obviously specially trained. Otherwise, why could it flap its wings to control the movement of the food plate? Wanda was very sure that this was definitely the pet of Professor Lockhart, and he was the kind that was doted on. Well, if he wasn't doted on, how could he be so arrogant? Little cutie, what do you think of Professor Lockhart? Gugu. Gugu. Not very good. He only knows how to make people run every day. Hearing the question of the woman next to him, Gugu complained weakly, and Wanda seemed to understand Gugu's answer and nodded secretly. Professor Lockhart should be a good person. Wanda seemed to guess unintentionally. Gugu. Gugu. No, he is not a good person. He restricts the food I eat every day. Gugu called out again. This time Professor Lockhart came to us. It should be a good thing. Wanda guessed again, talking to herself, and then paid attention to Gugu's performance. Gugu. Gugu. It's not clear whether it's a good thing or not, but in his mouth, it's definitely a good thing. Sure enough, Gugu complained again. It has been following Lockhart. It has often seen its master fooling other people. Even it itself was fooled. When thinking of this, Gugu recalled the contract that Lockhart had fooled him into signing. He said that in addition to helping him practice space spells, he would no longer restrict his freedom. What was the result? What the hell is running every day? Well, don't think about it. The more you think about it, the angrier you get. It's better to eat delicious food. Wanda saw Gugu cry out, as if he was stunned, or maybe he was thinking about something, with some grief and anger. But soon, he suddenly lowered his head, and continued to eat the food in front of him. This strange action made Wanda a little confused. Although she could slightly perceive the emotions of animals, she could not detect the complex activities in Gugu's heart just now. However, the information she got just now was still good. It's not a dish of fish for nothing. Well, her fish is not eaten in vain. Living with her brother for 6 years has helped her develop a very cautious character. It's hard to change it in a short time. Then Wanda returned to the table and filled her stomach with delicious food like her brother. Well, the elbow is delicious. Taking a bite of the tender, salty and fragrant elbow meat, Wanda was a little excited and sighed in her heart. In 6 years, this was the first time she had a big meal without any worries. Then, like Pietro, it was easy to fall into the joy brought by the food. Gugu on the side did not give in, and from time to time he flapped his wings to control the food on the table to fall in front of him. The three foodies gathered together, and this picture made people smile. At some point, Lockhart stood at the door, as if he had cast a magic spell, and the two people and the bird were unaware. Looking at the little girl and the little boy on the table wolfing down the food, a trace of pity flashed in his eyes. He now knew the miserable experience of this pair of siblings over the years. So, he did not interrupt them to enjoy the food. After a while, Gugu seemed to notice the arrival of his master. He looked up at Lockhart and showed a silly smile. At the same time, he moved his wings slightly. A faint magic emerged, and a blue light flashed. The plate that was just filled with food in front of him teleported to an unknown place. Seeing this, Lockhart was speechless. This bird, he taught him space magic so seriously, but it turned out to use it to hide the evidence of his mistakes. However, Lockhart did not have time to say anything to Gugu, because Wanda on the side also noticed Lockhart's arrival. He quickly stood up and said a little stiffly, "Hello, Professor Lockhart." At that time, he pulled the corner of his brother's clothes next to him to remind him that Lockhart was here. "Hello, Professor Lockhart. Thank you for saving us before." Pietro, who reacted, glanced at the food on the table with some regret, and thanked him very well. "Sit down, Wanda, Pietro." Lockhart stretched out his hand and waved, motioning the two to sit down, and continued to speak gently. "How is the food? Do you need me to ask for more gold coins?" No, thank you for your hospitality," Wanda quickly replied. "I ate very well, no need to trouble Mr. Goldcoin." Then, Wanda seemed to have thought of something and asked directly, "Professor Lockhart, Mr. Coulson said you had something to do with us. Is there anything you need us to do? If I can help, then I will do my best. Well, if it is beyond my ability, don't blame me for refusing." As if he heard another meaning in Wanda's tone, Lockhart smiled and said gently, "Wanda, we conducted a divination before. It was found that you have a strong magical aptitude, and you can even be considered a genius. That's why I asked others to find you. So, Wanda, are you willing to be my student?" Hearing what Lockhart said, Wanda and Pietro were stunned, their faces full of disbelief. Then both of them showed ecstatic smiles on their faces, seeming to be very excited. But Wanda soon reacted and asked hesitantly, "Professor Lockhart, what about my brother? Can he learn magic?" Hearing Wanda's question, Lockhart shook his head and said, "Wanda, I have tested Pietro's aptitude before, but found it to be average. He is not suitable for learning magic." Lockhart tested the aptitude of the two people before the first contact. Wanda, as he expected, can be said to be a genius. Lockhart can even see the faint traces of chaos magic from his body. To be precise, Wanda has used chaos magic or talent through instinct. It is a bit similar to the magic burst of a little wizard when awakening. As for Pietro, Lockhart originally thought that, even if the brother could not compare with the sister, he should not be too bad. But after careful investigation, he found that he was average, and there seemed to be no big difference between him and ordinary people of the same age. This made Lockhart a little confused about how Quicksilver would awaken his speed ability in the future. He really couldn't see these potentials. After some thinking, he could not come up with any result. He could only think that this was the effect of Wanda's chaos magic. Lockhart had already experienced the magic of chaos magic. It was easy to change an ordinary person into a person with extraordinary abilities. However, seeing the disappointed expression on Wanda's face, Lockhart immediately comforted her. "Wanda, although your brother can't learn magic, he can also get in touch with extraordinary abilities. Later, I will help him awaken his abilities." Well, Lockhart planned to let nature take its course and help Quicksilver Pietro awaken his speed ability. On the one hand, the original plot itself also had such a thing, so it was not a plot-destroying move to take action at this time. Besides, with him around, the plot would have collapsed long ago. On the other hand, Lockhart also wanted to study how ordinary people had extraordinary abilities. If he could replicate it later, it would be very valuable. After hearing this, Wanda's face lit up with joy. She quickly pulled her brother and said, "Pietro, why don't you thank Professor Lockhart quickly?" "Thank you, Professor Lockhart, thank you." Hearing the two people's words of thanks, Lockhart smiled and said to Wanda again, "Wanda, now, are you willing to be my student?" "Of course I'm willing, Professor Lockhart. It is my honor to be your student." Sokovia, Underground Base. "Master, the Japanese Hydra lady has evacuated. Most of the people we captured are some researchers and some ordinary Hydra warriors. The key figures have evacuated with the Hydra lady." Strucker stood opposite Lockhart, half kneeling on the ground, and said in a low and solemn voice, "Strucker did not complete the task assigned by the master and asks the master to punish him." Lockhart sat on the chair and looked at the self-blaming expression of the former Hydra snakehead Baron Strucker in front of him. Then, he waved his hand and said as if he didn't care, "Don't worry, Strucker, they can't run away. I will catch them one by one. They will never understand the wonders of magic. I will let them know the consequences of being my enemy." Hearing this, Strucker said enthusiastically, "Yes, Master, those who are your enemies are all ants, and death is their final destination." Hearing what Strucker said, Lockhart waved his hand and said, "Strucker, you still have to continue the task assigned to you before. Destroy every Hydra base you know. Catch those who should be caught, kill those who should be killed, and continue to collect resources that should be collected. I want to let this group of ants hiding in the dark know what despair is. Understand, Master, your will is my lifelong mission." Canada, Hydra Base. In a very bright and spacious space, there is a huge round table in the middle. Everyone sitting at the round table looked very serious, and some even showed anger between their brows. "Pierce, so, it's only your personal actions that caused us such a huge loss." "Yes, all 5 bases were breached." "Pierce, what compensation will you give?" "Pierce, how much information does this wizard professor have? Has our identity been leaked?" Seeing the questions in the words of the Hydra heads in other areas, Pierce had a blank expression on his face. He waited until everyone stopped talking before speaking. "Everyone, now that things have developed to this point, I don't want to talk about it. Putting aside other things, this is the biggest crisis for Hydra. According to the information we have collected, the wizard professor has magical powers such as curses, soul slavery, tracking, etc. Before, Baron Strucker was caught by his substitute and his whereabouts were locked. Now, he has been brainwashed and has become a slave of the wizard professor. And there is a great probability that the wizard professor already knows our information. And if we are caught, the best result is to end up like Strucker. I believe that you don't want to taste the taste of being brainwashed and enslaved." Hearing what Pierce said, the Hydra heads present fell silent. Each of them can be said to be an expert in brainwashing. They are used to seeing the appearance of people being brainwashed. They will only feel pleasure when their enemies are brainwashed by themselves. But being brainwashed is not a good thing. Seeing everyone's reaction, Pierce knew that everyone should calm down. Then, he said in a deep voice, Now, Lockhart is closing in, and many of our bases have been destroyed. For us, killing the wizard professor is urgent. Everyone, talk about your ideas. For example, Madam Hydra, you once mentioned that the Dormammu believers who are hostile to the wizard professor, can they join us? Chapter 352 Master Ancient One, I can ask you for advice. Kamar-Taj, Training Square. The sun has risen, dozens of apprentice mages lined up in a simple square formation, constantly practicing spells. Perhaps due to lack of experience, every time they focused their minds and waved the hanging ring, although most of them could use the power of Vishanti to create a red, spark-like magic track in the air. But it soon extinguished and disappeared, returning to normal. At the same time, in front of them stood a fat figure. It was Master Wang. Control your magic power. Although the power of Vishanti is gentle enough compared to other powers, it needs to be integrated into your own mental power. Don't rely on instinct. A mage who can't even control his own magic power, what's the point of eating? Slow down, you just learned. Why are you so fast? Are you in a hurry to eat? Steady, your hands must be steady. I remind you one last time. If you make the same mistake again, I will give you 3 more hours of practice today. At this moment, Master Wan was observing the training status of the apprentice mages, and from time to time he walked in front of the problematic mage Zhu and scolded him. He is now the new instructor of mage apprentices after Cassilis. However, many mage apprentices still glanced to the left and front from time to time after hearing the reprimand from the instructor, Mage Wang, and then quickly retracted their eyes. It was as if a student was looking at the principal. The fact was roughly the same. The Supreme Mage Ancient One waved his fan and leisurely looked at the training of the mage apprentices. Occasionally, when she was free, she also liked to take a look at the fresh blood of Kamar-Taj. There might be some unexpected surprises. At this moment, Ancient One seemed to be shaking his fan in a comfortable manner, looking at the sky in the distance. There was a faint flash of red flame in his eyes, as if he was looking through the sky, looking at the universe, and the deeper latitude fluctuations. In Ancient One's eyes, the fate of the earth itself seemed to fluctuate a little, and was even covered with a thin black mist. However, at the same time, there was also a faint golden light, and the light was jumping, as if struggling, or breaking through something. As expected, the tree wants to be quiet, but the wind does not stop. Gu Yi shook his head slightly, sighed, and then continued to look at the apprentice wizards. Fate always likes to play jokes on people. Everything goes with the flow. As time passed, many apprentice wizards finally successfully cast spells. Seeing the magic successfully cast, they were a little excited and more motivated to continue practicing. Looking at the motivated apprentice wizards, a smile appeared on the fat face of Master Wang. A trace of memory also flashed in his eyes, as if he was recalling the scene of practicing magic. But suddenly, Master Wang turned his head to the right and felt a familiar space fluctuation. Sure enough, a red flame portal opened at the edge of the square. A figure walked out of it. Hey, Lockhart, are you here to borrow books again? Master Wang was a little surprised. Although he didn't have a particularly good relationship with Lockhart, he was familiar with him. Generally, they would say hello when they met. The most times he saw Lockhart was when he went to the library to borrow or return books. However, this time he saw Lockhart walking towards him, just when he thought Lockhart wanted to talk to him about something. Good morning, Wang. You are doing morning exercises. Then I won't bother you. I have something to do with the Supreme Sorcerer. Seeing Lockhart greet him, he subconsciously nodded in response. Then he walked past him and walked towards the Supreme Sorcerer. Looking at Lockhart's slightly hurried back, Master Wan was thoughtful. Kamar-Taj has been in a somewhat depressing atmosphere recently, and he has more or less noticed and felt it. Could Lockhart's visit this time be related to this? With his thoughts turning, Master Wan no longer thought about it, and continued to train this batch of wizard apprentices. He was the one who was broad-minded and fat. As long as the Supreme Sorcerer was there, he had confidence in Kamar-Taj. Lockhart, you are here. As soon as he walked in, Lockhart heard the voice of the Ancient One. He was not surprised at all. Then he nodded and said in a deep voice, Sorcerer Supreme, the person you asked me to find has been found. Her name is Wanda Maximo, and she was born in Sokovia. I checked her qualifications. and found that she is indeed very talented in the field of magic. She is a good seedling. Hearing what Lockhart said, the Ancient One nodded slightly to show his agreement. Seeing that the Sorcerer Supreme did not speak, Lockhart thought for a moment, and then said tentatively, "Supreme Sorcerer, as for Wanda, did I teach her the magic of Kamar-Taj, or something else?" Hearing Lockhart's question, Ancient One smiled, as if he saw Lockhart's intention, and then asked, "Lockhart, what good ideas do you have?" "Supreme Sorcerer, didn't you recommend me to learn more about chaos magic before? I found that chaos magic has its own unique features, and Wanda's talent is excellent in chaos magic. So, judging from Wanda's talent, I personally prefer to teach Wanda to learn chaos magic. What do you think?" "Well, if you learn chaos magic, you can't enter Vishanti's magic system. To be precise, it is best not to sign a contract with Vishanti. You know, part of the source of chaos magic is closely related to Vishanti's enemy, the god of black magic, Sithan. Let Wanda learn chaos magic, and then sign a contract with Vishanti. Isn't this just lighting a lantern in the toilet, looking for death?" Ancient One naturally understood the meaning behind Lockhart's question. "Lockhart, I asked you to teach Wanda before, so you are Wanda's teacher. If you think it's okay, then it's okay." Ancient One's words seemed to be a pass, but Lockhart already understood. For someone like Ancient One, no opposition means support. This also made Lockhart's inner guess more certain. Then he asked again tentatively, "Okay, I understand, Supreme Sorcerer. But I don't have a deep understanding of chaos magic, and there doesn't seem to be much relevant information in the library. Well, to be exact, there is none at all. At most there is only an introduction to chaos magic." Hearing this, Ancient One seemed to know Lockhart's thoughts, and a playful look appeared in his eyes. "Supreme Sorcerer, can I ask you some knowledge about chaos magic? Want to quickly familiarize yourself with the new field? Books are a good way, but the best way is to ask people who have made achievements in this new field." Lockhart has just touched on chaos magic, and he already understands its wonders and power. But he found that his research on chaos magic may have encountered a bottleneck based on his cognition, which is commonly known as the knowledge barrier. Or Lockhart felt that there might be some differences in his understanding. At this time, if you want to break through, using time to endure is an option. Another more efficient way is to directly consult the Supreme Master. I believe that the Supreme Master, who has ruled Kamar-Taj for thousands of years, and has fought countless battles with the dimensional demons, will definitely not be unfamiliar with chaos magic. For Lockhart, if the Ancient One can guide him, there will definitely be a huge leap. Of course, Lockhart, pointing out doubts is what the Supreme Master should do. Hearing the Ancient One's agreement without hesitation, Lockhart was a little surprised. Afterwards, Lockhart had a brief chat with the Supreme Master. He proposed to leave, and agreed on a certain time for consultation. Magic Suitcase, Internal Space. Ian, Vera, Remy and other wizards sat on the lawn outside, looking at a large number of magical creatures. Unlike ordinary little wizards, they had inquiring eyes. Because of the influence of their mentor, they have begun to conduct some magic research. Although it has not been long since they started, they have already developed some research thinking. It is difficult for them to love magical creatures as purely as the little wizard. More importantly, they want to explore the essence of the abilities of magical creatures, and whether they can be used in their own magic research. This may be the influence of Lockhart on his students, the influence of a teacher on his students. The longer you study with Lockhart, the deeper the influence. Especially for the first batch of students like Ian, Remy, and Vera, their research thinking has already taken shape. At this moment, they are exploring the combat application of magical creatures. For them at this moment, fighting itself is a rigid need. Unlike Ian, Remy and others, on the other side of the lawn, Snape stood in front of Wanda and Pietro, looking at Professor Snape in front of him, who was wearing a black robe and had a somewhat cold temperament, like a big bat. Pietro was a little restrained, especially looking at the bottle of dark green potion with bubbles in Snape's hand. He felt even more scared. "Pietro, Lockhart asked me to help you develop your abilities. I've already made a bottle. Come on, drink it and give me feedback, so I can make further changes." Hearing Snape's impolite tone, as if he was using him as a guinea pig, Pietro subconsciously took a step back. At this moment, Wanda looked at the potion in Snape's hand that looked a bit like poison, and asked with some concern, "Professor Snape, this potion won't affect my brother's body, right?" Hearing his sister's concerns, Pietro looked at Snape in front of him with great expectation. Snape glanced at the two of them and said with some disdain, "Don't worry, even if there is an impact, I can cure it. As a top potion master, I still have this confidence." Hearing Snape's proud and confident tone, Wanda and the others looked at each other and said nothing. No one would brag. As if seeing the reactions of the two people, Snape took a deep breath and said again, "Do you think awakening ability is a simple thing? Lockhart said you have potential, but I also need to test it, stimulate it, and then adjust it. It all takes time and feedback." Finally, he reminded her impatiently, "I heard it. If you don't want to, it's okay. It just saves me trouble." Hearing what Snape said, Pietro's face was stern. His sister went to learn magic. He can't be a failure. Although he is young, he has experienced a lot. The importance of strength has been engraved in his bones during the 6 years of wandering. "Drink, I drink, Professor Snape." Pietro took a step forward and finished the bottle of dark green under Wanda's gaze. "Pietro, how do you feel?" Snape asked. "Well, I feel a heat flow in my body," Pietro said thoughtfully. "Then I feel a little light. It seems that I can float in the air." As he said this, Pietro jumped on the spot and found that, although he jumped higher than before, there was not much difference. He looked a little regretful. However, Snape thought for a while and then reminded him, "Pietro, think carefully about the heat flow in your body just now. Then, control the heat flow to your thighs and jump again." Hearing Snape's reminder, Pietro immediately closed his eyes and recalled the feeling of the heat flow in his body just now. Soon, Pietro felt that the heat flow in his body was flowing slowly, which was very comfortable. This made Pietro look happy, and then he mentally guided the heat flow to the thighs, and finally jumped up lightly. In an instant, Pietro suddenly found himself flying into the air. The whole person seemed to fly high in the sky, and he could even look directly at the roof. Then Pietro screamed out in some fear. It was the first time for him to jump so high and then fall down quickly. It felt a bit like jumping off a building. "Wingardium Leviosa." Snape waved his wand, cast a levitation spell, and quickly took over Pietro. As Pietro slowly fell, Snape's face showed interest. At the same time, Pietro's movement seemed to attract Ian, Vera, and Remy. After seeing it, the three of them slowly walked over. Just as they were about to ask what happened, they saw Professor Snape. Then they stopped all of a sudden. This scene was like a student seeing a strict teacher. In fact, Snape's strictness and harshness were fully demonstrated in the potion course. The three of them had been scolded by Snape, especially Remy, who seemed to have an average talent in the field of potions, and was often scolded. "Come over, you can't see anything standing so far away." Snape glanced at the three people and called them over directly. The three looked at each other, smiled awkwardly at each other, and then walked forward. "Professor Snape, what do you need us to do?" Vera spoke first, speaking softly. Snape looked at the beautiful witch and his expression softened a little, because her talent for potions was really good, and she rarely made mistakes. He liked wizards with a talent for potions. "Nothing, there just happened to be a case in front of me, and you came over, so I'll give you some ideas for potion research." Vera's eyes lit up when she heard this. She liked potions, so she nodded quickly, and Remy and Ian next to her did the same. "Wanda, you listen here too. You will use it when you study potions later. Well, as Lockhart's student, it's normal to learn potions." He also taught her. Hearing this, Wanda, who had just felt a little uncomfortable, immediately felt that this professor was okay. She glanced at Pietro, who seemed a little aggrieved, as if he was being a guinea pig. Wanda smiled awkwardly and walked to Snape's side obediently. She didn't worry too much about her brother's safety. After all, she had heard of the potion master Snape more or less these days. He was said to be very good and was specially invited by her mentor to teach the potion course. Snape looked at the four people in front of him and pointed at Pietro in front of him and said, "Today, I will use this case to tell you the general idea of researching a new potion. Chapter 353 The nature of the potion. Snape's shock. In your eyes, what is the essence of potions? Snape looked at Vera, Ian and others and asked slowly. Wanda had never been exposed to Snape's questions before, and was a little confused. Ian, Vera, Remy and the other three had taken Professor Snape's potion class, but they did not have a deep contact with potions, so they did not answer immediately, and were thinking over and over again. They did not have the habit of talking big. Rigorous. This was the first lesson their mentor Lockhart taught them. Seeing that the three had thought about it, Snape was not in a hurry. He was quite satisfied with the quality of Lockhart's students. If it were that group of little wizards, they would either dare not say anything, or just talk nonsense. Well, maybe this is the difference between being beaten by society and not being beaten. Ian pondered for a moment and said calmly, Professor Snape, under your guidance, I have made some entry-level potions such as the Joy Potion. I personally feel that the essence of potions should be the collision of materials, so that the magical materials can produce strange changes with each other, and finally produce potions with different effects. Snape neither nodded nor shook his head at Ian's answer, but put his focus on Vera. Vera's female identity, coupled with her excellent talent for potions, reminded him of an old friend, so naturally he had some preference in his heart. Seeing that the professor was looking at her, Vera also began to express her own views. Professor, I agree with part of Ian's point of view. The change of materials is the key to potion making. But I personally think that will and emotions play an important role in it. At this point, Vera gave an example to explain. Professor, didn't you ask us to make a joy potion before? I have experimented with it before. If I make a joy potion very calmly, I will find that the probability of success becomes very small and the quality is also very low. I even deliberately control my sadness, anger and other negative mentalities to make it, but I find that there are side effects and even direct failure. I can only use the method you teach me to make a joy potion with a happy and joyful mentality. So I think that materials may be a deeper medium, and our will and emotions are the key. Hearing Vera's explanation, Snape's eyes lit up. As expected of the genius he favored, he started doing experiments related to potions without mentioning anything. Although his views were a bit biased, his approach was not wrong. Then, Snape turned his attention to Remy. Feeling Snape's gaze, Remy seemed to be carrying a weight of 10,000 pounds on his shoulders, and was under great pressure. Who made him have average talent? He wanted to learn potions, but he couldn't really learn it. Finally, me too. Seeing Snape's face darken, Remy quickly added, Professor Vera is right. I share the same view as Vida. Emotions are very important. Yes, emotions are very important for making potions. Humph. Snape snorted coldly, as if he saw those little wizards who were unlearned. He turned to Wanda and asked, Wanda, you haven't come into contact with potions yet. But I also want to hear your opinion on potions. Wanda was a little confused by Snape's question, but she also noticed that Snape was not happy with Remy's indecisive answer. After thinking for a while, she said cautiously, Professor Snape, I just saw this potion, which you and my brother drank. It feels like magic. Personally, I feel that this potion is like magic. As soon as Wanda finished speaking, she found that Snape's sharp eyes were staring at her, making her a little uneasy. Just when she thought she had said something wrong, she found that Snape's eyes softened a lot. This made Wanda feel relieved. Then, she heard Snape speak. I'm quite relieved to hear the answers from the three of you. Well, this unlearned Remy was automatically excluded. Then, Snape began to praise and comment one by one. Ian, although your talent for potions is not top-notch, it is also very good. Then, he said meaningfully, if you have the opportunity in the future, you can study potions more, which will be of great help to you. Hearing Snape's praise, Ian's face showed a hint of joy and nodded. Then he quickly retracted it and said calmly, okay, I understand, Professor. Seeing Ian's performance, Lockhart nodded with satisfaction. He still liked calm children. If he had not been so extreme in the past, perhaps the future would be more like this. Then, he said to Vera, Vera, you have a great talent for potions. Don't waste it. If you have any questions about potions in the future, you can come to me directly. Vera smiled with eyes curved like the moon, very happy about Professor Snape's undisguised preference. Remy, on the side, lowered his head in embarrassment. He was somewhat self-aware. Snape didn't have a good impression of him. Sure enough, Snape looked coldly, directly glanced at Remy, and looked at Wanda. However, Snape didn't say Wanda's evaluation directly, but pondered for a while before speaking. Wanda, I know Lockhart still thinks highly of you. I hope you don't live up to Lockhart's efforts on you. Although you haven't touched potions, I like your answer just now very much. He paused for a moment, as if he was a little hesitant, and continued to make his promise. When you first start to make potions, read more books, and if you have any questions, you can ask me. Hearing this, Wanda was a little surprised. Then Snape looked at the 4 people in front of him, and said with some emotion, in fact, there is a very typical case in the wizarding world, but few wizards know it. Dumbledore, everyone knows that he is very powerful, and has defeated the first and second generation Dark Lords, but many people have forgotten that he is also a top potion master. Among his series of achievements, the top one is that he once discovered the 12 uses of dragon blood. Hearing this, Wanda was still a little confused, but Ian and the other 2 began to look serious. Without waiting for Ian and the others to ask questions, Snape said again, as for the first generation Dark Lord Grindelwald, it was a long time ago, and you may have forgotten it. But he was also a top potion master back then, but he was overshadowed by his title as the Dark Lord. Similarly, there is the second generation Dark Lord Voldemort. His attainments in the field of potions are not low, especially in dark potions, which can be called the world's top. Hearing this, Ian and the other 2 seemed to understand something, but not completely. Then, Snape continued, although Wanda has not come into contact with potions, I really like Wanda's answer just now. The essence of potions is another form of spells. Hearing this, Ian and Vera's heads seemed to be hit hard, and they were a little confused, as if it conflicted with their cognition. But Remy's eyes lit up quietly, and he seemed to understand something, but he seemed to have realized some key points. He didn't understand potions, but he was quite talented in spells. Among the 3, he dared to say that he was the first, and no one dared to say that he was second. Looking at the history of wizards casting spells, you will find that in the early days, wizards mostly cast magic without using wands or spells. More often, they use various magic materials as media to cast magic. And this way of casting magic is quite powerful, and the magic is very strange, but the success rate is low, and it is slow to cast, so it was later abandoned. Of course, it has not completely disappeared, but has continued to evolve, and a large part of it has become potions. If you analyze it carefully, you will find that when we cast magic, emotions and magic are indispensable. But when refining potions, these 2 factors are also included, but it is more complicated. It requires us to mobilize the magic of the potion materials themselves, as well as more complex emotions and more magical rituals. Hearing Snape's story about the history of the formation of potions, Ian and the other 2's eyes became brighter and brighter, and Wanda listened more and more attentively. Her instinct told her that what Professor Snape said was very important and crucial. So you will find that top potion masters like me are not bad, and top wizards like Dumbledore also have deep attainments in the field of potions. The 2 are interlinked. Pa. As soon as Snape finished speaking, applause broke out. Everyone reacted and looked sideways. They didn't know when Lockhart was clapping beside them, with an approving look on his face. Professor Snape's talk is good. He is worthy of being a top potion master. This view has benefited me a lot. At this moment, Lockhart had a faint smile on his face, and there was even some surprise in his eyes. Sure enough, different people have different views on magic. His thinking was influenced by researchers in his previous life, and he prefers to analyze from a scientific and systematic perspective. Snape, a pure wizard, received traditional magic education, and his views on potions touched Lockhart's heart. It seems that he saw a ray of light, the hope of breaking through the current bottleneck of magic research. Snape, you explained it very well. But can you share your understanding of the nature of magic from your perspective? Snape could easily see the expectation in Lockhart's eyes, although he was a little surprised when Lockhart showed up. However, he didn't hesitate to answer Lockhart's question. but he didn't answer it. Instead, he asked directly, "Lockhart, why don't you tell me your opinion on the nature of magic first?" Hearing Snape's question, Wanda, Ian and the other two's eyes lit up and looked at Lockhart expectantly. Seeing two very powerful wizards communicating with each other suddenly aroused their excitement and expectations. It was as if fans saw their favorite two stars interacting in depth. Well, not the kind of man and woman. After hearing this, Lockhart didn't hesitate and spoke directly. "Snape, you know I have also studied the magic of Kamar-Taj, and recently I have come into contact with a magic system similar to ours, chaos magic. I have gained a lot from it, and it has also deepened my understanding of magic." Hearing this, Snape was also somewhat looking forward to it. He knew Lockhart's strength, which was much stronger than his own. But in the wizarding world, being strong does not mean that one's understanding of magic must be deeper than one's own. Mastering advanced lost spells, or awakening certain talents, or even mastering certain magic items, may increase combat power. But Lockhart is obviously different. Apart from anything else, he has come into contact with one or more new magic systems. He is quite looking forward to Lockhart's understanding of the nature of magic. Snape, in the eyes of most people, magic is actually the manipulation of magical energy, which is very obvious in the magic system of Kamar-Taj. Hearing this, Snape nodded. He saw that the magic book of Kamar-Taj was indeed true. And this kind of magic has a very obvious advantage. That is, when there is enough energy, its power will be very strong, and destroying the world is no joke. And our magic is also powerful, but it tends to be extraordinary and strange, even unpredictable. For example, the repair spell. Even a little wizard can cast it easily by waving a wand, but in Kamar-Taj, although it can achieve the same effect, the price paid is very high. I have explored the differences between the two, and combined with my recent research on chaos magic, I found that the essence of our magic is not to mobilize energy. It is to mobilize deeper power, or influence concepts. At this point, Lockhart took out his wand and pointed lightly at the ground under the gaze of Snape, Ian, Wanda and others. With the emergence of weak magic power, the weeds on the ground suddenly rose, as if they had taken medicine. When they reached half a person's height, the tips of the weed suddenly began to rotate and slowly gathered together. The next moment, a long-thorned, bright red rose emerged. Seeing this scene, Wanda's eyes were filled with shock, and Ian and the other two were also very surprised. After seeing this, Snape raised his eyebrows, took a step forward, and reached out to touch the red rose. His fingers gently touched the thorns on the rose, but Snape still pressed down. His fingers felt the tender touch of the petals, and at the same time, the thorns pierced the skin, and a drop of bright red blood dripped into the pastil. This made the blood-stained rose more charming. It's not an illusion, it's a bit like the transfiguration spell, but there seems to be a problem in its essence, Snape muttered to himself while studying it. Lockhart stood aside and explained slowly, "Just now, I added the concept of growth and rose to this weed. So, just like the transfiguration spell, when I cast the transfiguration spell, I actually found that we are also adding a new layer of concept to things through magic. Our magic is very special. It can easily communicate with deeper powers and affect the change of concepts, so our magic will look more wonderful." Hearing this, Snape also nodded and analyzed in agreement. "Lockhart, this is indeed the case. Many powerful magics require some symbolic concepts and rituals to succeed. For example, Animachus needs to keep a mandrake leaf in his mouth for a month. The subsequent rituals required dew, moon, lightning and other factors to succeed." The more he talked, the brighter Snape's eyes became. He found that Lockhart's angle was very novel and helpful to him. However, why does it feel a bit like a muggle? The word concept seems to be invented by muggles. The thought flashed through Snape's mind, and he had to think from his mind to correspond to Lockhart's point of view. I found that a lot of magic can indeed be explained very clearly from the perspective mentioned by Lockhart. Snape, tell me your point of view. How do you understand the nature of magic? Chapter 354. Wizards are gods. Magic is a miracle. What is the essence of magic? Hearing Lockhart's question, Snape came back to his senses and muttered to himself, his eyes gradually becoming fanatical. He has been pursuing magic for a long time. Although many people call him a potion master, He is actually very in-depth in the field of spells. His own magic, shadowless, is one of the results. What is magic? In ancient times, many muggles worshipped gods who were actually wizards. The magic we cast is the miracle in their eyes. Talking about the magic he loves, Snape's tone became a little passionate. Wizards are gods, and magic is miracles. Hearing this, Wanda, Ian and others on the side had a light flash in their eyes, their hearts seemed to be hooked, and a hot flame seemed to rise in their chests. Excited. After seeing this, Lockhart on the side did not make any extra movements, but just smiled and continued to listen. Lockhart, your point of view just now is very novel, and many points can be explained. However, I personally tend to believe that the essence of magic lies in faith, spirit, and will. At this point, Snape stretched out his wand. He pointed it at the ground and waved it gently. A white light appeared slightly, and the ground began to change. Soon, in front of everyone, 6 small people like mud appeared, and then the colors of their bodies began to change. The original earthy yellow skin gradually turned into tender flesh color, and red hair, black clothes, etc. appeared one after another. At the same time, the little people began to move, standing together, as if telling something. Wanda Villa and others looked closely, and saw that this was them. And below, a scene that made them open their mouths slightly, and be stunned appeared. The little man who looked like Snape seemed to have taken out a wand, and waved it to the ground again. The next moment, 6 smaller little people appeared. Just like this, layer by layer, like nesting dolls. At this moment, they subconsciously looked up at the horizon, and their bodies trembled a little. He seemed to be doubting whether he was also created by magic. He looked at the top of his head to see if there was any unknown power. Lockhart, this scene is actually the most basic transfiguration spell. And the most important thing is my will. I want it to be like this, so it will continue. Seeing this scene, Lockhart was thoughtful, and Snape continued to explain his point of view. For wizards, magic and emotions are very important media. But will is the root of changing things. And the concept of influence you mentioned, Lockhart, in my personal understanding, is actually the will replacing reality. What we think, and want, as long as our soul and magic can bear it, then it can all become reality. Hearing this, Lockhart nodded subconsciously. From Snape's point of view, many magics can also be explained. Then, Snape said again, Lockhart, there is actually a big difference between wizards and muggles. I don't know if you have discovered it. Hearing this, Lockhart once again set his sights on Snape. Muggles don't leave many traces after death, but wizards are different. Some wizards will turn into ghosts after death. Just like what you saw in Hogwarts. Muggles can't do it, only wizards can. Lockhart, have you ever thought about what this means? Hearing this, Lockhart had some guesses in his heart, but still tried to test wizard blood. You can say that. Snape nodded and said, but to be precise, our souls are different. You know, I used to be with Voldemort. He once studied the souls of muggles and wizards. There are obvious differences between the souls of muggles and wizards. There is a great probability that it is related to blood. This is why there are pure blood families in the wizard world. Hearing this, Lockhart seemed to recall something. He still remembered meeting Master Ancient One when he first came to the Marvel world. Ancient One mentioned that one must pay attention to one's own blood. In addition, the blood talent of wizards is indeed a bit too strong to be reasonable. This made Lockhart have to fall into deep thought. Seeing Lockhart thinking, Snape hesitated for a moment, as if he was worried that Lockhart would get stuck in a dead end, and reminded him, Lockhart, in fact, everyone may have different views on the nature of magic. If you ask Headmaster Dumbledore or even Voldemort, they will give another version of the answer. Magic is complicated. What we see is only our own cognition, based on our knowledge, which is only one side of the world. So in a sense, the world is multifaceted. Through the side in front of us, we can form the world in our own understanding. From a high level, our views are always limited, but it does not mean that we are wrong. I have created a lot of magic, including potions, from the perspective of magic as well. I believe that you should have gained a lot from the perspective of magic as concept. As if he understood Snape's advice, Lockhart smiled, nodded, and praised, "Snape, it seems that you have the talent to be a philosopher." Lockhart agreed with what Snape said. He was influenced by the memory of his previous life, so he associated it with concepts and subconsciously explained it from a scientific perspective. Even from this angle, a nuclear bomb can be directly obliterated. But it's not bad. With his mind turning, Lockhart stopped thinking and said to Wanderian and others beside him, "Did you all hear what Professor Snape and I talked about just now?" Everyone nodded, including Pietro. "I suggest you go back and write some thoughts. What we said may not be completely correct, but it can definitely enlighten your understanding of magic." "Okay, teacher." Hearing the reply from Ian and others, Lockhart nodded slightly. The next moment, he continued, "Today, your practical course has a different target, Whack-a-Mole. The so-called mole is actually Hydra. A large number of Hydra bases are hidden deep in the ground, just like moles, occasionally just popping up and then shrinking back, leaving very few traces. It is quite difficult to catch. Therefore, Lockhart can only plug holes one by one, hoping that one day he can really organize a mole and then fish out a bunch. Well, by the way, this is a practical project for students to cultivate their real practical experience. He will definitely destroy the Hydra this time. Even if Jesus comes, he won't care. He said so. Chapter 355, Battle of Shield, Pierce's Revenge. SHIELD Headquarters, Trident Building. Inside the office of the head of the Intelligence Department, Sitwell, next to the glass of the building. Bald Agent Sitwell stood next to the glass, looking into the distance, while holding a smartphone, as if listening to someone's orders. "Sitwell, is there any change at SHIELD? Has Nick Fury taken any action?" "No, sir. Everything remains the same. Nothing has changed since Rumlow came back." "Is there any new information from the wizard professor?" "Sir, there has been no new information since returning from Sokovia." "Sir, where are you now? Is there anything I can do for you?" As soon as Sitwell finished speaking, there was silence on the other end of the phone. After a moment, a gentle voice sounded. "Sitwell, there is one thing you really need to do. There is an underground base in Houston. You and Rumlow go in there to get an item 084. I'll contact you after you get there." "Okay, sir." Sitwell vowed. "Long live Hydra. Long live Hydra," Sitwell said solemnly in a low voice. The next moment, the call was hung up, and Sitwell put away his phone. He returned to his desk, and then closed his eyes, as if calling for something. Soon, a red halo appeared in the middle of the office and Lockhart walked out of it. "Master, I just received a message from Pierce. The other party should still be in the United States, but just now he gave me a task, and asked me to go to Houston to find an 084 item. Master, I believe that with this medium, I may be able to get other clues about Pierce." Hearing this, Lockhart nodded, thinking, and always had some guesses in his mind. Soon he did not choose to continue asking questions, but asked other questions. "Is it certain that there is no problem with Nick Fury?" "Yes, the director seems to have focused all his energy on a place called the Inside Project. Are there any other abnormal actions besides this?" TSK. The Inside Project, if he remembered correctly, seemed to be closely related to Hydra. It seems that this group of gophers really drilled into any hole. Even if there is nothing, they will drill a hole. However, as long as a leader is caught, a series of gophers can be pulled out. Hydra underground base. Pierce, who just hung up the phone, suddenly turned black. What does Nick Fury do? His men are controlled, and there is no difference at all. Well, after talking with Sitwell just now, he has confirmed that Sitwell may have been brainwashed and enslaved by Lockhart. There is no abnormality, which is the biggest abnormality. "Pierce, I just received news that the underground base in Sweden was destroyed by Lockhart's apprentices this morning. We must fight back." Mrs. Hydra's cold voice came from his ear, but Pierce did not respond and remained silent. Seeing Pierce's attitude, Mrs. Hydra was a little annoyed and questioned, "How much force can you mobilize from your arrangements in SHIELD? We must teach Lockhart a lesson, otherwise we can only watch our bases being destroyed one by one." Hearing this, Pierce said in a flat voice, "The forces of SHIELD cannot be moved for the time being. I suspect Lockhart has controlled some of the people I have arranged in S.H.I.E.L.D. What? Mrs. Hydra was a little surprised, and her face looked a little ugly. However, as if she had thought of something, Madam Hydra said cruelly, in this case, why not shift the blame to another place and let Nick Fury and Lockhart fight each other? No. Pierce refused directly. Under my guidance, Nick Fury has begun to launch the Inside Project. This is a powerful weapon for us to deal with Lockhart, and we cannot fail. And if Nick Fury is controlled by Lockhart, then our arrangements in S.H.I.E.L.D. will be completely ruined. Hearing this, Madam Hydra sneered. Why don't you think about it? Since Lockhart controls the people arranged by your S.H.I.E.L.D., then wouldn't it be easy to control Nick Fury? I've thought about this. It's impossible. Pierce said very affirmatively. Based on the information I have collected so far, Lockhart seems to have some concerns. Without sufficient reason, he should not take action against Nick Fury. Not to mention, Nick Fury holds a kind of power in his hands. I don't know what it is, but there is no doubt that it is very huge. It is said to be related to the alien incident more than 10 years ago. That's why he has the opportunity to become the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. Later, we need a Nick Fury. He can't die, and he can't be controlled. At this point, Pierce sneered. Besides, you said we all have substitutes to save our lives. Don't you think Nick Fury has similar means? Now, don't even think about the arrangements in S.H.I.E.L.D. If you delay any further, all your people will become Lockharts. Mrs. Hydra said coldly. Now it's most important to teach Lockhart some lessons and stop him from destroying the base. Hearing this, Pierce flatly refused. The word sounded good, but he had to use the power he had operated in S.H.I.E.L.D. for many years. If something unexpected happened, it would all be his own. If he was exposed, he would really be finished. You know, Lockhart hasn't exposed his identity yet. There is a high possibility that he wants to receive the power he arranged in S.H.I.E.L.D. And he also got a respite. As long as Lockhart died, everything would return to normal, and he would still be the former director of S.H.I.E.L.D. and one of the directors of the World Security Council. But as long as he chose to fight Lockhart, his identity would definitely be leaked. In the end, even if Lockhart lost, that's when everyone else is doing well, but he is being deserted by his friends and relatives. Sacrifice himself for the benefit of everyone. Isn't this Pierce's style? Are you kidding? But he can't refuse directly. Now in everyone's eyes, he is the culprit for the heavy losses suffered by Hydra this time. If he hadn't angered Lockhart, Hydra wouldn't have suffered such heavy losses. The anger in these people's hearts must be vented, otherwise, he will definitely be in danger. Thinking about it, Pierce said, in fact, if you want to teach Lockhart a lesson and stop his actions, you don't have to target Lockhart. His students are a good choice. Hearing this, Mrs. Hydra's eyes lit up, and Pierce continued. It just so happens that I leaked the location of a Houston base through a channel before. Lockhart will definitely not let it go. He will definitely use our base as a training ground for his students as before. This time, we can teach Lockhart a heavy lesson, so that he dares to send his students to invade our base. Chapter 356 Attacking the Hydra Base. Wizards are gods. Magic is miracles. 14-year-old Pietro stood in front of the window, looking at the magical animals on the lawn, muttering to himself, his eyes full of envy. Every time he recalled the discussion between Professor Lockhart and Professor Snape about magic some time ago, especially the words mentioned by Professor Snape, Pietro's heart seemed to be ignited. He originally just had a curiosity and a sense of freshness about magic, but now, he is more inclined to fanaticism. However, soon a touch of helplessness, regret, and envy rose in his eyes. He is not like his sister Wanda. Professor Lockhart said that his sister has a very excellent talent for magic. For him, he only said that his talent is average, and he didn't mention anything. Later, if it weren't for his sister Wanda's help to ask, or because of his sister's talent, let Professor Snape develop his ability. Yes, that's right. He also has his own extraordinary abilities. Thinking of this, Pietro put his right hand in front of him. Soon, it was visible to the naked eye that his right hand moved at a high frequency, and an illusion began to appear repeatedly. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As Pietro began to circle around, waving his right hand quickly, a weak whirlwind began to emerge with a sound similar to the sound of the wind. The next moment, bang, with the slam of the door, Pietro's figure in the room disappeared instantly. At this moment, Pietro seemed to have entered another world. He felt that everything around him became very slow, but he was still normal. Whoosh. With a whoosh, Pietro's figure appeared in front of the door of the spell training room. This is his ability, called Extreme Speed. The whole person can enter an extremely fast state. Just now, he only took 1 or 2 seconds to travel a distance of nearly half a kilometer. But unfortunately, he had just awakened, and the time to use it was limited. After the warm current in his body was exhausted, he needed a long time to rest and recover. At this moment, Pietro simply recalled the feeling of the slow world just now, then gently opened the door and walked into the spell training room. He saw some wizards standing together in the spacious training room. Some waved their wands and practiced spells, while others gathered together to communicate with each other. "Pietro, you're here," Wanda called out to Pietro, who was not far away. The next moment, Pietro ran to Wanda with a whoosh. "Wanda, your brother is very capable." Vera looked at Pietro, who appeared in front of her in an instant. He was a head shorter than her. She joked to Wanda, "If we can cast magic this fast, it would be great." "Sister Vera, don't say that." Pietro was very sweet, but his words were still full of envy. "No matter how fast I am, I will fall down, as long as you cast a magic spell. And I think, Sister Vera, with your excellent talent, you will definitely be able to research magic to increase speed." "Haha, Wanda, your brother is so sweet, I like it." Hearing Pietro's praise, Vera laughed and praised Wanda beside her. As she spoke, she stretched out her magic wand and lightly tapped it. A bronze magic amulet appeared in front of Vera. Then, the amulet moved and fell in front of Pietro. "Pietro, take this. This is a defensive magic amulet that my teacher gave me before. It is not very useful to me now, but you have just awakened your ability. Although your speed is relatively fast, your defense is no different from that of ordinary people. Take it and you can save your life at a critical moment." Pietro was a little surprised to hear what Vera said. At the same time, Wanda on the side also thanked him. "Vera, thank you." And Pietro's little mouth was sweet, and he quickly said, "Thank you, Sister Vera. You are the best person to me besides my biological sister." Hearing this, Vera's face floated with a faint smile. Vera was very clear about the importance that Teacher Lockhart valued Wanda. In all likelihood, Wanda would have to bear the same heavy responsibility as herself. The gift given to Pete was actually a gesture of goodwill to Wanda. For Vera, who was known as the King of Connections, giving a favor was a convenient thing. "By the way, Wanda, how much magic do you have mastered now?" Vera said to Wanda on the side. "I have mastered some common magics and some minor curses taught by my mentor." Wanda thought for a moment and replied, "I have also mastered 3 black magics used in combat. The throat-cutting curse, the shattering curse, and the divine seal that Professor Snape taught me." At this point, Wanda added again, "My mentor said that I should not be exposed to too much black magic at the beginning. And the spells that Snape taught me are a bit difficult and have a low success rate." Wanda, "Not bad." Vera praised, "You are worthy of being the seedling that the mentor has taken a fancy to. You learn much faster than us." Vera would not be stingy with her praise, because she had studied with Teacher Peggy before. Praise is the only way to bring people closer. Sure enough, after hearing this, Wanda's face turned slightly red, as if she was shy. Then, Vera asked, "Wanda, are you interested in actual combat? There are quite a few actual combat projects recently. With your current magic level, combat may be a little difficult, but it is still helpful for you to experience it in advance." Well, as a woman like herself, Vera is more inclined to win over Wanda. At least the relationship can't be too bad. Wanda would naturally not refuse Vera's invitation. During the 6 years of wandering, she had fought and killed people. She understood the law of the jungle early on, so she would naturally not refuse. After hearing this, Pietro on the side hurriedly asked, "Sister Vera, can I join? I also want to experience combat, and don't want to hold my sister back." Vera was a little skeptical about Pietro's request. Looking at Pietro, who was only 14 years old and in the 3rd grade at Hogwarts, she said hesitantly, "Pietro, be good and listen. In 2 years, sister will take you to actual combat. Our battle will see blood and even kill people. You are too young now. It is not suitable. Now you should train your abilities well. Wanda, who was standing by, also refused seriously after hearing this. Pietro, listen and train your abilities. Now is not the time to show off. If it was the period of wandering before, she would not refuse the opportunity to train Pietro. Because she was in danger before, she was not sure whether she would be in danger, so Pietro needed to grow up quickly. But now it is different, such a safe environment. Pietro is only 14 years old now, and children of the same age are basically in school. How could she let her brother join the battlefield? Okay. Seeing the serious expression of his sister Wanda, Pietro nodded helplessly. Then, he asked with some expectation, "Sister, have you settled the matter of me learning magic? I chatted for a long time just now, and I almost forgot the purpose of coming today." However, seeing Wanda's silent expression, Pietro added, "I know that my talent is average, and I just need to master some magic." Hearing this, Wanda hesitated, and finally nodded and said, "Okay, I'll talk to Teacher Lockhart." In fact, she had asked Teacher Lockhart before, but Lockhart gave the answer rejection. On the one hand, Pietro's talent itself is not suitable for magic. He has his own abilities and his potential is not too bad, so he just needs to develop his own. On the other hand, he now has dozens of wizards, and these students are all selected by him. They have good talents, and can convert combat power through resources at a faster speed. Therefore, a large amount of resources are constantly tilted every day, and the resources themselves are somewhat tight. And Pietro is different from Wanda. Wanda is born with a chaotic magic seed, or her soul is very strange, and can easily influence concepts to achieve the same effect as wizard blood, or even better. Therefore, Wanda learns the magic of the Harry Potter world very quickly. And if Pietro wants to learn magic, he either signs a contract with some gods or transplants wizard blood into Pietro. Doing so will undoubtedly consume a lot of resources, and even if it is done, the gains will be very average. Although he does not lack these resources of mine, it is really unnecessary. He, Lockhart, is not a special sucker. Wanda will remain silent after understanding it. She knows very well that this is like investing. Knowing that it is a money-losing product, it is necessary to spend a lot of money to invest. No one will be willing to do it, unless she becomes really strong in the future, and uses her own resources to train her brother. After hearing the promise of his sister Wanda, Pietro nodded with satisfaction. Then he did not disturb his sister. With a whoosh, he turned and left. Wanda looked at her brother's leaving figure, without saying much, but asked Vera beside her, "Vera, when are we leaving?" Vera did not want to interfere in the affairs between the two siblings. So, after Wanda asked, Vera immediately replied, "I will apply to the professor for the practical course in the afternoon, and we will set off together. When the time comes, you will be next to me. Don't run around, and your safety will be guaranteed." In response, Wanda nodded and said that she understood. In the afternoon, the spell training room. More than 20 wizard students lined up in a square formation. Ian, Villaramy and the other two stood in front of the square formation. Snape and Steve stood in front of the group of students. Steve carried a shield on his back and said in a deep voice, "We have received news that another base of an evil organization has been discovered. It is very suitable as your sparring target. Next, you have to apply the methods and techniques you learned in class to actual combat. Don't be a giant in theory and a dwarf in action." Then, Steve whispered to Snape on the side, "Professor Snape, do you have anything to say?" Regarding the students' practical courses, the two of them were appointed by Lockhart as instructors, to be responsible for the students' safety. After hearing this, Snape nodded and took a step forward. Looking at this group of young wizards, most of whom were in their 18s and 19s, he said in a cold voice, "What your teacher Steve said just now was very nice. But I want to tell you, every battle is bound to have accidents. Don't be careless, otherwise your life will be the price you have to pay. In the next battle, believe in your classmates and friends. Don't be a hero, or show off your skills to me. Do you understand?" "I understand," all the students said loudly. Their expressions became serious. Seeing this, Snape said to Ian, Vera, and Remy in front of him, "Open the portal." After hearing Snape's order, the three took a step forward and took out their wands. outlined one red line after another in the air, and finally formed 3 circular portals. Maybe the place was carefully selected, and there was no one on the opposite side of the portal. But buzz. Alert alert, enemy invasion. Alert alert, enemy invasion. Snape heard the constant alarm and red light flashing from the other side of the portal, raised his eyebrows in disdain, and said directly, "Let's go." Hearing this, Ian, Vera, and Remy waved their wands again very skillfully. On the other side of the portal, 3 golden shields appeared to resist possible dangerous attacks. Then, all the wizard students spontaneously lined up in 3 teams and ran quickly towards the portal. Ian, Remy, and Vera stood aside and watched everyone's actions. If anything unexpected happened, they would take action immediately. The 3 of them were Lockhart's first batch of students, and they were also the class monitors and captains of this batch of students. Stephen Snape said nothing and watched everyone's actions quietly. In the actual combat course, unless they were in danger of their lives, they would not easily take action, and they would not even speak, relying entirely on their instinctive reactions. They still had confidence in this batch of students. The resources they enjoy are sufficient, the teachers they teach are top-notch, and even the practical projects are carefully selected. Everything is trained for the elite. In Snape's opinion, Lockhart's treatment of these students is basically comparable to that of a pure-blood family, and even better than that of his heirs. United States, Los Angeles, Hydra Underground Base. Warning, there is an enemy invasion in the Houston base, and the enemy is the student of the wizard professor. Pierce stood in the central command room of the base, looking at the base distribution map on the huge screen in front of him, and a bunch of red dots appearing in the left area, with a sneer on the corner of his mouth. On both sides of Pierce stood 5 people, some of whom were men and women, some of whom looked like young people in their 30s, and some of whom, like Pierce, looked old. However, the 5 of them had one thing in common, that is, their temperament was intimidating, like a lion. These were the heads of Hydra. Pierce, my base in Canada, has been destroyed by them. Don't let us down this time. It's time to teach them a lesson, otherwise they will really treat us Hydra as soft persimmons. Hearing the remarks of these Hydra heads, Pierce's eyes were dark, and he said lightly, "If the wizard professor comes in person, I can't guarantee anything. But his students and subordinates, don't think about leaving this time." Chapter 357 Dormammu followers appear. Hydra base falls. Hydra underground base in Houston, USA. Buzz. In the bright, spacious, silver white hall, suddenly, 3 sparks of red flame-colored light circles appeared. The 3 Hydra warriors in black combat uniforms at the entrance of the hall immediately became alert. Buzz. Call. Enemy invasion. Enemy invasion. As the red alarm sounded, the Hydra warriors quickly called out to the communicator at hand. At the same time, in front of the 3 red flame-colored portals, a long golden defense channel appeared. Then, in the golden defense channel, a line of orderly young wizards appeared one after another. Bang, bang, bang. After seeing someone coming out, the Hydra warriors immediately started shooting with guns. A large number of bullets collided with the defense channel. Although a loud sound was made, the bullets still did not penetrate. Break into pieces. Disarm you. When the Hydra attacked, the wizards in the front row reacted quickly, waved their wands, and cast their best spells at the Hydra warriors. White light, red light, and grey light flashed one after another. Almost instantly, the weapons of the 3 Hydra warriors in the passage flew up, and they were knocked down heavily on the wall and died directly. Power interference. Power interference. Power interference. After the enemy was knocked down, Ian, Remy, and Vera also entered the base and waved their wands, and the golden defense shield disappeared quietly. Without Ian and the other 2 notifying them, all the wizards stretched out their wands and skillfully cast interference spells around. I saw transparent ripples spreading everywhere, and the surrounding monitors and lights began to emit subtle humming sounds, and some even smoked and damaged directly. This is an interference spell developed by Lockhart in the Marvel world. The principle is to affect the surrounding power lines through the explosion of magic power. The principle is simple, but the effect is very obvious. It is a common spell that all wizards must learn. It will be of great help against Muggle technology. Soon, all the lights in the underground base went out and fell into darkness. bright and bright. Vera waved her wand lightly, and a ball of light quietly emerged, dispelling the darkness around. I'm Vera, the leader of this operation. Now I will arrange the tasks for everyone. Vera stood in front of everyone, while Ian and Remy followed behind him, listening quietly without interrupting. The actual combat project, to put it bluntly, is to train everyone. For these young wizards, the main thing to train is actual combat ability. For the three of them, they have already been trained in actual combat, and the main thing to train is leadership, or their prestige. When they wiped out other bases of Hydra before, they were the leaders, and now it is Vera's turn. Looking at the wizards lined up in 3 rows in front of him, Vera's face was serious, and he gave instructions to everyone in a deep voice. This time, the actual combat is the same as before. We will be divided into 3 teams, and the 3 of us will lead them respectively. I will lead one team to attack the central command room. Ian will lead one team to the armory, and Remy will lead one team to the research room. The combat mode is the same as before, mainly knocking down, supplemented by killing. In the end, the resources you seize and your combat performance will be used as the basis for scoring this operation. At present, most of the opponent's technological power has been cut off. The opponent has fallen into a state of no communication and no light. Vera stood in front of everyone, speaking steadily and clearly, to introduce the current situation and the basic strategy of this operation to everyone. Wanda stood in front of the left, watching Vera very calmly, freely, and arranging all the tasks in an orderly manner. Her eyes flashed with light, and her eyes were full of envy and expectation. This was her first time to participate in an actual combat, but she could clearly feel that everyone seemed to be very familiar with it. No need to communicate. Directly cast defensive spells, interference, and attack. Directly cut off the enemy's greatest advantage. Wanda couldn't imagine it now. A base without communication, no monitoring, and a dark situation around. Directly limit the opponent's kung fu to 70% or 80%. TSK. This is professionalism. This is magic. Everyone obey orders and follow instructions, and try to knock down the enemy under your own safety. Anything will be communicated through the golden dragon magic mark. Finally, I warn you again, don't have a dependent mentality. Now is a battle, and there will be more battles waiting for you in the future. Vera's serious voice sounded, and some people's faces became serious, some were silent, and some had a straight face and expressionless. However, Wanda found that Professor Steve and Professor Snape did not seem to appear nearby. She guessed that they might be using magic to hide their bodies and minimize the impact on actual combat. When she thought of this, she was slightly excited. Next, she will see a war between magic and technology. The idea came up, and it really felt like a dream. Everyone prepare to act. Follow your captains according to the division and take action. As Vera's voice fell, everyone walked in front of the 3 people, and Wanda naturally walked to Vera's side. I'm your captain. This time our target is the arsenal of the base. Ian stood in front of his team and said, the enemy we are most likely to encounter is a Muggle agent with powerful weapons. So, the defensive spells cannot be relaxed at any time. Each of you should activate your own magical defense items. Don't be reluctant. This is the key to your life. Ian shared his experience and judgment with his team, and the team members nodded. With Ian's order, the team walked towards the passage and headed to the right. At the same time, Remy also led his team to the research department. The various resources in the research department, scientists, other resources that the teacher particularly emphasizes. If you can get them, you can not only get extra points, but also get some other rewards, such as some potions, some magic knowledge, items, etc. Well, it's a good job. After seeing Ian, Remy led the 2 teams to leave. Vera also led the team to the direction of the central command room. Wanda, stay with me, and don't run around. Vera was quite caring for the novice Wanda, and brought her to her side. Wanda would not refuse, and she took out the Lockhart teacher, and walked to Vera. Bright and magnificent. Walking into the dark passage, without waiting for Vera to speak, Wanda waved her wand and cast a lighting spell. After the darkness disappeared, the group walked along the passage, and moved deeper into the base. But to Vera's surprise, no enemy attacked them. After they walked this distance, According to past practice, when they appeared, even if they cut off the power supply, the enemy would still rush over and then fight back. This made Vera's heart tense. Abnormality itself is a problem. But bang, bang, bang. Soon, a lot of gunshots rang out. Vera saw dozens of Hydra agents appear in front of her and shoot with guns. She waved her wand directly, setting up a light golden defense in front of everyone, and a lot of bullets were blocked. Boom. As if realizing that ordinary weapons could not cause damage to the enemy, the Hydra agent directly raised a rocket launcher and shot at Vera with a bang. This made Vera's face change slightly. He is now in the Muggle world and can be said to be a veteran. He has experienced the power of rockets many times. When she came, Lockhart could easily block it, but it was still very troublesome for her. Everyone, take action. When she saw the rocket launcher, Vera shouted loudly, disarm you. Quickly imprison. Shatter into pieces. Protect everyone. Vera finished speaking and increased her magic output to maintain the defense shield in front of her. Other young wizards, including Wanda, took out their most skilled magic to defend or attack. Boom. A large number of spells hit the Hydra warriors, but at the same time, the rockets also collided violently with the golden magic wall. With a loud bang, a wave of air swept past, and dust and fog rose up. Everyone was shocked. When the dust and fog gradually disappeared, there were cracks everywhere on the light golden wall, and a trace of blood could be clearly seen around Vera's mouth. As for the Hydra warriors, most of them fell directly. Tear apart. Slash the throat with a sharp blade. As if worried that these Hydras would make the same attack here, Vera waved his wand quickly and cast a more lethal black magic to give these Hydra warriors a quick death. Bang, bang, bang. The Hydra warriors who came to support would naturally not sit and wait for death. They quickly hid under the nearby tables or next to other obstacles and fired wildly with guns. A large number of bullets were fired like raindrops. The wizards also waved their wands one after another to affect the angle of the bullets' flight and kill the enemies they saw. Under the guidance of their mentor Lockhart, they were not saints. They had to be ruthless when it was time to strike. Soon, the Hydra warriors fell to the ground one after another, either unconscious or dead. Go. Hurry up. After finishing the supporting Hydra warriors, Vera strode towards the central command room. As long as the leader was caught, most of the mission would be completed. Trample. 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 Bright and glorious. Accompanied by the sound of hurried footsteps, the ball of light floated in the air, dispelling the darkness and bringing light. Every time Vera encountered an enemy, she was mainly responsible for defense and let her wizards attack. Let them see blood and have a good practical experience. This is how the mentor trained him before, and Vera was just imitating what her mentor did. Wanda, the spell must be aimed at a point and the speed must be fast. Roman, the emotions must be full, and the anger in the heart must be integrated into the spell. Everyone, efficiency is the first in the actual combat process. When the attack power of the spell is limited, the frequency is very important. Pay attention. Compared to killing, it takes less magic power to stun the enemy, and it is more efficient. For ordinary enemies, stun them. When the team members were fighting, Vera, as the captain, naturally would not interfere too much, but he would quickly point out some problems when he saw them. At the same time, he shared his experience in actual combat. In the actual combat training, the effect was very obvious. After seeing this, Snape, who was hiding on the side, nodded with satisfaction. After seeing that Dazzy was not surprised by Vera's situation, he cast Apparition and teleported to Ian's side. Compared with Remy, who was average in potion talent, he preferred Ian, who had good potion talent and studied hard. Of course, he would not ignore Remy. Steve had already rushed there to prevent any accidents. At this moment, in the direction of the base's munitions department, Ian led the team members to move forward very cautiously. There were really many powerful weapons in the arsenal. If he was not careful, he might suffer a loss. Although his strength has improved a lot now, he can't do it like his mentor, crushing all technologies with ease. Mental confusion. After seeing the enemy, unlike Vera, Ian chose to use mental spells directly to try to make the enemy unable to use the guns in his hands. The team members below carefully observed the captives who fell to the ground and found that there was an abnormality of awakening, so they directly finished off. After seeing this, Snape didn't say anything, let alone comment. After a few glances, he contacted Steve on the other side to see how Remy performed. Be careful with the instruments, handle them with care, they are all fragile. Use the levitation spell more often. What if these things are useful later? Everyone listen carefully, the underground base of Hydra has been breached by us. As long as you obey, life and safety are not a problem. Everyone obey, follow our people into the suitcase, someone will arrange for you there. Remy's side was smoother, the Hydra warriors in the research department had been knocked down, and there were more researchers in white coats. Remy also had his own way to deal with these people. After taking out the new magic suitcase borrowed from the instructor before, Remy directly invited the researchers to enter. People themselves are the most precious and valuable resources. What's more, these top scientific researchers are still valued by the teacher. Soon, under Remy's so-called command, the wizards of the team quickly searched for people and resources nearby. Well, how to search for resources and clean up the battlefield is also part of the practical course. At this moment, Steve saw that Remy had hardly encountered any challenging difficulties. Some problems were solved by arranging some means in advance. He couldn't help but smile with relief. Sure enough, this class was not in vain, and he didn't pay for it in vain. Houston Base Central Command Room. Vera led Wanda and other team members to the door of the command room, but the closer they got, the more they felt that there was something wrong. She had tried to attack the central command room of the base before. Generally speaking, the closer to the command room, the stronger the resistance, which is logical. But now there is resistance, but it can only be said to be very general. However, she didn't say much, but sent a reminder to Remy and Ian through the Golden Dragon magic brand. She was the leader of this operation, and took all the responsibilities. Naturally, she had to take precautions before it happened. Let's go in. Standing in front of the door of the command room, Vera waved and led everyone in. Just after entering, Vera looked a little surprised, because there seemed to be no one in the command room. No wonder the resistance was not good. It turned out that the leader had run away. Vera thought in her mind, and gave an answer in her heart. However, when Vera's team entered, suddenly, with a click, 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 with a click, the door closed tightly, and at the same time, a person walked out from the shadows. Seeing a lot of dark lines on the face and arms of the enemy in front of him, his eyes were even black and dizzy, and his whole body exuded evil, murderous, and dark aura. Vera's face changed. She had some good friends in Kamar-Taj. The enemy in front of her was Dormammu's followers. Oops, Dormammu's followers and Hydra were mixed together. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 358, Wizards vs. Dormammu Followers, Combined Spells. Houston Hydra Underground Base, Arms Hall. On the silver-white floor of the hall, there were dozens of Hydra warriors' bodies scattered around, all guards killed by Ian's spell. However, after a while, Hydra agents in black combat uniforms appeared from the hallway, holding guns and shooting at the opposite side. Bang, bang, bang. With continuous bangs, bullets shot forward like a storm. Ian stood in front of the crowd, staring at the bullets coming at him, his expression calm. All the bullets were blocked by a thin, light golden protective shield half a meter away from Ian. Protect all. Protect all. The wizards behind saw the light golden protective shield dim and damaged, and waved their wands one after another to replenish the defensive spells. Ian looked at the actions of these wizard students, nodded slightly, and introduced in a deep voice. In the Muggle world, a large number of bullet attacks are the most common way of attack. So, the automatic trigger defense spell is a spell that you must learn. The Hydra warriors who were attacking frantically on the opposite side saw that the enemy on the opposite side did not attack at all. They even used them as training materials, feeling very aggrieved or insulted. However, seeing that their attacks did not cause any damage to the other side, they also felt powerless. Call for support. Call for support. We need weapons of mass destruction, shotguns, rocket launchers. Of course, they would not sit and wait for death. Guarding the arsenal, weapons would not be scarce. After discovering that their pistols did not cause any hindrance to the other side, they directly called for support from the rear for large-scale weapons of mass destruction. After hearing this, Ian did not do much, but continued to share his actual combat experience with his classmates. The purpose of this operation is to defeat the enemy, which is secondary. The main purpose is to let these students who are still in the nascent stage gain experience, and at the same time experience actual combat scenes and see blood. In the past, he had carried out actual combat under the guidance of his mentor Lockhart, but now, he needs to pass on his experience to his new classmates. In the future, whether in the Wizarding World or the New World, there will definitely be a lot of fighting. Now they are all muggles. Even if they are holding technological weapons, the danger is relatively low, and they are very good training objects. Ordinary wizards may suffer risks because of unfamiliarity, but for him, he has known it for a long time. The weapons of the muggles in the New World are diverse. Technological weapons are equivalent to their magic wands. Different levels of technological weapons directly determine the level of their combat effectiveness. The most advanced weapon known at present is the nuclear bomb. You have more or less heard about it before. This type of weapon is enough to affect wizards at the level of the mentor. Ian waved his wand casually, replenished the magic power of the protective shield, and continued to explain his experience to these classmates. At this moment, suddenly, Ian looked sideways and found that the Hydra warriors left a figure. 3 Hydra agents squatted half crouching, holding rocket launchers, and seemed to be ready to shoot. Now, the weapon they are using is called a rocket launcher. Ordinary defensive spells cannot withstand its explosive power, and there is a very clever way to resist this kind of attack. That's it. Boom. 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 With 3 white smoke rising, 3 rocket launchers were fired at Ian and others. The heavy pressure made the 3 Hydra agents shake uncontrollably. If it weren't for the companions around them who were pushing hard, they would have fallen to the ground long ago. At the same time, Ian waved his wand at the ground. Quickly transform. Click, click, click. With a series of clicks, the floor began to stop shaking. At the same time, 1 silver-white steel wall after another rose from the ground. 5 thick steel walls were built between Ian and the Hydra. The rocket passed the first and second steel walls, but when it came to the third wall, the height of the wall had exceeded the attack position of the rocket. Boom. 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 In an instant, the 3 rockets hit the silver-white steel wall and exploded directly. In the eyes of the wizard students, the entire base hall began to shake slightly, and flames and smoke rose up. They couldn't help but cover their ears to resist the roar of the explosion. Soon, the flames gradually disappeared, and these young wizards looked at the wreckage of the base in front of them, and a trace of surprise flashed in their eyes. At the same time, faced with explosive attacks like rockets, we must cleverly use the transfiguration spell to quickly transform into a hard obstacle. This type of bomb will automatically explode as long as it encounters an obstacle. Block it in advance, detonate it in advance, and try to reduce the impact on us. Looking at the light golden defense shield in front of him that blocked the splashing of countless debris, Ian shared with everyone in a deep voice. Of course, proper defense is still indispensable. It is recommended that you must prepare more magical defense items. Hearing the advice of Captain Ian, the group of young wizards nodded in unison. At this moment, Ian looked at the Hydra warriors lying on the ground opposite, avoiding the bombing of rockets. After thinking for a while, he gave the order directly. Now, I will cancel the defense, and everyone can attack and defend freely. Cast your best spells to defeat the enemy. After all, it is not appropriate for him to interfere all the time, to train everyone in actual combat. Hearing what Ian said, the 9 young wizards showed an eager mood on their faces. Unlike Vera, Ian prefers to impart experience first and then train. Therefore, he was the one who took action before, and other wizards had fewer opportunities to take action. This made these young wizards impatient. Soon, the light golden defense shield disappeared, and the 9 young wizards waved their wands directly, casting spells at the enemy one after another. And Ian, at some point, had moved to the edge of the wall, as if looking after this group of newbies. Discard your weapons. Fall to the ground. tear into pieces. Soon, the entire base was flashing with blue, green, and grey spell lights. At the same time, the Hydra warriors on the opposite side saw that the originally tenacious defense shield disappeared, and they immediately looked overjoyed. However, seeing that the enemy inside actually came out to attack them, they immediately started to fight back with guns. Bang, bang, bang. Almost every wizard cast an armor spell on himself to resist the attack of bullets. Although the armor spell is easy to fail when there are too many bullets, it is easy for them to replenish their magic power by waving their wands again. Whoosh. When Wizard Downs saw someone throwing a grenade, he recalled the skills Ian shared before and waved his wand directly. Wingardium Leviosa, a floating spell, passed over, controlling the grenade to fly quickly towards the enemy. Boom. After the opposite Hydra saw it, it looked panicked and dodged directly backwards. With a bang, the flames exploded and smoke rose. After seeing it, the companions around him did not hesitate to cast a spell to increase perception. When they accurately sensed the enemy's position, they quickly waved their wands and cast spells one after another to attack forward. Bang, bang, ah. Time passed by minute, and the tragic screams and the sound of bullets gradually diminished. The smoke dispersed, leaving a large number of corpses and burning flames on the ground. The whole scene looked one-sided. In other words, when a well-prepared wizard faces a muggle, even a muggle with a weapon, he can crush it directly. Seeing this, Ian nodded gently, with a smile on his face. By now, the people on their side have basically completed it. After looting the resources of arms, while sweeping, rushing to the central command room, this actual combat mission is over. Just as he was about to call all the wizards in front of him and let everyone share their combat experience, suddenly, zizzy, 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 above the ground, wisps of black mist emerged and filled the body of the Hydra agent lying on the ground. Accompanied by the sound of corrosion, the body seemed to be corroded, turning into streams of smelly blood and remaining on the floor. The blood seemed to have vitality, swimming along a strange trajectory on the bumpy ground, outlining a complex rune pattern. Assemble. Emergency assembly. Seeing this strange scene, Ian immediately shouted loudly. At the same time, he aimed at the ground. The magic power in his body surged, infused the magic wand, and then waved it quickly. Stop the spell. Stop the spell. One after another, the elimination spells with milky white light fell on the smelly blood. The blood that was originally flowing seemed to be disturbed, and it seemed to be a little stuck, and then overflowed everywhere. Contact Professor Snape. Quick, cast the elimination spell on the blood on the ground. Ian, who reacted quickly, cast the spell, while also urgently ordering others. Okay, Ian. After hearing this, Wizard Downs immediately responded loudly, waving his wand at the same time, casting the elimination spell on the blood pattern on the ground. Some of the others cast the elimination spell like Downs, while others aimed at the golden dragon magic brand pattern on their arms and called Professor Snape. They were not stupid. This situation was obviously an accident. However, Ian saw that there was still no figure of Professor Snape around, and his heart sank. It stands to reason that after Professor Snape receives the message, he will be able to arrive soon by using apparition. However, Ian thought about it and temporarily stopped weightlessness and then began to contact Snape through the magic imprint. I encountered a spatial obstacle and apparition failed. Be on guard and resist, they are coming. Feeling the message conveyed by Professor Snape, Ian relaxed a little. However, it seems that he noticed that the elimination spell in the hands of the wizards was affecting the sacrificial magic. The black mist that originally permeated the corpse began to gather and form a human shape. After Ian noticed it, he made a prompt decision and immediately shouted loudly, "Be on guard." Then, Ian raised the wand in his hand high and ordered loudly to all the wizards around him. Everyone, listen to the order. Joint spell Thunderbolt. The best defense is offense. Ian remembered a sentence that Mr. Lockhart once said, and he often tasted it and agreed with it very much. Hearing Ian's shout, everyone immediately seemed to be back in the spell training room. They subconsciously raised their wands and cast the joint spell they had rehearsed countless times. Thunder. The majestic magic followed the wand and poured into the sky. Zizzy, zizzy, zizzy. In an instant, with Ian as the center, a large amount of magic gradually gathered along a strange trajectory. It was visible to the naked eye that dense blue trajectories appeared in the air, and subtle crackling sounds sounded like thunder, and finally formed a complex and mysterious rune pattern. It took only 1 or 2 seconds. Just as the black mist condensed into a human figure, the dark blue rune pattern flashed quickly, and a thunderbolt struck directly. The black mist condensed into a grey arm engraved with runes, and a round black shield suddenly appeared above the palm. Bang! With a bang, the thunderbolt hit the shield, and the shield trembled rapidly, as if it was about to collapse, and a faint black mist appeared around it. But then, the black mist suddenly rolled back, and the shield reappeared. This time, the pitch black shield was made of metal-like material, and there were several strange runes on it. Bang, bang, bang. After seeing this, Ian immediately controlled the runes to produce more thunder, hitting the pitch black shield, the diffused black mist, and the smelly blood. For a moment, the entire base hall was filled with indigo thunder, like a sea of thunder. However, the faces of the wizards present did not show any joy, but became more serious, because they could all sense that the thunder did not bring much impact to the enemy. The thunder only defeated the black mist, and the mist was very tough and soon condensed again. Under the continuous bombardment of thunder, a figure quietly emerged. He waved his hands, the black mist kept spinning, and a large amount of thunder was constantly absorbed. Soon, the original sea of thunder began to shrink gradually. Ian and the others took a closer look, and saw that the man was quite strong, wearing a black robe, with a strange rune on his forehead, and a lot of black lines on his face and skin. The most conspicuous thing was the black halo in his eyes and the dark, murderous aura he exuded. After seeing this man, Ian's heart skipped a beat. He knew who his enemy was. The other party had suffered a great loss at the hands of his mentor. This time the enemy was a follower of Dormammu. Listen, Thunder Cage. After realizing that the enemy was coming, Ian immediately ordered all the wizards. After hearing this, everyone gently waved their wands, and the emotion of imprisonment continued to surge in their hearts. In an instant, the runes in the air began to show more complex changes. At the same time, boom, boom, boom. 5 thunder walls appeared around the Dormammu follower Jax. Except for the floor, there was thunder all around. Seeing this, Jax smiled disdainfully, raised his fist, and a black mist entangled it, and blasted heavily towards the thunder wall in front of him. Bang! Zzz, zzz, zzz. The black mist collided with the power of thunder, and cancelled it out, just like light and darkness colliding with each other. But unfortunately, the black mist seemed to be more powerful, and almost broke through the thunder wall. After Ian noticed it, he mobilized more magic power to continue to improve the cage. He just needed to drag Professor Snape. After seeing that his punch was effective, Jax, a Dormammu believer, began to attack with both fists, trying to beat the thunder cage. With Jax's continuous bombardment, Ian only felt that his magic power was greatly depleted, and he secretly complained in his heart. He was the entire joined magic center, and was under the greatest pressure. However, although Jax, a Dormammu believer, almost blasted open the thunder cage several times, but Ian and his classmates blocked it back abruptly. However, looking at the Dormammu followers in the cage, Ian felt uneasy for some reason. After all, they were subordinates of the dimensional demon. Could they only have this one trick? He didn't have time to think about it, because a familiar voice came to his ears. Ian, here I come. It was Professor Snape who came quickly. Chapter 359, Vishanti's Eternal Seal. Damn it. Snape cursed inwardly as he sensed the disorder in the surrounding space. He had just received news that Ian's team was in trouble, and was casting Apparition to see what was going on. As soon as he cast the spell, he found that the space was stirred by a strange force. If he hadn't tried his best to stabilize the space and escape quickly, he would have been seriously injured. Trap. This is a trap for them. Snape immediately had the idea, and then quickly communicated with Steve Rogers, asking him to take the students to the central command room as soon as possible. At the same time, he called Lockhart to come and help quickly. After getting Lockhart's reply, Snape looked in Ian's direction again. Since space teleportation can't be used, just use hard means. With his mind turning, Snape waved his wand and jumped. Black Mist Incarnation. In an instant, Snape's body turned into a handful of black mist. In the blink of an eye, the black mist flew away and disappeared. This is the flying black magic studied by Voldemort. As a subordinate before, he naturally learned it. The black mist seemed to have life force, flying directly towards the doors and windows. Whenever the black mist approached the doors and windows, the glass of the door began to tremble rapidly, and was on the verge of breaking, as if it was hit by a great impact. The black mist passed by gently, and after disappearing, only a huge hole was left, and the edge of the hole seemed to be corroded. The black magic studied by Voldemort must have a core function of rapid flight, but it was definitely not a harmless black magic. The black mist flew all the way, and some Hydra warriors discovered it and kept shooting. But the bullets passed through the black mist without causing any damage, and Snape was not interested in wasting time with these muggles. However, some Hydra warriors stood on Snape's flight path, and he naturally would not be polite, and the black mist passed through their bodies. In less than a second or two, the black mist left, leaving only a dried corpse, which made others not far away terrified and fearful. Soon, following the positioning of the magic mark, Snape felt the base hall of the arms department. He saw the familiar thunder cage, which trapped the so-called evil god believers, and felt a little relieved. As long as he is safe. Ian, I'm here. A familiar voice came from his ear. Ian turned his head and saw a group of black mist, which turned into a human form and walked quickly. It was Professor Snape. Professor Snape, you are here. The young wizard Downs shouted excitedly, and the faces of the people around him also showed a trace of joy. Facing the enemy's attack on the thunder cage, they have already felt a lot of pressure. Now that the professor is here, they are saved. Everyone calm down. Snape said to the students in a deep voice, follow the content taught in the previous class, feel the magic power, and call on emotions. As he spoke, Snape waved the wand in his hand, entered the join spell, and replaced Ian's control position. At this moment, the Dormammu believer Jax has stopped attacking the thunder cage. Looking at the arrival of the gloomy Snape, he couldn't help but stick out his tongue and licked his lips, with a greedy look in his eyes. Through the power of the great dark god Dormammu, he could clearly sense the great desires, negative emotions, and residual dark power in the other person's heart. If he could convince the other person to believe in the great dark god, he would not only have an excellent fighting force, but also receive a great reward from the dark god. As for how to convert the other person's faith, he was familiar with this. Coming here together, he was going to temporarily modify the original plan. In short, in the end, as long as he could lead out the wizard Lockhart, it would be fine. As long as he didn't use all his strength, I believe that the wizard Lockhart would not come because of worry. With the idea in mind, Jax took a step back, sat cross-legged in the center of the cage, and looked at Snape standing in the middle of the group of wizards. At this moment, Snape had already controlled the dominance of this spell. He skillfully fine-tuned some positions of the runes in the air, adjusted the frequency of the magic power, and mobilized everyone's emotions and resonated will. Soon, the power of the thunder cage increased by at least twice. However, Mr. Snape, how can I call you? I solemnly introduce you to a great being. He controls the magnificent dark dimension. He travels across many dimensions. He is the master of the dark dimension and the source of dark magic. His name resounds through many dimensions. He is the great dark god, Dormammu. A fanatical voice came from the air. Snape focused his eyes on the evil god believer who was sitting cross-legged in the middle of the cage. Concentrate your mind and calm your breath. Don't be disturbed by external thoughts. Snape shouted in a low voice. A trace of doubt flashed in the eyes of the young wizards, but they still did it. But some people still couldn't help asking, Professor Snape, what happened? Don't worry, Mr. Snape, only the two of us heard the conversation, and your students didn't notice it. Tank's voice came to Snape's mind again. This made Snape shudder. Although he didn't use the brain block technique with all his strength just now, knowing his brain block technique level, even Dumbledore would find it difficult to enter. As if sensing the difficulty of Snape's brain occlumency, the voice reappeared, but it was intermittent. Mr. Snape, we are all mages. Obviously, you should not have joined Kamar-Taj yet. However, as mages, we should be objective about the source of our magic. Kamar-Taj, like us, believes in gods, but they believe in Vishanti, while we believe in Dormammu. Snape was very cautious about the intermittent voice in his mind, and did not respond. A powerful mage, like you should have gotten rid of the ignorance of the mage apprentice stage long ago. You should also understand the greatness of the gods, Mr. Snape. As if he understood Snape's caution very well, Jax sent a seductive voice again. The great dark god Dormammu is more generous than Vishanti. Not only do I have the powerful strength I have now, but I also have a nearly eternal life. As long as the dark god does not die, I will follow him to eternity. At this point, Jack's words were full of temptation, and he said passionately, Snape, as a wizard, don't you want to explore the mysteries of magic? Don't you want to gain eternal life? Don't you want to know the meaning of life? Oh. Then what did your dark god give you? Snape didn't believe a word of Jax's seemingly tempting words. However, he also patiently continued to communicate with the other party. Now, delaying time is the first priority. When he saw this evil god believer just now, he felt a strong sense of danger from his body. Otherwise, with his character, he would have gone up directly and destroyed the other party, instead of choosing to use the power of the combined magic spell to further suppress it. Jack seemed to know that Snape was delaying time, and he was also happy to cooperate. According to the plan, as long as Lockhart appeared in front of them, no matter who it was, it would be considered a success. What he had to do now was to plant a seed in Snape's heart as soon as possible. Although he hoped that he could make the other party believe in the great dark god in one go. However, he did not hold too much hope, nor did he expect success in one go. Snape, can I call you this? You know that I was a patient before I became a wizard. I had cancer, and I only had half a year left to live. I'm very eager to live longer, to be free from the disease, and the great dark god, please satisfy my wish. Hearing the other party's story, Snape communicated in his heart without any expression, trying to delay the time. However, he also kept calling for the magic mark, and sending messages to Lockhart. Why hasn't this guy arrived yet? Could it be that I really want to believe in Dormammu with this idiot? In Snape's eyes, this evil god believer is actually not much different from Voldemort's crazy subordinates. His brain is brainwashed, and all he thinks about all day long is either the supremacy of pure blood or the invincible greatness of Voldemort. It's simply a mindless worship. Just like the evil god believers in front of him who believe in Dormammu. Suddenly, Jax's words touched Snape's nerves. For the great dark god Dormammu, resurrecting life and creating life are all easy. The dark god is generous, he is willing to pay first. The central command room of the Hydra base. Steve raised his shield with his right hand and looked around with a vigilant expression. He had received news before that both Ian's team and Vera's team were attacked by evil god believers. According to common sense, his team should have been attacked. But for some reason, except for Rena's team, there was no trace of any wizard except for the attack by Hydra agents. It was not in line with common sense, and this was the biggest problem. Years of experience told him that strange situations often mean the beginning of something worse. At this moment, behind Dreamer's team, it seemed empty. But in fact, a figure hidden in the unknown space level appeared. This was Morris, a Dormammu believer. His mission was the same as Jax's, to put pressure on this team and force Lockhart's support to come. However, who did it? Morris shouted angrily, if you have the guts, don't do it secretly, fight face to face. He was very good at space, and the spatial disorder of the entire Hydra base was his masterpiece. And he also took this opportunity to sneak into the space, preparing to find a suitable time to make a move. But he found that the space was further disturbed, and it was very difficult to return to reality. Even if he wanted to use the power of the dark god Dormammu, he was also worried that the transmitted power would further disturb the space, and then he would really be trapped in his own cocoon. He was quite familiar with the great lethality brought by the shattered space, and he had used space traps to kill his enemies before. And now, he could say that he fell into someone else's space trap. When he thought of this, his anger rose further, and the dark power in his body rioted again. However, the next moment, the rioting magic power in his body made the surrounding space more chaotic, and he felt the sense of danger brought by the imminent shattering of space. he had to further suppress the rioting magic power in his body, for fear that he would kill himself, which was too sad. All this made him feel very depressed. Now, he could only follow these people and observe their every move, but could not cause any harm. He was sure that the target of the mission had arrived, otherwise he could not explain why he was transferred into the trap, and now, he could not even spread the information. A person seemed to be imprisoned, unable to do anything, and could only watch. At this moment, among the group of wizards behind Steve, a 17-year-old young wizard turned his head to look at a certain position, playing with the wand in his hand, with a smile on the corner of his mouth, as if he was very satisfied. Soon, Steve led everyone into the central command room. As soon as he entered the base hall, Steve saw the figures of Vera and others. Of course, he also saw the figures in black robes and evil auras in front of Vera and others. At this moment, Vera was leading the team members to cast a joint defense spell, opening a silver-white defense shield to cover the surroundings, to resist the casual attacks of the Dormammu believers on the opposite side. She had a different view from Ian. The most important thing now was to drag the mentor over, so when facing an enemy of unknown strength, the first thing she wanted to do was defense. All wizards have mastered at least 3 combined spells: attack, defense and restriction. Combined spell, Sea of Fire and Heaven. Seeing that Vera seemed to be at a disadvantage, Remy waved his wand directly and led the team members to cast a combined spell. He was very talented in spells and had been praised by mentor Lockhart. So under his control, a large amount of magic power gradually gathered. With Remy's guidance, a complex and wonderful rune pattern appeared in the air. Whoosh! Several hot seas of fire emerged from the floor and continued to spread inward. Soon, a hot sea of fire formed in the eyes of everyone. However, the next moment, the runes in the air began to rotate, casting a wisp of light golden light. Then, in the sea of fire, animals emerged one after another. There were birds, rhinos, lions, and tigers. They all had a common feature, that is, they were made of flames. In fact, the Sea of Fire and Heaven was a magic that Lockhart developed, based on the Fiend Fire. Or, it is more appropriate to say that the high imitation version of the Fiend Fire is more appropriate. At this moment, Remy, as the center of the entire spell, controlled the huge magic power, gathered into runes in the air, and controlled the entire Sea of Fire to spread far away. However, the next moment, Remy was stunned, as if he had received some information. Although the Sea of Fire continued to spread forward, the speed began to slow down. Many wizards noticed that there seemed to be some abnormalities in the flow of magic power, but there seemed to be no discovery. Even if they asked Captain Remy, the answer they got was that everything was normal. Out of trust in Remy, everyone still provided their magic power to Remy for control. Soon, they found a strange thing. That is, the Sea of Fire seemed to change from the original red flame color to light gold. This change was the first time, and they had never experienced it in their previous practice. However, still out of trust in Remy, they suppressed their inner uneasiness in their hearts, at most asked a few questions, and after getting a normal reply, they continued to work together to kill the enemy. Soon, the Sea of Fire spread to the vicinity of Vera and others. And Wilder, a Dormammu believer who noticed this scene early, flashed a trace of disdain in his eyes. Just as he was about to use the power of the God of Darkness, suddenly, a sea of fire surged, and a familiar voice rang out, Vishanti's Eternal Seal. Chapter 360, The Temptation of Dormammu's Followers, the Seal of Chaos God. Vishanti's Eternal Seal. When Wilder, a follower of Dormammu, heard this, his face immediately changed. Damn, how did he meet the magic master of Kamar-Taj? As a follower of the dark god Dormammu, he has dealt with Kamar-Taj a lot. He is naturally very familiar with top magic such as the Eternal Seal, which is completely the nemesis of believers of gods like them. Not only can it seal his magic power and soul, but more importantly, it can cut off the connection channel between believers and the power of gods. Once hit, they will be completely captured, and it is impossible to break through. The thought just came up, and Wilder was about to dodge with the help of the power of the dark god. However, whoosh! Suddenly, a shining golden light appeared in the entire base hall, which was very dazzling. Wilder, a follower of Dormammu, only felt that his soul seemed to have been greatly impacted. His consciousness was blurred. His thoughts were sluggish, and even the magic power in his body showed some signs of disorder. The next moment, the golden light suddenly shrank, and Wilder was covered with layers of golden halos from his head to his feet, which tightly encircled him. Then he fell directly to the ground, as if he was tied up, unable to even struggle. Vera and other wizards could clearly see that the halo wrapped around the enemy in front of them was composed of a large number of golden runes, and it kept spinning. Then, in the eyes of Remy and Vera, the figure of their mentor Lockhart suddenly appeared next to the enemy. They breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, Lockhart, looking at the Dormammu believers who had collapsed on the ground and were bound all over, raised his mouth and breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. The believers of Dormammu, the god of darkness, are very difficult to deal with. The difficulty lies not in the strength of the believers, but in the fact that the opponent can use the power of Dormammu at any time. Just like the wizard of Kamar-Taj, with the help of Vishanti. At the critical moment, you can completely use the power of the gods like the protagonist in the novel, burst into species, and fight across levels. Of course, there is a price to pay for using the power of the gods you believe in, but the fighting power at that time was definitely beyond imagination. This is also what Lockhart felt about the difficulty of the magic system in the Marvel world. Generally, you can fight, but what if the opponent is not martial and uses the power of the gods? Originally, he could fight 2 people at once, but in the end, the opponent could fight 2 people at once, or even 3 people at once. This is so embarrassing. So, after Lockhart knew that the enemy this time was a follower of Dormammu, he did not make a big fuss. He knew how deep his hatred for Dormammu was last time. He devoured the opponent's soul, robbed the original power, and interrupted the opponent's plan to cross the border. It was like slapping Dormammu in the face, and he was not satisfied and stepped on it a few times. Lockhart was sure that this time the opponent attacked his students, and it was a trap set for him. As long as he appeared at the scene, the opponent might directly use the power of Dormammu, or even Dormammu forcibly descended and killed him. Well, Lockhart was still very clear about his previous behavior. Therefore, after knowing this, he immediately replaced the identity of one of his students and hid in secret. At the same time, he also noticed the Dormammu believers who were watching Remy's team. He originally planned to take the initiative and quickly suppress or kill the opponent while they were not paying attention, so that the opponent could not contact Dormammu at all. As a result, the opponent happened to hide in a deeper space. Then he was not polite and directly cast magic to further disrupt the originally chaotic space. TSK. The chaotic space was originally very weak. If it was accidentally broken, it would be easy to fall into the endless void or even the space storm. Let the opponent taste the feeling of being trapped in his own cocoon. This is indeed the case. The opponent did not dare to cast powerful magic, and even did not dare to use the power of Roman. In addition, Lockhart cast magic to disrupt the opponent's communication. This unfortunate Dormammu believer was like being trapped in a cage. Later, he naturally followed Remy into the central command room of the base, seeing the enemy Vera was facing at the moment. Hart naturally followed the previous idea, but this time he notified Remy in advance and gained the dominance of the joint spell. In this way, he concealed his wizard talent and cast the top sealing magic of Kamar-Taj, the eternal seal of Vishanti. Vishanti is the source of white magic. The lethal magic is unclear, but the defensive and sealing magic is definitely top notch. Teacher, it's good that you are here. Teacher, it's a good thing that you showed up, otherwise I really couldn't hold on. Teacher, you are so amazing, such a powerful enemy. Remy, Vera and many students walked beside Lockhart, looking at the sealed enemy, and said excitedly. However, Steve stepped forward and reminded Lockhart in a hurried tone, Lockhart, there are enemies over there with Snape. Let's support them quickly. They are all teachers of the students, although one teaches Malay and the other teaches magic. But the identity of the 2 colleagues, coupled with Steve's personality, the 2 have a good relationship. With Captain America's personality, he will naturally not stand idly by when he knows that his friend is in danger. Don't worry, Captain. Don't worry about Snape. Everything is as planned. Lockhart comforted. Then, he told Remy, Vera and others. Remy, Vera, the two of you help Professor Steve deal with everyone's emotions. You just stay here. I'll go to support Professor Snape. Then, he said to Steve, Captain, you must keep an eye on this prisoner. He will be of great use later. He is now sealed and has lost his magic power and mobility. Steve nodded to show that he understood. Seeing this, Lockhart glanced at everyone, then jumped up, and a golden lightning suddenly appeared, whooshed, and disappeared in an instant. Self-created magic golden light. Drawing on the flying magic created by the Eastern mythology of the previous life, the flying speed is extremely fast, and it is very suitable for traveling and escaping. At this moment, Wanda saw Lockhart disappear in an instant. Her mouth slightly opened, and she seemed very surprised. But as if she thought of something, a trace of worry appeared on her face, as if she was worried about whether her teacher could successfully defeat the enemy, rescue Ian, and other classmates. Well, she still has a good impression of Ian. Not only because Ian is young and handsome, but more importantly, he has a calm personality, which makes Wanda, who has been wandering outside for many years, feel safe from the heart. When Vera saw this, she reached out and gently patted Wanda's shoulder and comforted her. Don't worry, with the personality of the mentor, if he chooses to take action, then it will be foolproof. Hearing this, Wanda nodded to show that she understood, but there was still a trace of worry in her heart. Then she kept praying devoutly in her heart, I hope that mentor Lockhart will successfully defeat the enemy and save everyone. I hope that mentor Lockhart will successfully defeat the enemy and save everyone. When Wanda was praying in her heart, or making a wish, Vera did not notice that Wanda's eyes had a faint red light, and then disappeared in an instant. At the same time, the silver-white river of destiny that was slowly flowing in the depths of the world seemed to set off a wave of waves, and then disappeared in an instant. The arms hole of the Hydra base. Snape, wizards believe in gods. To put it bluntly, it's actually a deal. We have our own desires and our own ideas. But we can't do it with our own strength. The gods are different. They are the source of power, and have great power, and we only need to offer our devout faith. Whoever we believe in is not a faith. Be a wizard, be realistic. We should believe in whoever gives us more benefits. Jax, a Dormammu believer who was sitting cross-legged in the center of the thunder cage, secretly transmitted the message through magic, while looking at Snape's expression. Seeing the thoughtful expression on the other's face, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Thinking is good. As long as you think, there will be a bias and an entrance. The most troublesome thing is a stubborn refusal. Snape, through the nature of your magic, I know that you are not a wizard of Kamar-Taj. I wonder how much benefit the gods you believe in have bestowed on you. However, it seems that your deepest wish has not yet been realized. You can tell us your wish, and we will see if we can do it first. If possible, I can contact the great dark god Dormammu to satisfy you, and then believe in it. The great dark god is very sincere to potential wizards like you. If possible, don't worry about the contract. We will handle it very cleanly. Snape, what do you think? Hearing the other party's tempting words, Snape frantically operated the brain closure technique to conceal his true emotions. Then he deliberately released thoughts of abnormal movement, desire, etc., as if to let the other party sense it. To be honest, he still has a certain trust in the strength of the gods. If the other party can really help him resurrect Lily and offer his faith, it is not impossible. But the problem is that his wish can only be realized in the wizard world. In this world, it's nonsense. Returning to the wizarding world, he could only rely on Lockhart, not to mention that Lockhart already had a complete plan to help him revive Lily. At this time, he was not completely out of his mind to gamble on an unknown possibility. However, delay was still necessary. At this moment, suddenly, Snape's expression froze, and his arm slightly raised, as if he had received some kind of message. Then, a trace of hesitation appeared on Snape's face. God of Darkness, can you really revive the dead? Snape silently thought in his heart, and passed his thoughts to the other party. Even if there is no soul, resurrecting the dead, of course. Jax thought for a while, and then replied as if very confidently. Regardless of whether it can be done or not, the momentum must be in place. Then Jax continued to deceive. Resurrection definitely requires a soul, but the situation of not having a soul in your mouth may only be for you. For a great god like the Dark God, whether the soul you need is in hell or in other dimensions, as long as a certain price is paid, he can find it. Even if the soul is broken, for the Dark God, it is not impossible to cross time. Can you tell me who you want to resurrect? Is there any problem with his soul? Whether it is deceiving or through other means, the core information must be obtained. Only by grasping the opponent's vital point can you open the opponent's heart. After hearing this, Snape fell into silence, because he examined his heart and actually had some different ideas. Although he quickly cut off the distracting thoughts, the other party's words still worked after all. Then TSK, I met Dormammu last time. I still know a little about his abilities. He is under my control. I'm afraid Dormammu wants to go to hell, and he can't even pass Mephisto. Accompanied by a sarcastic voice, Lockhart's figure appeared in the hall. Lockhart, you're finally here. Without bothering to refute, Jax's face showed ecstasy. The person finally arrived. As long as the person came, the task assigned by the side was completed. The rest depends on my lord. Lockhart, the great Dark God, has been waiting for a long time. As he said, Jax immediately began to call Dormammu, the god he believed in. He was not prepared to chat with the other party. He acted decisively, and did not give the other party any chance to delay. This is the basic quality of being a villain. However, Jax, who was in the thunder cage, spurted blood from his mouth and hurriedly suppressed the extremely violent magic in his body. Lockhart, what did you do? Jax asked with a ferocious face. He just called the gods, just mustered up the magic in his body, concentrated his spirit, and called. As a result, the magic was rioting, and the spirit was backfired. What's more troublesome is that, although he can sense the gods, he can't call them, as if he was isolated. At the same time, the walls around the base hall began to flash with dense light golden runes. After seeing the familiar runes, Jazz turned pale, and muttered to himself. How is it possible? Chaos God Sealing Array. Like Vishanti's Eternal Seal, Chaos God Sealing Array is also Kamar-Taj's top sealing magic. It's just that one is targeted at a single entity, while the other is targeted at a group. Although Chaos God Sealing Array cannot directly seal the opponent's magic power and soul, it can still achieve similar effects by conducting high-intensity interference. Of course, the most important thing is to cut off the power channel between the gods and believers. After Lockhart learned about Jax, a Dormammu believer, through Snape, he naturally had a plan. The other party was so obedient to stay in the thunder cage. If he didn't do something during this period, he would feel sorry for Jax. Master Lockhart, the Dark God asked me to bring you a message. You can't escape. The gods have eternal life. What you get from them will eventually be returned. After that, Jax closed his eyes and continued to sit cross-legged. As if he knew that he would not have any good results, he insisted very hard. But Snape, if you want to realize your wish, then remember to contact the god of black magic. Dark God Dormammu is generous to his believers. Jax knew that he could not expect Lockhart to let him go now. The only breakthrough point was Snape, who had just made a move. Don't waste your time, Master Jax. We have captured all your people. You have no chance. Lockhart's faint voice came into his ears, and Jax's face turned pale. Now, tell me, where is the Hydra force that contacted you? Chapter 361, The Strange Birth, The End of Hydra. Hydra Underground Base in Los Angeles, USA. Pierce, Madam Hydra, Baron Zemo and other Hydra heads stood in the middle of the central command room of the base. Looking at the dark screen in front of them, they fell into silence. After a long time, Baron Zemo asked, Pierce, we have lost the signal, and we have no idea what the situation is at the Houston base now. Are you sure now? In response to Baron Zemo's questioning, Pierce was silent for a moment, and said lightly, besides that, what else can we do? The technological weapons we currently have don't have much effect on Lockhart. We can only rely on the power of magic. We must have a certain degree of confidence in our allies. Hearing this, Madam Hydra on the side interrupted and said, don't worry, everyone. I have cooperated with them before, and the people they blood sacrificed were all arranged by me. Besides, I heard that this time their god Dormammu specifically asked for Lockhart. Based on the character of the fanatics, they will definitely do their best. God. Baron Zemo said with a skeptical tone. Yes, it's a god. Mrs. Hydra said with certainty. This so-called dark god cannot do without blood sacrifices. These believers need at least hundreds of living people for each sacrifice. If I hadn't arranged it, I'm afraid they would have been out of town long ago. Mrs. Hydra smiled and said lightly, of course, I have also explored the so-called sacrifices through certain means, and it can be basically verified that the gods they are talking about do exist, and the other party is restricted and cannot really come to the earth. Hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up. If it comes to technology, they each have their own strengths, but in the field of magic, most of them are just preliminary dabbling. And now, the other party's gods are restricted, only believers exist, and it seems that there are not many of them, and they are being hunted, and are at a disadvantage. This is a good opportunity to reach out to the magic world. Although the gods the other party believes in are not righteous gods, they are not positive characters either. The other party needs living people for sacrifice, and they can arrange it. It can be said that each takes what he needs. The only thing to pay attention to is to try to avoid contact between the original body and the other party. The power of magic is very strange. If you are controlled by the other party by mistake, you will suffer a great loss. Fortunately, Hydra is very good at hiding its true location. If it doesn't work, pushing an agent is also a common method they use. Their eyes became brighter as they searched frantically in their minds. At the same time, Pierce looked up at Mrs. Hydra with a hint of doubt in his eyes. Madam, how long have you been working with the other party? Have you met the other party in person? I have communicated with him through video before, and I feel that the other party is not a quiet person either. Of course not. Mrs. Hydra smiled and shook her head. You know, I usually rely on a substitute to walk outside, including now. Hearing this, Pierce felt a little uneasy in his heart for some reason, and asked, then madam, have you ever traded any items with the other party? Not limited to magic or something like that. Hearing this, Mrs. Hydra looked unhappy. Why ask so much about this kind of thing? How could she not understand what Pierce meant? It's nothing more than worrying that her traces in this regard would be caught and dragged down them. Then Mrs. Hydra said calmly, Pierce, you don't have to worry about it. Just take care of your business. I'm not that stupid. I won't allow any risks to exist where my real body is. Hearing this, Pierce nodded without changing his expression. He knew that the question he asked just now was taboo, but he was really worried, so he asked a question. After all, the pressure brought to him by this Lockhart was too great. Compared with other people, he could be said to have offended him to death. Then, everyone saw that the screen still had no display, and everyone had no desire to communicate, so they turned around and left. They had already engraved caution into their bones, and they were all stand-ins walking. However, stand-ins also need to rest. Soon, Pierce walked into his lounge. Standing at the door, looking at the spacious space inside, the tall bookshelves and the white bed, a trace of relaxation flashed in his eyes. Then zizzy, zizzy, zizzy. The lights of the base began to flicker continuously, which made Pierce's heart rise to his throat. Zora, what happened? Pierce asked loudly without hesitation. He knew that Zora must be paying attention to his movements at all times. However, except for the flickering and buzzing sound of the light bulb on the ceiling of the base, everything around remained silent. The strange silence. Pierce felt creepy and his back felt cold. He reached into his waist with his right hand, picked up a pistol, leaned against the wall, and observed the surrounding environment very vigilantly. Zora, are you there? Pierce called again. When he found that there was still no movement, his heart sank. Zemo, please answer if you hear me. Pierce took out a walkie-talkie and called again. However, zip, zip, zip. The walkie-talkie kept making a buzzing sound, and nothing else was heard. It was very strange. Professor Lockhart, I know you're here. Pierce thought for a moment, and tried to speak. I'm here if you have anything to say. However, as before, everything remained silent, leaving only the buzzing sound of the ceiling light bulb. Although Lockhart did not appear, all of this made Pierce suddenly feel a little panic. But soon, his previous experience as an agent made him calm down quickly. Now, he didn't want to go back to his lounge, but followed the original route, to go back to the central command room again. Let's see what happened. What happened? Zizzy, 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 tap, tap, tap. In the empty environment, the lights on the ceiling of the base kept flickering, sometimes bright and sometimes dim, and a shadow appeared on Pierce's side face from time to time. The footsteps seemed very strange in the quiet environment. The further he walked, the more puzzled Pierce was. How could it be possible that there was no one here? What would the agency trained before do? His mind was thinking wildly, and his heart gradually sank. Soon, he came to the central command room of the base. Then, he tried to open the silver-white door of the command room, but found that the door was locked. Bang, bang, bang. Seeing this, Pierce shot directly at the door handle with a gun, trying to open it directly by force. However, the bullet hit the door, and the door was still intact. It was just that one bullet after another fell to the ground, as if it was greatly hindered. Then, the silver-white door began to tremble, as if it had life and anger. Pierce took a step back, staring at the door, and then saw that the silver-white door stretched out silver hands one after another out of thin air, grabbing at him. Bang, bang, bang. Seeing such a strange scene, Pierce shot without hesitation. However, he found that the bullets were useless. After discovering this, he immediately ran to the left passage, to avoid the attack of the strange silver-white hands. Bang, bang, bang. As he was running away in the passage of the base, Pierce felt that the whole base began to shake and tremble constantly. Then, the walls and floors behind him appeared one after another, stretching out hands, trying to grab Pierce tightly. At the same time, an ethereal but very strange voice came to Pierce's ears. Pierce, you will be caught by me this time. Pierce, you will be caught by me this time. The horrifying scene in his eyes and the strange voice in his ears. The fear that Pierce had been accumulating for a long time seemed to be stimulated by something, and it was all heard out at once. He dodged forward frantically, while shooting everywhere with a gun. However, for some reason, he seemed to have forgotten that he was just a stand-in. He was just hiding non-stop. The inner uneasiness and fear continued to increase. Lockhart, I know it's you who did it. Come out. Come out if you have the guts. Pierce cursed while running. Despite this, he found that the pursuit behind him seemed to be more fierce, and he could feel the coldness in his hands. The inner uneasiness and panic also rose sharply, and the whole person's sanity began to decline. The memories in his mind seemed to be constantly dissipating, and there was only constant fear and panic in his heart. The loss of memory, the decline of sanity, and the continuous rise of inner fear made Pierce seem to be in a frenzy. However, his inner obsession seemed to have not dissipated. He could only hear Pierce mumbling to himself as he stumbled forward with his eyes blank. New Order. Hydra. New Order. Hydra. At the same time, under the influence of a strange force, Pierce's body began to slowly become transparent, like a ghost, and then passed through the wall, kept moving forward, and kept walking towards a certain direction. It seemed that he was looking for someone, or chasing someone. At this moment, Lockhart was standing in the central control room. In front of him, there were 6 grey-white crystal balls floating, and the pictures of the crystal balls kept changing. If you look closely, you will find that the crystal ball in the middle is Pierce's vision. I saw Pierce's transparent body passing through the base like a ghost, passing through the trees, floating in the air, and moving forward with a dull expression. The other crystal balls are all the heads of Hydra. There are Lady Hydra, Baron Zemo, and others. They always have a common feature. Their bodies are transparent, like ghosts, muttering to themselves, and constantly moving towards a certain direction. If you keep observing, you will find that the direction they are moving in is exactly where their respective bodies are. They are asking for their own bodies. Lockhart, isn't this a bit too much? Snape stood aside and couldn't help but say. He just saw the scene of Lockhart concocting Pierce and other snakeheads, erasing memories, inducing fear, confusing the mind, cursing the body, twisting the soul, and a series of extremely evil magic. And the final result is just like what is in front of you. Those substitutes have become a strange existence similar to dark energy, basically immune to most objects, and their souls are also distorted. They keep merging with similar existences. In other words, they are constantly devouring their original bodies and other substitutes. Aren't they substitutes for the Hydra snakeheads? I'm asking them to go home. Facing the problems inside the room, Lockhart sneered. They should thank me. He is not so good-tempered. The other party has come to him for trouble again and again. He even contacted Dormammu's followers to set traps and tried to encircle him. If he lets the other party act again, he will be really stupid. As for the cruel means, so what? Lockhart has a scale in his heart, and he knows roughly what kind of people can use what kind of magic. There is no need to talk about martial ethics when dealing with an organization like Hydra. Not talking about martial ethics with the other party is fair to others. Snape didn't continue to talk after hearing this. He just gave a simple dissuasion. He was still worried that Lockhart would indulge in black magic. This thing is easy to get addicted, and he suffered greatly from it when he was young. However, it seems that Lockhart should not have too many problems. This time, these Hydras should basically not be able to jump around anymore, and the students' practical tasks should also be changed. Snape, what do you think? Lockhart roughly estimated that the Hydras were basically finished, so he began to think about the training of students. To be honest, the Hydras really don't catch Lockhart's eyes. If it weren't for the existence of Dormammu's followers, the original Hydras were just practical tools left by Lockhart for students. However, now the tools should also be replaced with a higher end one. The students have a general understanding of technological weapons. What they need more now is practical combat in magic. Snape thought for a while and said, "Look, didn't you say that you are familiar with the wizards of Kamar-Taj? Can you invite some of their wizard apprentices, and then both sides can practice in actual combat?" To be honest, he was still quite curious about Kamar-Taj. He didn't know much about it during the last trip to the secret realm. It would be great if he could learn about the other party's magic system from their wizard apprentices. This way, Lockhart hesitated about Snape's suggestion, but after thinking about it, he nodded and said, "Okay, I'll contact them here and see if I can find some people to come over." In the end, the two discussed for a few sentences and ended the topic. Lockhart took a look at the environment of the base, thought about it, stretched out his wand, and lightly tapped it in the air. Then bang, bang, with two bangs, two figures lying limp on the ground emerged, struggling like caterpillars, but to no avail, and not even a sound came down. There were red runes engraved on their foreheads, and red flame-colored ceiling halos appeared on their hands, upper torsos, waists, legs and other key positions. They were the followers of Dormammu captured by Lockhart. As for the remaining one, Lockhart felt that he had already captured two, and the other party should not be of great value, so he directly broke the space and sent the other party to see Dormammu. "Do you two have anything else to say?" Lockhart stretched out his wand and gently tapped the lips of the two people to cancel the original silencing spell. "Lockhart, the great dark god has been watching you. After the gods come, you can't escape, Lockhart. Darkness will surely come, and we will all be reborn." Chapter 362, Large Magic, Seeker, New York Temple. "Lockhart, you are really lucky. These two are on the wanted list of Kamar-Taj. You can get a lot of rewards." On the blue gray stone floor, two bodies with dull faces and occasional twitching collapsed on the ground. Their bodies and faces were covered with a lot of black lines, especially near the eyes, which looked like black smoke, which was very strange. However, the red flame runes on the foreheads of the two people kept flashing, which was incompatible with the black lines. If you observe carefully, every time the runes jumped quickly, their bodies' inherent twitching seemed to echo each other. TSK, 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 TSK. I don't know if it's my bad luck or luck. Dormammu seems to have set his sights on me. Lockhart replied to Cassilis unhappily. "Last time, the three of us completely interrupted Dormammu's plan to descend. They came to trouble me just by believing in Dormammu's orders." Hearing this, Cassilis' glasses moved, as if he was thinking about something. Seeing this, Lockhart said warily, "Don't even think of looking for me for bait. I have something important to tell you this time." Hearing this, Cassilis' eyes flashed with pity, and then his face became serious. He knew that what Lockhart said was probably related to Dormammu. Cassilis, I will go to see the Supreme Sorcerer later. Let me remind you here first. I'll learn from their memories that the dimensional demon god may make a big move. The 3 major temples will bear the brunt. You New York temple must be vigilant recently. Hearing Lockhart's words, Cassilis' face became more serious, and he slowly said, in fact, the magician of Kamar-Taj had predicted before that a disaster would come. It seems that it should be closely related to what you said. At this point, Cassilis sighed, and a heavy look appeared on his face. However, Cassilis recovered quickly and said, by the way, Lockhart, aren't you going to Kamar-Taj? Remember to find Morin. He seems to have collected some of the information you need. Then, Cassilis paused for a moment, and then reminded meaningfully. Also, Lockhart, practice more large-scale sealing magic. Maybe we will fight side by side soon. Hearing this, Lockhart was stunned for a moment. His expression was a little solemn, but he nodded to show that he understood. Large-scale magic, in other words, can also be called group magic, which requires a large number of wizards. This is not a good sign. However, since Cassilis didn't say much, he didn't ask in detail. After that, the two exchanged a few words, and Lockhart stretched out his wand, opened a portal to Kamar-Taj, and strode away. Seeing Lockhart's departure, Cassilis stared ahead, as if he was thinking about something. After a moment, he waved the hanging ring, and opened a portal. Across the portal, a large number of Kamar-Taj mages wearing yellow wizard uniforms stood in an open-air square, and their positions implied a certain pattern. They kept waving their rings, resonating with their spirits, waving their magical energy, and practicing some large-scale magic together. It was as if they were preparing for something. Kamar-Taj, bamboo forest tea house. The breeze blew gently, and a scent of tea spread everywhere with the wind. Lockhart sat cross-legged at the table, took a deep breath, and a hint of satisfaction appeared on his face. Lockhart, what's the matter this time? The Ancient One, who was standing opposite, waved his hand gently, poured Lockhart a cup of tea, and asked, do you want to ask about chaos magic again? Have you digested what was taught last time? Hearing what the Ancient One said, a trace of embarrassment flashed across Lockhart's face, and he quickly said, not yet, Supreme Sorcerer, what you taught is a bit abstruse, and I still need time to digest it. This time, there is mainly one thing I want to report to you. Just a few days ago, 3 Dormammu believers were about to attack me, but I killed 1 and captured 2. From their memories, I obtained some very important information, and I think it is very necessary to contact you. Oh. Although there seemed to be a hint of surprise in the Ancient One's words, there was still a gentle smile on his face, as if he was calm in the face of everything. Supreme Sorcerer, I know from their memories that Dormammu has given orders to his followers to prepare a large number of blood sacrifices, and he seems to be letting go and trying his best to recruit followers. What's more troublesome is, Lockhart paused and said in a deep voice, I suspect that this time, there is more than one dimensional demon in action. Because I know from their memories that the other party has made a deal with Mephisto and exchanged a lot of ordinary people for sacrifice and recruiting followers. Well, I know, Lockhart. Ancient One nodded and said calmly, as if he had known it for a long time. Lockhart was certainly not surprised by the performance of the Supreme Sorcerer. He did not come here purely to report the news this time. By the way, Supreme Sorcerer, I also got some news from their memories. I don't know if it is true or false. At this point, Lockhart showed obvious hesitation on his face, as if he didn't know whether to talk about this news or not. Tell me, Lockhart. Ancient One said calmly. Okay, Supreme Sorcerer. Lockhart nodded. His tone became very heavy, and he said, I have seen from his memory that it seems that there are Kamar-Taj mages who provide some information about the actions of Dormammu's followers. That is why he escaped the pursuit of the mages many times. Lockhart, this is not a trivial matter. Are you sure your source of information is reliable? Hearing what Lockhart said, the Ancient One paused and said slowly, there is a high probability. Lockhart nodded without hesitation and said, although I don't know who it is certain that someone betrayed the information. Seeing Lockhart's performance, the Ancient One remained calm, and even the action of pouring tea in his hand did not pause. In this case, Lockhart, what do you think? Hearing this, Lockhart frowned, as if he was constantly thinking about it. Sorcerer Supreme, I heard from Cassilis that Kamar-Taj seems to be preparing for some major operations. I'm personally worried that, if someone betrays the information of the operation, it will have a huge impact on us. So, I think we should find the betrayer in advance and eliminate the possible risks in advance. Otherwise, when something goes wrong, it will be too late for us to destroy it. Hearing Lockhart's suggestion, the Ancient One showed a half smile on his face, as if he knew what Lockhart wanted. Then, he spoke directly. In that case, Lockhart, you will serve as a searcher, responsible for finding the betrayer you mentioned. What do you think? Chapter 363, Ghost Trace, Tony's Doubts. Lockhart's study in New York. The golden sunlight shines through the glass onto the desk, the floor, and the bookcase. Lockhart's hands dangled on the desk, feeling the warm sunlight on his body, and a hint of arc appeared at the corner of his mouth. His eyes were now focused on the desk, where a bronze token was placed. The token was inconspicuous, even a little shabby, and even ordinary wizards would just pass by it when they walked by, because they did not feel the slightest breath of magic, just like an ordinary object. However, when Lockhart's fingers touched the bronze token, a faint magic was infused into it. Suddenly, with the flow of magic, dense dark green lines appeared on the surface. At first glance, these lines outlined some fonts, and the English, Russian, French and other fonts kept changing, as if adapting to the observer. Soon in Lockhart's eyes, the familiar simplified Chinese characters appeared. Search warrant. Although there are not many Kamar-Taj wizards, all departments are complete. As if magic is extraordinary, there are management books, combat, divination, etc. Of course, in terms of internal supervision, Kamar-Taj also has corresponding measures. The search warrant is the symbol of the person responsible for searching the wizard. Well, it is a bit similar to the Jinai. Now, Lockhart has the right to form a searcher team to specifically investigate internal traitors. This position is considered to be upper middle class in the entire Kamar-Taj, and the power held is not small. The generosity of the Ancient One really surprised Lockhart, but he felt it was expected. As for the purpose of the Ancient One, Lockhart did not want to explore too much. Time will give him the final answer. His current goal is to reduce the danger as much as possible before the war. For example, the wizard David, and the Alliance. He saw a lot of interesting things from the other party's memory last time. Now, he can take it out with a formal reason. Shield, Director's Office. Ghost Trace, what are the results? Nick Fury slapped the report in his hand directly on the table, and asked Coulson in front of him seriously. I'm sorry, there is no way to stop the other party from moving forward. Coulson said in a low voice. Coulson, is there any news about Pierce now? Nick Fury rubbed his temple again in distress. You should know that, if the news is completely leaked, what kind of impact will it have on S.H.I.E.L.D.? Nick Fury's voice became more serious, as if he was emphasizing the facts. Hearing this, Coulson could only remain silent. Before yesterday, S.H.I.E.L.D. discovered an abnormal phenomenon on the internet. A transparent body, like a female ghost, had no consciousness, and walked towards the west very stubbornly. Someone took a camera and uploaded it to the internet. After knowing this, S.H.I.E.L.D's Special Information Department immediately cut off the spread of the news, and started research on the ghost. But they were shocked to find that no matter what method they used, including but not limited to energy means, it did not cause even a trace of hindrance to the other party. The other party passed through the research equipment, the cage they prepared, and the human body, and kept floating towards the west. Although the scene looked a bit weird, it was not a particularly big trouble for the god game. Just do a good job of clearing the road in advance. But the problem is, there is not only one ghost. Others have discovered other ghosts one after another, and they are also constantly shuttling in a certain direction. The most troublesome thing is that they found that one of the ghosts looks very familiar. It is their former director Alexander Pierce. This is what Nick Fury is worried about. Now the news is blocked, and the impact has not expanded. If his former boss encounters an unexpected situation and S.H.I.E.L.D. is helpless, The doubts and other impacts will be difficult to estimate. Is Lockhart still unreachable? Nick Fury asked distressedly. When he found that technological means had no effect, he immediately thought of the power of magic. Lockhart is naturally the first choice. But the problem is that they can't contact Lockhart at all. The black card in his hand can't enter the Universal Book Cafe, as if it was blocked. All the signs made Nick Fury have to think more. I don't know if Lockhart is really in trouble or if he is avoiding something. Director, if it doesn't work, let's find Tony. Coulson suggested cautiously. Maybe he can develop a weapon specifically for ghosts. Besides, his research on magic is the most in-depth among all people. Okay, you contact him. Nick Fury hesitated for a moment, then waved his hand helplessly and ordered. Pierce, please keep your head down. Also, have you found the identities of the others? Where is the first place where these ghosts appeared? Why wasn't it written in the intelligence just now? In response, Coulson shook his head bitterly and said, sorry, Director, except for Director Pierce's identity, the identities of others have not been successfully identified. Also, we found several similar first locations, but we didn't find any useful information. Hearing this, Nick Fury had a blank expression on his face. Coulson, 3 days, just 3 days. I don't care what you think of. You must get rid of these ghosts for me within 3 days. Otherwise, you and your cello playing girlfriend will have a good rest later. America, wasteland area. A transparent figure, like a ghost, floated on the ground and kept floating forward. The ghost's face was dull, but his eyes were glowing red, and his floating speed was comparable to that of a moving pickup truck. Bang, bang, bang. At this moment, on both sides of the ghost, 2 black pickup trucks were driving beside the ghost at the same speed. In the car behind the pickup truck, 3 or 4 SHIELD agents in black combat uniforms and 2 researchers in white robes were fiddling with instruments, observing and studying the abnormal phenomenon in front of them. The ghost's mark. Scanning macro-energy particles. Scanning is over. No abnormality. 78th laser shooting. Increase the frequency, temperature, energy again, and shoot. Shooting is over, and there is no effect on the ghost itself. One after another invalid effects made the researchers in the car feel puzzled and fanatical. There is no radiation, no energy, as if everything is nothing. This is really too weird. If you don't see it with your naked eyes, you can't tell with the machine. If this ghost can be studied thoroughly, then it is impossible to get a Nobel Prize. When they thought of this, their eyes became more eager. At this moment, suddenly, whoosh, in the sky, Tony Stark in the Iron Man suit flew next to the ghost. Jarvis, just control the flight speed to be the same as the ghost. Such a magical thing. I will start to study it. Mr. Stark, I received your order, but unfortunately, no trace of the ghost has been found so far. Do you want to conduct a deeper search? How is it possible? Tony Stark was in the armor, looking at the research files that had just been transferred, stolen, from the SHIELD system, and was extremely shocked. Nothingness? What a joke. Chapter 364. Tony, want to give the world the truth. Whoosh, whoosh. The wind was howling. On the desolate wasteland, loess, weeds, stones, and a few trees were the most common scenes. From a distance, it was deserted and empty. At this time, a transparent figure floated on the ground, with dull eyes, red pupils, and a transparent figure, like a ghost. This middle-aged ghost kept moving forward, and forward again. On the opposite side of the ghost, dozens of red machines the size of a baby's palm kept flying at the same speed as the ghost. These red collectives or detectors surrounded the ghost and continuously emitted rays of different colors, as if detecting or searching for something. On both sides of the middle-aged ghost, 2 black pickup trucks were also driving at the same speed as the ghost. On the carriages, there were also black-clad agents and white-clad researchers, holding instruments, detecting and observing, and looking forward to the Iron Man Tony Stark flying next to them. At this moment, Tony was standing next to the ghost, wearing a red and yellow steel armor. There are jet barrels around the waist, legs, and other places, which keep emitting white gas, as if adjusting their positions to ensure that they are parallel to the ghost that keeps floating forward. This way of research is too uncomfortable. Tony Stark said with some complaints. while looking at the ghost. This is his first full-time mobile research. There is no way to stop the ghost from moving forward, so if he wants to study, he can only study while flying. This is really too troublesome. Tony, I really have to trouble you this time. Coulson stood on the pickup truck next to him, stretched out his hand to block the wind, and said flatteringly, "This time, the 084 phenomenon is very serious. It's okay in the wilderness, but once it enters the city, it will cause extremely bad effects under the watchful eyes of the public." Hearing what Coulson said, Tony looked at Coulson with dissatisfaction and said sarcastically, "Then why did I find from your data that the ghost will actively avoid the crowd? Damn, what is the network defense department doing for a living? It has been invaded again. So much funding is allocated every month. Is it for you to eat for free?" Coulson cursed fiercely in his heart, then looked innocent. His eyes flashed with confusion, and asked, "Really? I just received the order from the director, and I haven't had time to look at the information yet." "But, Tony, there is no time to lose. This time, we can only rely on your smart brain to solve it. How can those vulgar scientists in our research department compare with you?" Although he knew that Coulson was flattering him, he still nodded proudly when he heard such flattering words. "Don't worry, leave it to me. Isn't it just a ghost? It's just a chance to try my latest research weapon." Hearing this, Coulson's eyes showed expectation. The most urgent task is to solve the ghost of former director Pierce first, and the rest will be easy. As long as Tony has a way, no matter how much it costs, they will try their best to destroy Pierce's ghost first. "Jarvis, how much information have you collected now?" Tony floated in front of the ghost, staring at the other's red pupils, and asked. "Sir, we have used 109 detection methods so far, but unfortunately, we can only observe the other party's existence from a visual perspective. No other methods have been used, including but not limited to heat, energy, and blood." "What about magic?" Tony interrupted and asked, "What are the results of magic? Can it affect or contact the other party?" "Sir, according to the test, no magic fluctuations have been found in the ghost so far. However, without relevant instruments, it is impossible to test whether the other party has any rejection of magic." "Okay," Tony replied simply, and continued to order, "Wait for the magic impact instrument to arrive and start the experiment immediately." "Okay, sir." "Tony, pay attention. There is a giant stone in front, blocking the ghost's forward path." Coulson stood on the moving pickup truck, and pointed to the huge grey stone in front and reminded. Tony took a look and said nothing. He had known it for a long time. At the same time, the red detection instrument flying around the ghost spread out in all directions under the control of Jarvis. Avoid the huge stone that was about to be touched. The ghost with a dull look had no reaction to the stone and continued to move forward. The ghost with a transparent body seemed to pass through the stone without any hindrance. Click, click. The surrounding shield agents seized the opportunity and immediately captured the scene of the ghost passing through the stone. These would be used as research materials later. At the same time, Tony ordered Jarvis again. "Jarvis, is there any abnormal phenomenon when the ghost passes through the stone?" "Sir, there is still no abnormality detected. There is no loss of energy, no fluctuation." Tony's eyes flashed with disappointment after hearing Jarvis' report. Then, Tony did not communicate with the people of S.H.I.E.L.D. and concentrated on studying the middle-aged man ghost in front of him. Bang. Z. Tony tried one by one with laser bullets, high temperature lasers, hot flames, cold nitrogen and other means. But he found that there was no hindrance, and the effective results were almost zero. The means of exertion became more and more complicated, and Tony looked at the ghost in front of him with more and more surprise. It's unscientific. Could it be a magic method, or is it related to the quantum world? Tony searched frantically in his mind, and his face remained calm. "Coulson, have you contacted Lockhart?" Tony, who found that there was no answer for the time being, asked Coulson beside him. "This is more and more like their magic method, a bit like a curse." "No, Lockhart may be busy now. I can't find him, and can't contact him," Coulson replied disappointedly. Tony didn't reply to this. He didn't doubt that it was related to Lockhart, but this ghost did look very related to the magic world. Whoosh. Several black spots appeared in the sky and quickly flew towards Tony. "Sir, the instrument you requested is in the air and ready to be dropped at any time." At this moment, 9 large golden red mechanical boxes were flying in the air through the micro rocket jet head below. "Jarvis, try the magic impact instrument first, and pay attention to whether the other party will react if he has magic." "Okay, sir." Jarvis replied to Tony's tank's order, and the mechanical box floating in the middle above began to slowly fall. Click, click, click. The mechanical box began to reverse and landed above the ghost, keeping parallel to the moving ghost. With the sound of continuous clicking, the mechanical box began to be disassembled. Several mechanical arms began to grow, and the circular precision machine in the mechanical box began to emerge. A sense of technological beauty came to the face. In the eyes of everyone, a ring shining with silver white light fell steadily on the head of the ghost. At first glance, apart from the mechanical box still flying above, it was like a halo on the head of an angel. Begin. Low end test. As soon as Tony Stark's voice fell, the ring began to flicker continuously. It can be seen with the naked eye that transparent ripples similar to sound waves are constantly shot into the head of the ghost through the ring. "Jarvis. Sir, there is still no effective information at present." As soon as the name was called, Jarvis replied immediately. "Test high-end magic impact." As the voice fell, the originally transparent ripples began to change. As the power increased, a silver white light appeared one after another, and a laser-like picture came into the eyes of everyone. In the eyes of everyone, the halo on the mechanical box ejected a silver white beam of light, covering the moving ghost. Coulson noticed that the beam of light continued to move forward with the ghost, but it fell on the ground before leaving a bare mark. His eyes moved, and he glanced at the agent next to him. The other party immediately began to collect relevant information. "Well, this magic impact instrument, it sounds related to magic, and it is the first time that S.H.I.E.L.D. has seen it." Sure enough, Tony has a lot of good stuff in his hands, and he must dig it out carefully. At this moment, Tony did not pay attention to Coulson's little movements, but listened to Jarvis's report with great surprise. This time, the highest level magic impact was used, although it still did not stop the ghost from moving forward. But traces were also found. The opponent's footsteps were delayed, and the opponent's originally transparent figure began to deform slightly. Although the flesh is difficult to detect, it has been detected with the help of artificial intelligence and high-precision cameras. These are not what surprised him the most. The most surprising thing is that a small part of Jarvis's analysis of the ghost's energy data just now looked very familiar. To be precise, this is somewhat similar to the previous analysis of Lockhart's magic structure data, although only a small part. However, it is enough to show that this is related to Lockhart. Tony was lost in thought as his thoughts turned. He didn't know whether he should share this information with S.H.I.E.L.D. "Tony, what did you get?" Coulson asked hurriedly when he saw Tony Stark thinking. Hearing Coulson's question, Tony came back to his senses and said, "I just collected some data. Although the magic impact is weak, it has a certain effect on the ghost." Hearing this, Coulson was immediately overjoyed and asked hurriedly, "Tony, can you stop the ghost from moving forward now?" Then, as if he felt that his tone was a little urgent, he quickly added, "Although some people will not enter the city now, being seen, photographed, or even tracked by others on the road will have a significant impact." Tony didn't believe Coulson's explanation at all. With the power of S.H.I.E.L.D., even if there is an accident in the downtown area, it can be arranged, not to mention in the wilderness. This is a lie. He is now more curious about S.H.I.E.L.D's urgency. He didn't collect any relevant information just now. This shows that the level of secrets hidden behind the ghost is very high. When he thought of this, his curiosity became more and more serious. Well, Tony Stark, loves nothing but to give the world the truth. Then, he said calmly, "Coulson, although it has a certain impact, the reality is that it still cannot be hindered, and even the speed cannot be extended. But don't worry, I'll try other methods first." Hearing this, Coulson could only nod his head to show that he understood, and Tony waved the arm of the armor, and the other mechanical boxes of the opponent received the order, and began to accelerate forward. Soon, at a distance of 2 kilometers from the ghost, 8 mechanical boxes began to fall slowly at intervals. As the mechanical boxes opened and fell, Metal walls of different colors began to fall one after another, and the location where the metal walls fell was exactly the route where the ghost walked. Obviously, this is to test which metal the ghost will react to or hinder. Some of these metal walls are high precision alloys, some are magic metals, and there are other types. They are all specially customized, and a large number of sensors are attached to them to ensure data transmission and insight. But the most conspicuous is a wall made purely of gold, and another blood wall formed by pure coagulation of blood. When Coulson's men saw the wall made of gold, they secretly complained, "What a rich man." But they still looked expectant. Soon, the ghost came to the first iron wall made of high density alloy, and passed through it smoothly. Then, the second and third walls, which were also alloys of other properties, still did not cause any obstacles to the ghost. Arrived at the fourth wall, a wall made purely of gold. This time, although the ghost still successfully passed through, the moment when his body was slow was captured by Jarvis. Sir, gold has a certain effect on the ghost, which lasted for nearly 10 microseconds. After hearing this, Tony had no time to think, and focused his attention on other walls. The fifth wall is more special, a blood wall made entirely of blood. This is a special custom made by Tony, based on ancient myths and the effect of blood on the soul. After the ghost passed through, there was no change in speed, but Jarvis' voice sounded again. "Sir, some subtle changes have occurred inside the blood wall, which can preliminarily confirm the relationship between the soul and blood." Then, the ghost came to the sixth wall, the sixth metal wall, which is related to magic metal. Due to the scarcity of magic metal, the sixth wall is smaller in area. In this regard, Ghost passed through smoothly, and Jarvis did not find any abnormal information. Next is the seventh wall. It is better to say that it is an energy wall than a metal wall. Although the surface is silver white metal, the inside is full of plasma with electric current. Or it is an energy wall formed by lightning. In ancient mythology, thunder has a very strong restraining effect on souls. Tony will naturally not ignore it. Although S.H.I.E.L.D. has also conducted lightning tests before, and there is almost no gain. But what kind of person is Tony Stark? He will naturally believe it, after seeing it with his own eyes. Of course, he also transformed the thunder, whether it is purity, strength, etc. It has been strengthened. Even the magic factor, or energy structure, is mixed in it. Well, when fighting with Lockhart before, Lockhart also used magic similar to lightning, so he would naturally remember the data firmly. So this wall can barely be called a magic lightning wall. As the ghost entered the lightning wall, this time, everyone could see with their naked eyes that the ghost's behavior began to sluggish, and it seemed to be more transparent, and even a wisp of black smoke was faintly emerging. It was like thunder purifying the soul. "Jarvis, report the data." Tony excitedly ordered directly. "Sir, the changes between lightning and soul are as follows. First, the energy structure has changed, resulting in certain conflicts and compatibility. Second." Tony listened to Jarvis's report on the data, while focusing his eyes on the seventh wall. This wall can also be said to be an energy wall, but to be precise, it is a magic wall. Lockhart and the Goblin Bruno have both provided Tony with magic as research objects. And this magic wall is Tony's replica of Lockhart's magic. It can't be said to be exactly the same, but at least there is a certain similarity. To be precise, it is an inferior version. This time, the ghost passed through the magic wall. A scene that everyone couldn't believe appeared. The ghost's body, which was originally illusory and transparent, seemed to have absorbed some kind of tonic. Although the body was transparent, the original illusion suddenly disappeared. At the same time, the speed of the ghost's floating seemed to be stimulated by something. Although the increase was not much, it was obviously raised to a higher level. For a moment, the black pickup truck that Coulson and his team were riding in almost fell behind. Seeing this surprising scene, Coulson was silent for a while. Then he didn't have time to ask how to make the seventh wall. He immediately asked Tony Stark, "Tony, what is the last wall?" Tony laughed and said, "It's a kind of energy, an imitation of magic. It's confirmed that this ghost is definitely related to Lockhart. The other party is more sensitive to Lockhart's magic. Although he used an inferior version, it was just like that, and it was easy to be absorbed. When Carlson heard Tony's words, he seemed to hear perfunctory from his words. But at the same time, with his sensitive sense of smell, he seemed to have a little guess in his heart. Generally speaking, Tony would not be perfunctory to S.H.I.E.L.D. The inner guess gradually emerged, and Carlson kept looking back at the ghost, as if he wanted to explore something from it. Tony's prepared tests were basically completed, and the data obtained was pretty good. Logically speaking, according to Tony's character, he should choose to leave and conduct a good data research. At most, he would leave some equipment and instruments behind, to follow up in real time. But at this moment, neither Tony nor Carlson said anything. They kept following the ghost's pace, chatting and joking with each other from time to time. They seemed to be waiting for something, or waiting for the ghost's destination. Time passed by minute, and half a day passed quickly. The ghost in the eyes of everyone also began to slow down. Looking at the deserted wasteland overgrown with weeds, Tony, Carlson and others were very puzzled. Then, the ghost stopped floating forward and disappeared. Both sides immediately thought of a possibility, that is, there is an underground base below. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 365 Demonstration of S.H.I.E.L.D., Cosmic Cube, and Project Insight. Zzz. In the desolate wilderness, 2 black pickup trucks stopped on the ground, and 5 red machines as big as a baby's palm floated in the air. These red machines, which looked like macro robots, circled around and kept rotating, spraying pure white lasers at the ground. Soon, a ring with a diameter of about 3 meters appeared on the weed-covered ground. As the high-intensity lasers continued to spray, the ground began to loosen and shake. After seeing this, Carlson, who was not far away, slightly stretched his hand to the back to signal, and everyone's expression became serious and slowly walked forward. Tony, who was standing aside, also closed his armor mask and landed on the passage leading to the underground base. Boom. As the lasers continued to spray, this round piece had already been cut through. With a rumble, the soil sank, and in the eyes of everyone, a huge hole emerged. But, the moment the hole appeared, Tony Stark called the macro robots above to enter the hole and explore the environment of the underground base. At the same time, the scene observed by the robot was projected in front of him. Tony, what's the situation down there? How many people are there? Carlson had put on a black bulletproof vest early, holding a submachine gun in his hand, and asked in a deep voice. No matter which underground base it is, there will be corresponding defense forces. It may be difficult to rely on just these few people from S.H.I.E.L.D., although he has called for support from the Bureau. But at present, the main force is probably still dependent on Iron Man Tony Stark. However, click, click, with a series of clicks, the armor mask on Tony's face slowly opened. In the eyes of everyone, Tony's expression on his face was very complicated, with shock, disbelief, and even a hint of fear. Let's go down and take a look. Tony was silent for a while and sighed. After the voice fell, Tony did not close the mask, but wore the armor, walked to the hole on the ground, and jumped directly. Carlson and others looked at each other and followed closely. Whoosh, whoosh. A large amount of white air waves sprayed from the bottom of the armor, and Tony Stark slowly fell down. Looking around, the entire base was bright and spacious, but it was very quiet, even a little weird. Tap, tap, tap. Tony's expression did not change. He strode forward directly, and loud footsteps were heard in the empty base. Carlson and others who had just landed, in contrast to Tony's expression, followed closely with submachine guns in their hands and alert expressions. They seemed to be defending against possible enemies. A thin layer of dust was sprinkled on the silver grey floor, as if to indicate that no one had cleaned it here. This made Carlson and others feel a little surprised. However, they did not say much. The hidden cameras on their chests had transmitted all the surrounding images back to the system as first-hand information for reference. Soon, they walked to the end of the current passage and pushed open the half-closed door. The next scene made Carlson and others shudder. Behind the door was a base hall of the base. As soon as they entered the hall, the smell of blood made everyone cover their mouths and noses. And Tony, who had already known about it, also closed his mask. In everyone's eyes, the ground was filled with large areas of blood, white liquid, and a large number of corpses. The causes of death of these corpses were surprisingly consistent. Some had bullet holes on their foreheads, some had bullet holes on their chins, and some had a pistol clearly stuffed in their mouths. They all committed suicide. What made everyone feel weird was that all the corpses were lying on the ground with a sallow complexion. Sir, these corpses died within about 2 days. A SHIELD agent walked up to a corpse, skillfully opened the corpse's eyes, observed its pale, lifeless pupils, and hesitated to give his own judgment. Judging from the sallow complexion, the time of death should be more than 10 days. Then, observing the other party's hands, the guns next to him, and the way he gripped his strength, he said again, the cause of death is suicide. There was no coercion. After hearing the judgment given by his men, Coulson fell into silence. There is a reason for one person to commit suicide, but it is a bit weird for everyone to commit suicide. Then, everyone left the base hall and entered another passage, and once again saw the 2 guards who committed suicide. Trample, trample, trample. With the footsteps of the mechanical armor, everyone continued to walk in silence. When they walked to the hall, cafeteria, training room, research room, etc., what came into view were corpses one after another. The cause of death was suicide, suicide, and suicide. The more they walked, the more they saw the bodies of suicide, and the more silent and depressed they became. It was unheard of that all the people in the entire base committed suicide. It was horrifying. Sir, the base defense system has been breached, and all permissions have been obtained. Jarvis's voice sounded in his ears, and Tony ordered in a serious voice, sort out the recent surveillance videos. Find out the cause of suicide and the current status of Ghost. Soon, Jarvis projected a large number of pictures in front of Tony. There were pictures of Hydra researchers exchanging human research, scenes of their bloody combat training, and even their meetings to discuss how to solve the problems caused by Lockhart. Most of the Hydra soldiers in the base worked as usual, but at the same time on the morning of the 2 days, as if they were affected by something. The expressions on their faces quickly disappeared, and their expressions were very dull. They all picked up their pistols and shot themselves. Those who didn't have a pistol directly picked up a sharp weapon beside them, committing suicide. The nearest surveillance screen showed a ghost passing over a corpse lying on the ground. As if the ghost had absorbed something, the corpse, which was originally pale in death, became withered and even hunched. Correspondingly, the ghost became more solid and faster, and even didn't need to float above the corpse, and the surrounding corpses automatically became withered and yellow. What does this mean? Tony knew it very well. The ghost used these dead people as fertilizer to become stronger. Why did these people die? Why did the ghost come? Seeing the pictures constantly appearing in his eyes, Tony had a vague answer in his heart. Have you analyzed the source? Tony asked again. After comparing the data, it was found that the people in the base conference room were the starting point. With them as the center, the people around them continued to be affected and started group suicide. Hearing this, Tony closed his eyes. His expression kept changing, with shock and disbelief. There was even a hint of panic. In the end, it turned into a thick sigh. Lockhart, hey. After a moment of silence, Tony slowly said to Coulson, who was looking at him from behind with a puzzled expression, Coulson, I'm going back first. You guys, then you can investigate it yourself. At this point, Tony hesitated for a moment, and added, everything must have a source. I hope you can investigate the cause, before making a judgment. Then, along the passage he had just entered, Tony flew out in the armor he was driving. Out of sight, out of mind. Normally, such a large-scale suicide, massacre would only arouse his inner anger. However, most of the dead deserved it. In addition, Lockhart had saved his life once, and they had a good relationship. He was a little upset now, and didn't know how to deal with the relationship between the two. Coulson looked at Tony's leaving figure, and recalled what Tony said before he left, with confusion in his eyes. After thinking for a while, he just continued to explore forward with the team members next to him. He needed to collect all the information to prepare for the follow-up. At the same time, Lockhart, who was far away in Kamar-Taj, seemed to have noticed something, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. 5 ghosts made with Hydra heads. They were all made by Lockhart through extremely complex black magic, including but not limited to curses, and the soul even contains traces of fate. The reason why it is so complicated. On the one hand, it is a punishment for the Hydra, which has done it more than once, using various means to harass and attack, and even want to kill himself. Even nuclear bombs were used, and finally he colluded with Dormammu's believers. If he still solves it lightly, he will be upset. He can tolerate it, but his students can't. He has never considered himself a very generous person. Revenge when there is revenge, and injustice when there is injustice. This is his character. On the other hand, it is actually a backup he made from the memory of the soul of Dormammu's believers. Since he knows that Dormammu treats him so hatefully, there will even be multiple dimensional demons coming in the future. He will not be stupid, and continue to wait. These 5 ghosts are a trump card he left for himself. Of course, the new ghosts can hardly play too much role. So, he cursed along the connection between the substitute and the original body. Completely uproot the Hydra, and at the same time, serve as nutrients for these new ghosts. Lay the foundation for the subsequent war. After all, Hydra has attacked him many times, and after the failure, it can't not pay a price. Of course, there is another small role. That is, the headquarters of SHIELD, the Trident Building, the Director's Office. Director, we have found the addresses of 15 underground bases, covering the United States, Mexico, Canada and other regions. No one survived in almost every underground base. From the analysis of the base surveillance videos and system data we seized, the target is the long extinct Hydra. From the existing data, they have contacted a mysterious force to capture and kill Lockhart's students. Hydra is divided into many heads, and there is always extremely powerful robot substitute technology, but all known heads are dead. Director, although we can't believe it, Alexander Pierce is a head of Hydra. All the substitutes that have been explored are dead. The analysis department has given a probability of up to 90% that Alexander Pierce's original body is also dead. Based on the analysis of the residual energy structure of the base and the latest magic structure analysis technology, the similarity with Lockhart's magic structure is 62%. Combined with the known information, there is a 95% probability that Lockhart is the leader of this incident. The analysis department gave that there is a 20% probability that the cause of Hydra's death is biotechnology, a 50% probability that it is quantum entanglement technology, and a 70% probability that it is magic curse technology. Listening to Coulson's low voice reading the report in his hand, although Nick Fury had no expression on his face, he pressed his 5 fingers hard on the table, and his palms with blue veins exposed showed that it was surging. Demonstration. This is a naked demonstration. Nick Fury naturally knew that it was Lockhart's revenge on Hydra, but in his eyes, it was more like a demonstration. Warning to all those who spied on him, this is the fate of the enemy. Thoughts floated, and Nick Fury had an unknown fire in his heart, because of the strong sense of loss of control. But at the same time, it was quickly eliminated, and turned into helplessness. All the Hydras hidden so deeply were dead, and even the stand technology did not cause any obstacles. In other words, even if it was him, if Lockhart wanted to kill, he could not stop it at all. This made his mind full of thoughts, but in the end it could only turn into a heavy sigh and fear in his heart. The power of magic that S.H.I.E.L.D. has dabbled in is extremely shallow. Even defense is difficult to achieve. However, with the treasure that even the Cosmic Empire is fighting for, it is not impossible to overtake. Coulson, start the Insight project. At the same time, conduct personnel loyalty screening. Mobilize all resources in the Bureau, and make every effort to prepare a weapon with the Cosmic Cube as a core. Chapter 366 Dormammu's Greed, the World of Vincian, and the Law Enforcer. Dark Dimension. For the Dark Dimension, the size of space is actually meaningless, and the edge areas are constantly expanding. But at the same time, the collision between dimensions and the disasters born in the void will cause the edge space to collapse and shrink. For a dimension, as long as the core area is stable, the entire dimension is safe. If you want to be strong, you have to invade and plunder other dimensions and expand your core area. The core area of the dark dimension is a colorful nebula, which is formed by large pieces of planets and land fragments. This is the essence obtained by the dark dimension from swallowing and fighting other dimensions for thousands of years. If you look from a distance, you will find that this sea of stars resembles a human face, and this face is the gathering of the will of the entire dimension, which is the embodiment of Dormammu's achievements. At this moment, not far from the core area, on a black barren piece of land, the space set off waves, and you can vaguely see black flames emerging. As the black flames rushed, the space fluctuations became more and more obvious. Soon, the hellfire visible to the naked eye broke through the space and opened a space crack several meters high. Then, an old man with a civilized staff, a tall hat, and black clothes, with a British style, stepped out of the space crack. When this person stepped out, the nearby area began to tremble rapidly. In less than 10 seconds, a huge strange face began to emerge outside this barren land fragment, similar to the nebula in the core area, but in the middle of his face, there were prism-like strips moving left and right. At the same time, a huge dark breath came and approached the seemingly weak old man in front of him. "Mephisto, what are you doing?" The old man, no, the demon Mephisto of hell, leaning on the civilized staff in his right hand, he looked at the huge face in front of him and said slowly, "Dormammu, your tone has not changed for many years, and it is still so arrogant." "Mephisto." Dormammu called Mephisto's name again. His tone was light, but mixed with a hint of dissatisfaction, and the pressure around him further increased. It seemed to tell the other party that, if there was something to say, he should speak quickly, and if there was nothing to say, he should leave early. For any dimensional demon, no one likes to see other dimensional demons near the core area of their own dimension. "Dormammu, be patient, I'm here to talk to you about the Alliance. I heard that recently, all your believers on Earth have been killed. It's related to the magician Lockhart of Kamar-Taj. So, your strength on Earth has been weakened by half. So what?" Dormammu replied disdainfully, "It's just some believers. The believers are dead, and he can develop at any time, but it will take a long time." "That's right." Mephisto also agreed with Dormammu's reply. "When the time comes, you can spend more effort to improve the strength of your believers, and it can also play a role." "Mephisto, tell me, what's the matter?" Seeing Mephisto hesitated and didn't mention the main topic, Dormammu was a little dissatisfied. Mephisto's name is famous in many dimensions. Fraud is his instinct, greed is his original sin, and he can be called a troublemaker in many dimensions. I received a message that a cosmic overlord named Thanos is also preparing to attack the Earth. However, out of fear of the Ancient One, he only picked a chess piece to test. "Do you know who this chess piece is?" Mephisto asked with a smile. "Who is it?" The identity of the other party is very interesting, and it has a lot to do with Kamar-Taj. "Who is it?" Dormammu emphasized again that he had no good feelings towards Mephisto's behavior of playing dumb. Mephisto heard Dormammu's indifferent tone, shook his head in boredom, and replied directly, "The second prince of Asgard, Loki." Then, he added another sentence. "Our plan needs to be slightly changed. I need the cooperation of your believers on Earth." Dormammu was silent for a while about Mephisto's request, and then said, "I can give you what you need. But in addition to the last alliance contract, I need to add a condition." "What condition?" Mephisto asked curiously. "Take the wizard Lockhart of Kamar-Taj to the dark dimension. Remember, I want to live." Dormammu's grand voice sounded in Mephisto's ears. "No problem, no problem, no problem." Mephisto simply recalled the conflict between Lockhart and Dormammu, and nodded in agreement. A wizard of Kamar-Taj, even if he is not weak, should not be able to turn the tables. After hearing this, Dormammu directly signed a contract with Mephisto, marking all the conditions one by one. When dealing with people like Mephisto, a contract is a must, and it must be drafted by oneself. Otherwise, you will be cheated and have to count money for others. When Mephisto left, the space returned to stability. However, Dormammu showed an expectant and greedy look in his eyes. Lockhart's previous obstruction of his descent did disgust him. But the most important thing is that the other party devoured his soul clone last time, which attracted his attention. The soul of the dimensional demon god and the soul of a wizard are simply very different. If it was the Ancient One, it would be easy to explain, but for a mortal wizard, there is no secret behind it. It is hard to explain. Even last time, he peeked into the air of death. What does this mean? He knows very well. No matter what, he will never let go until he has emptied out the secrets behind Lockhart. Kamar-Taj, library. Morin sat at the desk, leisurely looking at the thick magic book in front of him. At the same time, next to the book, a feather pen followed Morin's thoughts and kept writing reading experience, inspiration, experience, perception, etc. on the white notebook. This is an alchemical item refined by Lockhart. It is the first time it appears in Kamar-Taj. It is very convenient. It can improve the efficiency of reading and learning. Suddenly, a conspicuous shadow appeared on the desk, and at the same time, a familiar voice sounded. Morin, I want to borrow these 10 books. Morin was not surprised at all. He simply looked up at Lockhart, glanced at him, nodded and said, okay, Lockhart. Just remember to return it next time you come. With a thought, the feather pen flew to the borrowing register on the side, and wrote the name of Lockhart in the book. Marlin, how is the potion business going recently? Lockhart was not in a hurry after seeing this. He moved a stool, and sat in front of the desk, and asked with a smile. The situation in the potion business is basically stable now. At the beginning, it was popular, because of the novel potions, but it was a bit busy. But it's much better now. The customers have stabilized. You just need to provide the corresponding potions. Morin thought briefly and replied, and then asked with a smile. By the way, Lockhart, how is your universal world doing? I heard that even the wizards of the Hong Kong temple have gone to your universal world. No, it's mainly because the small space transformed by the supreme sorcerer played a decisive role. Lockhart replied with a smile. He was quite happy about the development of the universal world. The universal world is an upgraded version of the original universal book cafe. With the help of the Ancient One mage to refine a small space, the space area is much larger and more stable. It would be a bit of a waste to call it the Universal Book Cafe, so it was renamed the Universal World. The leisure function of the book cafe still exists, and reading and resting are still possible, but now, it is more like a trading market. Lockhart's original idea was achieved. From it, he also obtained a lot of materials from the mages of Kamar-Taj, which provided a lot of help for Snape to refine the Blood Awakening potion. Of course, there is another benefit. Through the Vincian world, Snape and his students gradually integrated into the Kamar-Taj mage circle. This will bring considerable benefits to subsequent development. Of course, the current customers are mainly the mages of Kamar-Taj. Later, if there is a suitable opportunity, he wants to further expand the customer base. In his mind, the Vincian world is a great help in plundering the magic resources of the Marvel world. Lockhart, it's wrong to be modest. Morin joked, I've been to your world of all things many times, and the environment is pretty good. I have to say that you are more economically savvy than us. You use potions as the general equivalent of the magic card system, which is absolutely amazing. I thought it would be difficult for Kamar-Taj to have a monetary system, but I didn't expect that it would be possible in your hands now. Since you praise me so much, I won't be polite and accept all of them. Lockhart said with a smile. The core of the magic card system is the magic point. The original magic point is composed of magic power, but the value is not prominent, and many wizards do not trust it. To put it bluntly, they will continue to produce magic power in their bodies every day. In other words, they can produce magic points every day. Asking them to trade with magic points, they instinctively don't believe it. Later, Lockhart made further improvements. The measurement standard of magic points was converted into potions. The value of potions is basically constant. When a certain number of magic points can be exchanged for the corresponding potions from Lockhart, it's like paper money has gold as a guarantee, which makes it valuable and has trading properties. Of course, other people may have come up with such a method, but they all chose to give up in the end. Because the problem is, can they provide a large amount of potions? Without enough potions as a guarantee, it's a joke. But Lockhart can, because he has the support of the entire wizarding world behind him. It can fully supply the consumption of mages like Kamar-Taj. The prosperity of the Vincian world is inseparable from Lockhart's magic card system. However, the key point of his conversation with Morin now is not the Vincian world. He has other important things to do today. Soon, Lockhart took out a bronze token and put it on the desk. Morin, look at what this is. Search warrant. Lockhart, you are the law enforcer. Looking at the bronze token in front of him, Morin exclaimed in a low voice. Morin, of course not yet. I'm only temporarily responsible for the search work now. Seeing Morin's surprised expression, Lockhart nodded slightly with satisfaction. But he still explained, I got some key information before. Some of the mages of Kamar-Taj are suspected of being involved with the followers of the evil god. The supreme sorcerer asked me to temporarily be responsible for searching for traces of these traitors. Then, he added slowly, however, if you do well, it is not impossible to become a law enforcer in the future. Hearing this, Morin was a little surprised. The law enforcers of Kamar-Taj have a lot of power, but the requirements are relatively strict. I didn't expect that the supreme sorcerer would let Lockhart take on the role. Even if it is temporary, it is not a trivial matter. Especially since Lockhart joined Kamar-Taj. It seems that it has not even been a year. This speed of promotion. With his mind turning, Morin hurriedly congratulated Lockhart. Congratulations, congratulations, but Lockhart shook his hand and interrupted Morin's congratulations. He hurriedly said, Morin, now I have this search warrant. I can temporarily form a search team to help deal with the traitors together. I hope you can help me and join this search team. There will be another update in the evening. Chapter 367, The Hulk, The Water of Reason, and the Realistic Wizards. New York, Queens. An outdoor cafe. The breeze blew, and the fragrance of trees and flowers filled the air. With a tall parasol overhead, most of the guests sitting at the tables and chairs took a deep breath, with a faint sense of gratitude on their faces. Some sat alone at the table, their fingers constantly waving on the laptop keyboard, doing their work, and next to the computer, there was a cup of steaming coffee. Some people lay slightly on the chair, drinking coffee and chatting with friends across from them. Others sat quietly in the chair, closing their eyes, as if they were taking a rest. Today's news. Affected by the development of new technologies, Apple's stock price rose by 2%. New York City's Hutus Commercial Plaza is about to open. The Hutus shopping mall is jointly built by 5 companies and costs up to $200 million. The renowned top motorcycle rider Johnny Blazer was invited to open the online classic project for the Hutus Commercial Plaza Flying Leap. Bruce Banner sat in a chair, listening attentively to the young female host in the video explaining the recent news. Smelling the fragrance of flowers and seeing the familiar high-rise buildings nearby, his eyes were full of nostalgia. He has been in India for nearly 2 years. In the past 2 years, he has practiced meditation and tried to exercise how to control his emotions. Finally, he can control his state freely to a certain extent. Despite this, if he encounters a stimulating situation, he may still relapse. And he naturally has his own reasons for returning to New York this time. That is, hello, I'm Irina. Are you Dr. Banner? Bruce Banner, who was sitting in a chair and looking down at the news, suddenly heard a soft female voice from his ear. Subconsciously looking up, looking at the red-haired woman opposite wearing pure white, with a delicate face and outstanding temperament, subconsciously gave birth to a ray of goodwill. However, if Lockhart came, he would find that this person looked familiar, because the other party had participated in the interview. Natasha, the Black Widow. Yes, I'm Bruce Banner. Bruce Banner quickly stood up and stretched out his right hand and shook it forward. Drive Banner, I have heard of your name for a long time. I have read your works before. Your research in the field of nuclear physics is really beyond ordinary people. Where my achievements are nothing more than standing on the shoulders of giants. Hearing the other party's praise, Banner said modestly and invited the other party to sit down. Then, he went straight to the point and said, hello, Irina, I want to ask, are you the mailer of the potion? Can I meet the maker of this potion? Natasha seemed to hear the urgency in Banner's tone, gently lifted her red hair, and a faint smile floated on her face. Drive Banner, this bottle of potion is mailed to you by us. How do you feel about the effect? Natasha's affirmative tone and question made Banner silent for a moment. He knew that being able to find him in such a remote area in India would definitely not be a small force. What's more, being able to come up with such a magical potion at least shows that the other party's scientific research strength is very strong. And finding him would definitely not be as simple as providing him with potions. But after thinking about it for a long time, he finally gave an objective evaluation. The effect is not bad. Unlike tranquilizers, it can play a good effect unless the emotions are extremely disordered, and it has almost no side effects on the body. The only disadvantage is that it is time limited. At this point, Banner sighed. The effect of the potion is indeed good. When he was about to lose control of himself, he drank a bottle and his emotions were quickly calmed down. However, it only calmed down for a short while, about 1 or 2 minutes, and the emotions would return again. If it can be delayed for 10 minutes, or even half an hour, then he will have more confidence to suppress the emotional outburst in his heart. After hearing this, Natasha blinked her eyes and a soft smile rose on her face, which made Banner subconsciously stunned for a moment. Drive Banner, the potion you are given is one of our research results. What I can tell you now is that this potion is a replica of magical item that we imitated. The prototype of the item is at least 10 times more effective than this potion, or even more. Hearing Natasha's reply, Bruce Banner's eyes flashed with disbelief, and he quickly asked, Irina, are you sure? How long is the exact duration? How many tests have been conducted? Is there a sustainable channel to obtain it? What element does it contain? Bruce Banner asked 7 or 8 questions in one breath, and there was a continuous trend, which made Natasha's face stagnate. She is not a professional in scientific research. How can she answer such detailed questions? She can only listen silently and wait until Bruce Banner slowly stops talking, and then he said with a hint of apology, Sorry, Dr. Banner, I'm not the person in charge of the Water of Reason project. You need more detailed information and need to find relevant scientific researchers to discuss it. Then, he began to change the subject. Don't worry, we are a formal department under the jurisdiction of the World Security Council, and we are specifically responsible for situations like yours, and New York is also our headquarters. So, please rest assured, as long as you don't have any problems in New York, we can guarantee your safety. Bruce didn't completely believe Natasha's explanation. There are so many people who say nice things, but there are only a few who can really do it. Water of Reason. Hearing Natasha read out the name of the project, he silently repeated it several times in his heart. The name is not wrong. It can indeed make people maintain a clear mind and temporarily abandon all emotions. And Natasha seemed to have noticed Bruce's distrust and did not continue. Instead, she took out a bottle of silver grey potion and placed it in front of Bruce Banner. This is our prototype for the research item. Dr. Banner, you can try it when you go back. Looking at the small bottle of silver grey potion in front of him, Bruce took out a wooden box from his pocket, and put it in. After putting the wooden box back into his pocket, he looked at Natasha's delicate face and asked softly, before communicating, Miss Irina, I want to know, what do you want me to do? After hearing this, Natasha said, Don't worry, Dr. Banner. You have 7 doctoral degrees and your main job is still research. Of course, we are preparing a plan now. If you can join it, we will mobilize all resources to help you solve the problem. Hearing this, Bruce raised his eyebrows. His words were quite big and very tempting. But reality is often, can you introduce the plan you mentioned? Let me listen first. Of course. Natasha said very affirmatively. The name of this plan is Avengers. Kamar-Taj. In the living room of a house, dozens of wizards in wizard costumes sat around the long table in the living room. At this moment, Wizard David was slowly brewing tea for 9 wizards. Soon, the fragrance of tea filled the entire living room, but most people just tasted it lightly and put it back. It's not that the tea is not fragrant, but that they are really not in the mood. David, the method you mentioned before seems to have no effect at all, and it has not caused any negative impact on Lockhart. On the contrary, his Universal Book Cafe, no, Universal World is getting better and better. I believe you have also entered. What do you think? Hearing the tone of Master Hodge, the others nodded and agreed. The Universal World is indeed much better, even beyond imagination. Yes, the transaction speed is also very convenient, and the resources I want can be exchanged quickly. Hearing the other mages praise for the universal world, Master David had a blank expression. And Master Hodge saw everyone's affirmation and spoke again. The current universal world has become a trend. With our current strength alone, I'm afraid it will not cause much impact. Moreover, it is said that the formation of the universal world also involved the efforts of the Supreme Mage. I have specially found someone to verify this, and it is true. Under such circumstances, it is almost unrealistic for us to replace the universal world. Hearing Master Hodge's analysis, everyone fell silent again. They analyzed the current situation, and sadly found that what Hodge said was indeed correct. Seeing everyone's silence, Hodge said again, in this case, I don't think we need to target Master Lockhart anymore. It's not that I'm afraid of him, but there is no point at all. Faced with an option that requires a lot of cost and has almost no chance of success, I believe no one should choose to continue. Besides, everyone is here to fight against the dimensional demons and protect the earth. Why is it so? Why is it so? Hearing Master Hodge's persuasion, some mages nodded slowly, looking thoughtful, and seemed to agree with Hodge's statement. However, there are some mages like David who have no expression on their faces. They are not here for the sake of making a living like the Universal Book Cafe. What they want is strength and chaos magic. At the same time, Master Hodge was also observing everyone's expressions and secretly making his own judgment in his heart. Soon, some wizards began to agree. What Hodge said is indeed right. If we continue, it will only be a farce and the gains will not outweigh the losses. Why don't we turn the ship around and change the direction so that we can sail farther? Yes, I'm right. I agree that we can't just stick to one direction. Agree. Under the current reality, basically the general direction of the entire discussion is to stop targeting Lockhart. Although some people disagreed, they did not stop it. They knew that many wizards were realistic, even them. They would only do it if there was a benefit. If there was no benefit, no one would pay attention to empty talk. And Wizard David did not express his own feelings throughout the whole process, and he seemed to know that the situation was over. However, from his gloomy eyes and his constantly thinking expression, it can be seen that he has not given up. 10,000 words updated today. Chapter 368, The Hulk's Journey into the World. New York, Queens. On the Long Avenue, there was a lot of traffic, and all kinds of cars were speeding forward. At this time, inside this black car, Carlson was driving as steady as an old dog, and Natasha was sitting next to him, fiddling with her phone, seemingly bored. In the back sat Bruce Banner and the captain of the Special Operations Team, Rumlow. Bruce Banner looked at the traffic outside the window, and a trace of nostalgia flashed from time to time. Although Rumlow was only wearing a simple black shirt, he was very careful to wipe his beloved Beretta pistol. After constant wiping, the pistol looked more and more black and shiny. Rumlow, has S.H.I.E.L.D. studied this magic for a long time? Have your S.H.I.E.L.D. researchers figured out how the potion works? Bruce Banner attracted his gaze from the window and asked Rumlow beside him. He met with Natasha, who was aliased as Irina, 2 days ago. Facing the other party's recruitment, he did not explicitly agree, but he had no choice. The thing called magic potion, provided by the other party, was simply a lifesaver for him. He tried it. As long as he drank the other party's magic potion, he could suppress his transformed state, and it would not last long. For him, it was like living in the desert for a long time and finding a source of water. The excitement was indescribable. Finally, after careful consideration, he decided to consider the other party's proposal temporarily. Of course, the most important thing is that the other party is also a formal organization, and what they do does not seem to violate his moral concepts. So, he entered the Trident building, the headquarters of the organization called S.H.I.E.L.D. He met the black one-eyed director Nick Fury, and also knew Irina's real name Natasha. However, none of these surprised him too much. What made him feel incredible was that the black director revealed to him the power of magic and the magic of magic potions. As a scientist with 7 doctoral degrees, it was difficult for him to accept the deep-rooted ideas for many years. However, he saw the fantastic magic items and the magical magic potions. He accepted this reality and also accepted the Avengers plan mentioned by Nick Fury. Of course, everything is conditional. He wants to get more in touch with magic and solve his own problems. Magic? Hearing Bruce's question, Rumlow stopped wiping the gun, put it back, pondered for a moment, and said with some nostalgia, "Actually, I don't know much about magic. But not long ago, I witnessed the magic of magic with my own eyes." At this point, Rumlow's voice was mixed with a hint of fanaticism, and he said, "At that time, we were carrying out a mission. We were completely surrounded by the enemy. The other side had even deployed large-scale weapons, fighter planes, etc. Originally we were all desperate, but then a magician came. In less than a minute, the plane was destroyed, the enemy was defeated, and even the long-range missiles disappeared." Hearing Rumlow's reply, Bruce's eyes flashed with shock, and he asked in disbelief, "Really? It's true, Dr. Banner, I was there at the time." Coulson, who was sitting in the front and driving, said, "The magician's name is Gilderoy Lockhart, and we generally call him Professor Lockhart. He is a top magician, and maintains a certain cooperative relationship with our shield." Then, he added, "The place we are going to this time is also Professor Lockhart's place, and its current name is Vincian World. The Universal World." Bruce silently said, and then asked curiously, "Can I meet Professor Lockhart this time? If there is a chance, I would like to ask what magic is." "Drive Banner, I'm afraid it's impossible this time." Coulson shook his head slightly and said, "We didn't contact each other in advance this time. We can meet again next time we have a chance." What a joke. Bruce Banner is the director who found an ace of the Avengers. What if he meets Lockhart and the other party is attracted to him? Just like Tony. At that time, if there is really hostility, S.H.I.E.L.D. must have a certain resistance. This time, if Bruce Banner hadn't put forward conditions, and it was inevitable to contact the magic world later, I'm afraid the director might not let Bruce Banner come to the Universal World. Rumlow on the side heard the reason why Coulson stopped him, and the corners of his mouth seemed to rise slightly, and then quickly returned to normal. Bruce Banner was a little disappointed when he heard that he couldn't meet Professor Lockhart, who cooperated with S.H.I.E.L.D. this time. Just when he was about to ask about the relevant information of the Universal World, suddenly, click. "Drive Banner, we are almost there," Coulson said as if to remind him, then stepped on the brakes and the car slowly stopped. "Are we there yet?" Banner looked out the window and saw a sparsely populated street and asked with some confusion, "Yes, we are already near our destination." Coulson picked up a silver briefcase, opened the door, walked down, and said, "We are not mages, and we need some other methods to enter the world of Vincian." After hearing this, Banner walked down with some curiosity. At the same time, after seeing everyone get off the car, Coulson opened the silver briefcase in his hand. Banner took a look and found a black card and a small black instrument in the briefcase, which seemed to be a bit similar to a card inserter. Coulson picked up the card and the special magic output device. After inserting the card into the magic output device, press the red button in the middle. The next moment, in the eyes of everyone, a silver white beam of light radiated forward from the card. Then, as if sensing something, the silver white beam began to expand, and a silver door quietly appeared, and then slowly opened. Behind the door, there was an extremely spacious square. Bruce Banner seemed stunned when he saw this scene. Yes, Dr. Banner, this is another layer of space. Coulson saw the teleportation square of the Vincian world again, and said with admiration, "According to Professor Lockhart, this is a small space attached to the Earth." After saying that, he waved to everyone and stepped directly into the teleportation gate, and everyone followed closely. After entering, the silver white gate turned into a large number of silver white light spots, flying around and disappearing. "Hello, welcome to the Vincian world. This is the teleportation square." Coulson and others who had just entered the Vincian world had not walked a few steps. They heard a soft voice in the air. Everyone looked closely and found a small figure floating in the air. The other party was like a fairy in mythology, with flapping wings and a very cute face, like a little girl. "I'm the guiding fairy Shanna. You can ask me any questions you have." Coulson looked at the fairy flying in the air in front of him and fell into deep thought. The last time he came to the teleportation square of the Vincian world, there was no such fairy-like existence. But this time, it appeared. "Shanna, are you the elf in mythology?" Coulson asked tentatively. No, we are the elves refined by Lord Lockhart. Shanna waved her little wings and said sweetly, specially guiding guests who have doubts in the Vincian world. Do you need me to introduce you to various places in the Vincian world? Of course. Then Shanna, please trouble you. Coulson said after a pause. Okay, please show your magic card. Guidance service is the most basic service, which only consumes 1 magic point. If you don't have it, you can go to the card opening station in front and open a basic consumable level 5 magic card. It's free to open a card. For the first time, you will be given 100 magic points. In addition, the first 10 card openers today can get a level 4 magic card for free. A level 4 magic card will get 1 cubic meter of space. Hearing what the elf Shanna said, Coulson's eyes twitched. This is really a familiar membership card drainage routine. Although he silently complained in his heart, Coulson's heart gradually became solemn. Lockhart strongly recommended his magic card system. Thinking about it, Coulson kept this information in his heart and prepared to go back and update the intelligence of the universal world immediately. Then, Coulson took out the magic card of shield. The elf Shanna took a look and paused, as if she was identifying something or conveying some information. Soon, the elf Shanna flapped her wings and landed in front of the magic card. She touched it slightly and retracted it, saying, "Hello, this is a level 3 magic card, and 1 magic point has been deducted. Next, I will be responsible for your guidance in the universal world. You can ask me any questions. Where are you going next?" The universal world has a leisure area, a trading area, and a practice area. Let's go to the trading area. Coulson interrupted what the elf Shanna said, and directly stated his destination this time. Okay, Mr. Coulson. The elf Shanna replied, I will lead the way. Coulson was stunned when he heard it. He didn't seem to tell Shanna his name. Natasha on the side also carefully noticed this detail, but she and Coulson looked at each other and didn't ask anything. However, when the elf Shanna waved her wings to lead the way, the two sang in unison, as if chatting, and asked some test questions. After hearing Shanna's reply, the two made judgments in their hearts. Shanna answered some basic and logical questions very fluently, but when it comes to some people's perceptual judgment thinking, Shanna made many mistakes. This is a bit like a robot. Yes, it is similar to a robot. The two people silently thought in their hearts and seemed to have some judgment on the source of the robot. It's confirmed that Lockhart is the mastermind behind the destruction of Hydra. Not only did he kill people, but he might have plundered a lot of resources. In fact, it is indeed as the two people thought. Lockhart's negative Hydra is not just killing people, which is too wasteful. As a global evil organization, their strength in scientific research, economy, politics and other fields is also extremely powerful. For Lockhart, Hydra's technological strength is a very good supplement. The current Vincian world is not small, and the number of waiters required is not small. Even if all of his students are stuffed in, the staff is far from meeting the standards. At this time, robots can be used as a good substitute. Of course, magic will have an impact on technological machines. But the clever thing is that through Tony's genius invention, the magic shielding device, it can shield the interference of magic on technological machines in a small range. This is how the current flying elf Shanna came into being. Not long after they left, Coulson, Banner and others heard the voice of the elf Shanna. Everyone, we have arrived at the trading area of Vincian world. There will be another update in the evening. Chapter 369, The Hulk's Journey into the World. Notes on the trading area of the Vincian world. Article 1. Trading supports two modes, barter and magic point trading. Article 2. Trading contracts can be signed through magic points, with the Vincian world as a guarantee. Article 9. Consuming magic points can identify materials and exchange for potions. Bruce Banner looked at the 18 notes, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. Professor Lockhart really spared no effort in promoting magic points. According to what he has seen so far, as long as he has magic points, he can buy most items in the Vincian world. He even saw from it that magic points can be used to customize potions, magic items, etc. So, can his own problems also be solved through magic points? Once the idea came to mind, Bruce Banner's inner desire was suddenly ignited and expanded rapidly. Then he turned his head to ask Coulson Natasha beside him. Coulson, I saw a reminder that magic materials and items can be exchanged for magic points. How many magic points does our shield have? Coulson's eyes unconsciously revealed a hint of bitterness in response to Bruce Banner's question. The Vincian world is a trading place for the magic world. It is undoubtedly a great opportunity for them to come in. But the problem is that the currency here requires magic points, and the US dollar is useless. What is needed is magic resources, and technological weapons are useless. To say whether they have high value items, they do. The cosmic cube is very valuable, but can it be traded? No. For an organization in the field of science and technology like SHIELD, there are not many people involved in magic. And the Vincian world is a typical trading place that tends to be in the magic world. Everything is based on magic. This is very unfriendly to SHIELD. But there is no way, and in the end they can only trade some 084 items. When Coulson thought of the 084 items, he couldn't help but get angry. Damn Hydra. If they hadn't reviewed it again, how could they know that a large number of 084 items had been stolen? When Coulson saw that some of the people who took away the magic points were named after him, and even the name of Director Nick Fury, he was also very angry, but in the end he could only sigh helplessly. If they had not been stolen, perhaps they would have been better off. Bruce Banner saw Coulson's expression, and seemed to know that SHIELD did not have many magic points in reserve. He did not continue to ask. Instead, he continued to walk into the trading area. According to the elf Shanna, the trading area is mainly divided into 4 parts. Each of them has its own theme. Some specialize in selling potions, some are all chemical items, and some are magic resource transactions. There are also some services, such as divination, custom potions, etc. However, it may be that they came early, or most of the wizards have very clear purposes, and there are not many people. On the street, Bruce saw some wizards wearing robes or some strange costumes, glanced at them, and walked directly to a store. It seems that there is no intention to wander around. And Bruce also looked at the items sold in the surrounding shops. Maybe the nearby area is mostly all chemical items. Bruce Banner saw through the glass that the items for sale include long sticks, boots, some iron sheets engraved with strange runes, and some jewelry. Of course, he knew that what can be sold must be related to magic. Coulson, I'll look around. You guys are busy first. We'll meet and talk later. Bruce said to Coulson, and then walked towards an all-chemical shop. He was ready to talk to a real wizard. A shopkeeper, even if he is a wizard, should be easier to communicate if he wants to sell something. After hearing this, Coulson looked at Natasha. Then, Natasha followed Bruce Banner to the all-chemical shop. Coulson and Rumlow walked away. He really had something to do this time. Through experiments, researchers found that the power of the cosmic cube resonated with a magical metal. He needed to buy more for experiments. At this moment, Bruce Banner glanced at Natasha next to him, nodded slightly, and continued to move forward. When he walked to the door and was about to knock on it to enter, the door quietly opened. At the same time, a figure emerged. "Welcome to Kane Alchemy Shop." Seeing the figure in front of him, Bruce's eyes flashed with disappointment. Because the other party had obvious robot characteristics. Although the surface was roughly similar to that of a human, his eyes were dull and his voice also had a distinct mechanical flavor. In fact, it was just a defect deliberately created by Lockhart, and its function was to, "Hello, is the boss here? I want to discuss something with him." Bruce Banner asked the robot in front of him gently. "I'm very sorry, the boss is not here. I will take care of the daily store. Just tell me what you need. Or you can tell me your needs, and I will also search for related items." In fact, most of the mages in Kamar-Taj have their own things to do. Especially in recent times, the situation has been a bit tense, so they generally don't stay in the Vincian world for a long time. The role of the robot is to help the mages sell products. For most mages, the appropriate defects of the robot are easier to gain the trust of the other party. After hearing this, Bruce Banner's eyes flashed with disappointment. He still wanted to communicate with a real wizard, especially a wizard who knows how to make magic items. Finally, after thinking about it, he glanced at Natasha next to him and asked in a low voice, "I want to ask if there are any clothes with high strength and stretchability in your store." As a Hulk, although his body is very strong, however, bursting clothes is definitely his unspeakable secret. Well, he actually wants to ask about underwear, which is the most critical. But Natasha is next to him, and it is inconvenient to speak. After hearing this, Natasha's eyes flashed with a strangeness, and I don't know what she was thinking. "Hello, there are no clothes with high strength and stretchability in our store at present," the store guard robot replied. "However, you can make an appointment, and I will pass your needs to Master Kane Alchemy. As long as the conditions are met, Master Kane can make it for you personally." Refining underwear? This thought flashed through Bruce Banner's mind, and then he shook it with a chill, and put the idea behind him. "Understood, in this case, we don't need it for the time being." Bruce politely refused, and then turned and left. Seeing Bruce Banner's back, the guard robot turned back to his position, and the door of the store slowly closed. "Drive Banner, if you need high strength elastic materials, S.H.I.E.L.D. can provide them for you." Natasha. As she walked, she said to Bruce Banner, "We have corresponding scientific researchers." Hearing this, Bruce Banner nodded, indicating that he understood, but did not say anything else. Then, the two continued to walk along the street. Entering the potion area, Bruce Banner also saw a large number of magic potions. However, like the alchemy, the shop owners were basically not there. They were all authorized service robots to help sell. Despite this, there were many transactions in the trading area. After all, the robot knew the situation of the store. What Lockhart had to do was actually very simple. His current situation was that he had mastered all the information of the buyers. Now he just needed to match the corresponding buyers, and the guidance elves in the teleportation square can understand the needs of the mages to the greatest extent. Naturally, it is convenient to match or give some suggestions. This is the impact of technology or big data. With this, many wizards come here. Of course, there are more alchemists, potion masters, etc. who choose to open shops in the Vincian world. This is a positive cycle. Nevertheless, in Lockhart's view, this is a false prosperity. If it goes on for a long time, a trading area that relies purely on robots will bring negative cognition and even become a bubble, and it is unknown when it will collapse. Only with more traffic and more wizards can the Vincian world grow further and turn the false into reality. And this is what Lockhart has been thinking about. When Bruce Banner and Natasha were almost done with their wanderings and found that they did not gain much, they left the trading area and walked towards the leisure area. Chapter 370, The Hulk's Journey into the World. Vincian World, Leisure Area. For the mages of Kamar-Taj, there are many ways to relax. There are eating, drinking and having fun with friends, discussing magic together, and fighting together. These are some ways for Kamar-Taj mages to vent stress. However, the leisure area of Vincian World is roughly the same as the original book cafe. Quiet environment, books within reach, plus a cup of fragrant coffee or fragrant tea. Let every mage who comes in calm down, and the pressure in the heart and the hostility of fighting will slowly dissipate. Of course, to achieve such an effect, the environment and atmosphere are indeed helpful, but the most important thing is that the entire leisure area is arranged with magic circles, which have the ability to purify the mind and dissipate negative emotions. For many mages, the trading area of Vincian World is really good, helping them to get the items they want more quickly and reducing transaction costs. But coming to the leisure area, to drink a cup of coffee, read a book, or chat with friends. Perhaps this is what every Kamar-Taj mage who comes to Vincian World will do. And when Bruce Banner and Natasha slowly came to the rest area, they found that the leisure area was the opposite of the trading area. If the number of mages in the trading area was scarce and somewhat deserted, and they came and went in a hurry, the leisure area was visible to the naked eye, and the popularity rose immediately. Mages wearing various styles of clothes were sitting everywhere. Some sat alone in their seats, reading books and tasting coffee. Some talked and laughed with friends, as if talking about some interesting things. Others closed their eyes, as if meditating, or taking a nap. Bruce Banner at this moment had just entered the leisure area. It felt as if the whole person had traveled through a world, and the whole person's heart seemed to be baptized. Take a deep breath. The cool air enters the heart, and the original impetuousness and anxiety are transformed into inner peace and calmness. Bruce Banner was stunned to find that, because of the existence of Hulk, he would occasionally surge with an unknown anger in his heart. But now, although this anger still exists, it has been almost weakened. Just turn the thought slightly, and the anger will be easily suppressed. When Bruce found this, he was so excited that he couldn't help but feel excited. He now wished that he could live in the leisure area of the Vincian world in the future. Shanna, what should I pay attention to in the leisure area? Bruce asked the elf Shanna, who was flying in the air. After he and Natasha separated from Coulson, they had a brief discussion. Shanna followed Bruce, while Coulson and Rumlow followed another elf to continue to complete the task assigned by the director. Mr. Banner, any guest with a magic card can enter the leisure area. The leisure area is decorated with magic circles, which can help mages to meditate to a certain extent, remove inner distractions, and purify the mind. And the precautions for the leisure area are as follows. First, please try to keep quiet in the leisure area. The soundproof magic circle will be automatically activated after choosing a seat. Second, entering the leisure area consumes 1 point of magic power for 1 hour on a basic basis. Third, the seat fee consumes corresponding magic points according to different grades. A table for 2 people consumes 100 magic points per hour. A table for 4 people consumes 300 magic points per hour. And a table for 6 people consumes 300 magic points per hour. 6. In the leisure area, with a magic card, you can borrow regular books for free. Regular drinks are free, and magic drinks, magic books, etc. need to be paid. 12. The leisure area is equipped with a special box. Bruce Banner took the paper with 18 precautions handed over by Shanna and read it carefully. The more he read, the more he sighed. He originally thought that the trading place in the magic world might be similar to a bar, or as noisy and lively as a gathering. After all, many myths and movies describe it this way. However, after entering the Vincian world, it was really beyond his expectations and completely opposite to what he imagined. He could only describe his impression of the Vincian world in one word: civilization. That's right, it was very civilized. The entire Vincian world was very detailed and specific in every aspect, from the elves at the reception to the various arrangements in the trading area and the leisure area, all of which exuded a formal, systematic and perfect flavor. Perhaps, this is the true embodiment of magical civilization, rather than the feeling of patchwork. Although it was his first time to come to the Vincian world, his trust in the Vincian world suddenly rose to a high level. Seeing the leopard in the cage, he really admired, and was more and more curious about Professor Lockhart. Then, he walked to the bookshelf in the leisure area, and looked at the names of the books on it with curiosity. The books on the bookshelf were of various types, including various literary works, social science books, and even some scientific and technological theories. However, it was obvious that there were fewer books on science and technology, most of which were about stories, myths, or social sciences. Maybe for the magic world, technology only needs to be understood. Bruce thought silently in his heart, and then continued to wander around other bookshelves. However, after wandering around most of the bookshelves in the leisure area, Banner frowned. "Shanna, where are the magic books on the bookshelf?" Banner asked softly. When he knew that there were a lot of books here, especially magic books, his heart was suddenly excited. He didn't know magic, and was even completely unfamiliar with it, but he could still recognize the words. It was great to learn about magic through magic books. However, after walking for most of the day, he was disappointed. It seemed that there was no name of magic book here. They were all books that he could see in ordinary libraries. "Mr. Banner, because magic books themselves have magic power, only wizards and people with wizard potential can read them, and ordinary people reading them will only cause negative effects. So, if you don't see it, it may be that you don't have the potential to become a wizard." Hearing Shanna's explanation, Bruce Banner was silent. This statement is really correct. At this moment, suddenly, "Shanna, please tell me, is this a magic book?" Natasha asked Shanna, who was waving her wings in the air, holding a thick book with a dark green cover. Bruce Banner looked sideways and found that under the cover of the book was a picture of a person holding a package, as if he was going on a long journey, and the title of the book was written on it, Felis's Travels in the Nine Realms. Yes, Miss Natasha. Shanna took a look and said sweetly, this is a travel note written by Master Felis, recording some interesting things during the trip. These include Asgard, Vanaheim and other interesting humanities. The borrowing price of this book is 1 magic point per hour. After reading and returning, it will be automatically deducted. If you are a wizard of Kamar-Taj, you can read it for free. Bruce heard what Shanna said, walked to Natasha and asked, Natasha, where did you get this book? Natasha pointed to a position in front of the left and said, Drive Banner, it's here. There is another book next to it. The title of the book is Beware of Mephisto's Fraud. Bruce looked in the direction of Natasha's finger and fell into silence. In his eyes, the place where Natasha pointed was empty. But what made him feel even more magical was that such an empty place should be very eye-catching. But if Natasha hadn't pointed at him, he wouldn't have noticed it at all, as if it didn't exist. Alas, it seems that he really has no fate with magic. In fact, this is a variation of the Muggle shielding charm cast by Lockhart, which has no blocking effect on wizards, but only on Muggles or ordinary people. For the Wizards of Kamar-Taj, the books in the Kamar-Taj library are free to borrow, so except for some very important books, he basically doesn't charge. But for ordinary people, unless they have the potential to become wizards, he will not let the magic knowledge spread. Especially for an agent organization like SHIELD. Although he will not completely block the other party from contacting the magic world, he will definitely limit the other party's channels to obtain it. After all, his position is still very firm. As a wizard, his butt is on the magic side. For SHIELD on the technology side, everyone just needs to maintain a distance and cooperate. Bruce turned back disappointedly, discussed with Natasha, and then picked up the magic book in Natasha's hand to read. However, when he just opened the first page and was about to read, he found that his eyes were blurred, his mind was dull, the darkness was swallowing him, the shadows were heavy, the figure was shaking. It was very strange. At the same time, the anger in his heart seemed to be aroused. Snap. After Bruce reacted, he immediately closed the book, closed his eyes and meditated, suppressing the surging anger in his heart and the tendency to transform. However, Bruce's face changed, and the anger in his heart seemed to have been suppressed for a long time. Now it was seduced out, and it was difficult to control. Natasha, who was standing aside, saw that the skin on Bruce's face began to turn green, his clothes were tight, and his body seemed to swell, and she immediately became alert. At the same time, her right hand took out a syringe filled with liquid from her waist. This is a weapon developed by SHIELD for Bruce's out of control state. It contains the essence extracted from the potion to help him quickly return to reason. Just as she aimed at Bruce's neck and prepared to insert the injection, suddenly, a black light flashed and a familiar figure appeared beside Bruce. It was Gilderoy Lockhart. At the same time, Natasha saw Lockhart's right hand on Bruce's shoulder. At this moment, Bruce Banner suddenly heard a very gentle and kind voice from deep in his heart. Calm down, concentrate, take a deep breath, and do as I say. I'll help you regain your sanity. 3 more chapters today. Chapter 371, The Hulk of Versailles, Talent Awakening. Anger. Endless anger. For half a year, I have been trying hard to restrain my inner emotions, as if using anger as fuel to turn into a blazing flame. The more angry I am, the higher the flames will be. The higher the flames will be, the angrier I will be. The familiar feeling of fear surged up again, and my body began to harden and swell, but at the same time, my body began to lose control. With green flashing in his eyes, a sense of destruction began to surge up in his heart. Hulk, Hulk, now is not the time to come out. Give me some time, I will definitely let you out. Bruce Banner kept calling in his heart, trying to interrupt the Hulk's arrival. Without advance preparation, the Hulk's arrival was a disaster. However, perhaps the suppression for half a year made Hulk very angry, or the magic he just touched caused some taboos and stimulated Hulk. Despair permeated Bruce Banner's heart. Now, he is powerless. Just when he was desperate, suddenly. Calm down, concentrate, take a deep breath, and do as I say. I'll help you regain your sanity. Deep in his heart, Bruce heard a kind and gentle voice. The next moment, Bruce Banner felt a cold liquid flowing into his body, spreading all over his body. Then, the flame of anger in his heart was suppressed by the cold liquid. Banner saw hope. Immediately, based on his past experience, he took a deep breath, emptied his mind, and calmed down his intense emotions. Hulk. Faintly, Banner seemed to hear Hulk roaring angrily. Then everything returned to normal. In Natasha's eyes, Lockhart appeared next to Bruce Banner with a black shadow swaying. At this moment, Bruce Banner's skin turned green, his body began to swell, his clothes were stretched tight, and even a crack appeared. However, when Lockhart put his palm on Bruce Banner's shoulder, Bruce Banner's body expansion trend came to an abrupt end. The body began to slowly shrink, and the green skin gradually returned to normal. At this point, Natasha's heart slowed down a little. She glanced at Bruce Banner, who was still closing his eyes, and walked forward, saying with a hint of apology, "Professor Lockhart, I'm very sorry. Thank you for your help just now." Then, he introduced Lockhart. "This is our colleague from SHIELD, Bruce Banner, a doctor with 7 degrees, very smart. He is very curious about magic, but because of his special physique, he may have been stimulated just now." Seeing Natasha lightly covering up Bruce Banner's physical changes and trying to change his judgment of Bruce Banner, Lockhart smiled and joked, "Natasha, long time no see. Thank you for helping me find my student wand last time. I remember the first time we met, it seems to be, when I came to the book cafe for an interview. The current Wangxiang book cafe has been upgraded. If you have time, you must take a good look." After hearing this, Natasha smiled awkwardly. The first time they met, it was still a lurking mission for the book cafe in the bureau. However, the embarrassment was fleeting, and Natasha praised very naturally. "Indeed, Professor Lockhart, I just saw the changes in the Universal Book Cafe, and it is indeed beyond imagination. Now I regret that I was not selected for the interview before. Otherwise, it would be a blessing to work in such a beautiful place." Hearing Natasha's praise, Lockhart smiled unconsciously. As expected of a battle-hardened agent, he really knows how to talk. "Haha, Natasha, then you can come often, if you have the chance in the future," Lockhart replied in a gentle voice. At the same time, Bruce Banner, who had returned to normal, opened his eyes. What came into view was this handsome blonde man wearing a dark green robe and exuding a mysterious temperament. "Hello, Dr. Banner, I'm Gilderoy Lockhart." After realizing that Bruce Banner had returned to normal, Lockhart turned slightly and extended his hand to greet him. "Hello, Professor Lockhart." Bruce Banner, who had just reacted, hurriedly reached out and shook his hand. "Drive Banner, based on what happened just now, it seems that you haven't fully mastered your talent after it awakened. You still need to pay more attention in the future. Talent still needs to be exercised regularly. Only talents that are under your control are truly your own strength," Lockhart gently suggested, throwing out bait. Sure enough, Bruce Banner heard that Lockhart seemed to be familiar with his situation, and hurriedly asked, "Professor Lockhart, talent awakening, do you mean my condition just now? Do you know why my body is out of control? Is there any way to solve it, and let me return to normal?" Seeing Bruce Banner's continuous questioning, Lockhart smiled faintly. Waving his hand slightly, he interrupted the other party's question and said, "Drive Banner, the awakening of talent is a very complicated issue." Then he looked around and said softly, "Although I just cast a soundproof spell, this is not a good place to communicate. Let's go to my tea room, we can talk in detail." After that, he said to Natasha, "Natasha, do you want to go to the tea room and have a cup of tea?" Natasha glanced at Bruce Banner, who was moved, and a trace of helplessness flashed in her eyes, but she still said softly, "Thank you, Professor Lockhart." She knew that under the current circumstances, she could not stop Bruce Banner from communicating with Lockhart, especially now that she was in Lockhart's territory. The only thing she could do was to intervene in the communication between the two to prevent unexpected situations. For example, Bruce Banner chose to leave SHIELD. She now doubted whether Bruce Banner's transformation was really an accident. Otherwise, why did Lockhart arrive so coincidentally? When Natasha thought of this, she sighed inwardly. Damn, why haven't Carlson and Rumlow come back yet? She is alone and a little weak. Then, the two followed Lockhart into room 101, which is Lockhart's exclusive tea room. The three sat in front of the tea table in the middle of the room, and followed Lockhart's gentle wave. The teacups, teapots, and tea leaves on the table floated in turn very elegantly, unfolding a wonderful dream show in the eyes of the two. The hot water violated the laws of physics, and floated in the air, then flowed into the teacup, and the tea was initially cleaned. At the same time, the tea leaves in the air were wrapped in a ball of hot water and slowly rotated, as if they were being washed or soaked. Seeing this wonderful picture for the first time, the two of them couldn't take their eyes off. Soon, a fresh fragrance came to their faces. In the cups in front of the two, light green fragrant tea appeared. Natasha, Banner, come and try my craftsmanship. Lockhart gently picked up the teacup filled with tea in front of him, and greeted the two. Banner took a look at the tea. He had heard of it before. It was a drink from the ancient East, but he had never tried it. But now his own business was the most important thing. He took a sip, and felt that it tasted okay. Then he asked eagerly, Professor Lockhart, can you tell me about the awakening of talent? What is the relationship between my physical changes and the awakening of talent you mentioned? Drive Banner, don't be anxious. Let's talk slowly. Lockhart comforted him. Then he waved his hand slightly and poured the tea into Banner's teacup again. The awakening of talents has actually existed since ancient times. Although it is rare, it has always happened. Lockhart pondered for a moment and said slowly, like the heroes we are familiar with in history, such as Xiang Yu in the East, King Arthur in Britain, etc. I have seen from the classics that they have all awakened their talents. There are many sources of awakening talents, but the mainstream view is that in ancient times on Earth, there were gods, alien life, as well as powerful wizards, warriors, etc. The blood descendants they left behind have undergone some wonderful changes, and it is possible that the phenomenon of awakening talents will occur. Hearing this, Bruce Banner couldn't help but say, Professor Lockhart, you are saying that there may be gods in my ancestors, so I can transform. There is such a possibility. Lockhart nodded and said, however, there are other possibilities, such as changes at the soul level. For example, my student Wanda. At this point, Lockhart said to Natasha, who was listening quietly at the side, Natasha, I have to thank USHIELD for helping me find my student Wanda last time. Her talent comes from changes at the soul level. Hearing this, Natasha cursed inwardly, but still said with a smile, no, this is what we should do. And if it weren't for your final rescue, I'm afraid we would have been caught. After hearing this, Banner on the side continued to ask, then Professor Lockhart, can my physical problem be solved? As long as the anger in my heart surges, I will become a monster who has lost my mind. There is only endless destruction and destruction in my heart. Every transformation is an endless torture for me. At this point, Banner showed a painful look on his face. After Lockhart heard it, his face looked strange, and he couldn't help but complain in his heart. The Hulk's talent is that the angrier he is, the stronger he is. No matter which world he is in, I don't know how many people envy him. This is getting stronger in a second. Who doesn't desire it? As a result, Bruce Banner in front of him was Versailles in front of him. However, Lockhart also knew that everyone has different attitudes towards their own changes, and it is wrong to measure others with their own thoughts. Then, Lockhart gently comforted him. Drive Banner. In fact, the initial awakening of talent is indeed easy to cause trouble without help. But later, as long as you accept, recognize, and control your talent through continuous practice, the problem you mentioned can be completely avoided. In fact, the Hulk later was like this. Then, as if reminding, he said, Drive Banner. In fact, the awakening of talent is a good thing for ordinary people, because it can allow you to contact a higher circle and know more secrets of the world. So, it is recommended that you do not reject the changes in your body. Finally, congratulations on entering the extraordinary world. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 372 How to Become a Powerful Supreme Sorcerer. Wangxiang World, Tea Room 101. Thank you Professor Lockhart for your advice. I will try to communicate with Hulk more in the practice space of Wangxiang World later. Professor Lockhart, thank you for the magic card you gave me. S.H.I.E.L.D. is very willing to cooperate with you further. Bruce Banner and Natasha each took a level 4 magic card, thanked them, and turned to leave, ready to reunite with Coulson and others. Lockhart looked at the two people leaving, and a smile appeared on his face. Thor, the three giants of the Avengers of S.H.I.E.L.D., has not arrived yet. Even if he comes, your previous relationship will be easy to handle. As for Tony Stark, he has a good relationship with him, and is generally not hostile. As for the Hulk, now he is also doing him a favor. Later, I believe that, when the right opportunity comes, it should be no problem to take the lead. As for the protagonists of the Marvel world, the superheroes of the Avengers, Lockhart is very concerned. After all, they are the protagonists of the plot or destiny. With his thoughts turning, Lockhart waved his magic wand, and a faint light flashed. The teacup on the opposite side of the table began to pour out boiling water and automatically cleaned itself. The used tea leaves also rose from the teapot and fell into the trash can, and then were replaced. Soon, Lockhart continued to sit cross-legged in front of the tea table. He seemed to be waiting for something while making tea. His main goal in coming to the Vincian world this time was not to meet the Hulk and the people from S.H.I.E.L.D. Soon, the aroma of tea filled the tea room again. At the same time, the door of the room was slowly pushed open, and a person entered. Lockhart looked at the Kamar-Taj wizard in front of him, wearing a grey wizard's uniform, and a smile appeared on his face. He stood up, and extended his hand to invite Master Hodge, come and taste my craftsmanship. Or after seeing Lockhart's attitude, he smiled, nodded slightly, and sat down in front of the tea table. He skillfully picked up the teacup, took a sip, and closed his eyes, as if savoring the fragrance of the tea. Good tea, refreshing and delicious. Lockhart also expressed his delight at Master Hodge's praise. After a few polite words, Lockhart got to the point. Master Hodge, how is the alliance going now? Has it achieved the expected results? Seeing Lockhart's concerned look, Hodge smiled and said slowly, don't worry, Lockhart. Everything is going as we expected, very smoothly. At this point, Hodge also sighed. After all, your conditions are really good. The perfect trading system, a large number of novel potions, plus the warrior medal you won not long ago, and the supreme sorcerer's move. Many people are discouraged and choose to give up on their own initiative. In fact, the topic that Master Hodge talked about at the anti-Lockhart Alliance meeting before was to give up on targeting Lockhart. This was a deal between the two, and the reality is the same as expected. Many mages are very realistic. Faced with a negligible probability of success, they automatically choose to give up. For Lockhart, it is naturally the best that these magicians with special skills, such as potion masters and alchemy masters, choose to give up and cooperate with him. The world of Vincian needs these people to join. However, this is not Lockhart's ultimate goal. His other goal is Hodge. After hearing your suggestion, how is the status of Master David? David and them. Hodge pondered for a moment before speaking. They neither refused nor agreed. Although their attitude is neutral, I can sense that they seem dissatisfied. At this point, Hodge couldn't help asking, Lockhart, are you sure that Master David has contact with the betrayer? Yes. The reason why Hodge cooperated with Lockhart so much was that he did not have much expectation of defeating Lockhart. But the most important thing was that after Morin's matchmaking, he saw the search token in Lockhart's hand. What does this mean? Hodge knew it very well. With the opponent's strength, achievements, and the support of the Supreme Mage, if Lockhart performs well this time, he is likely to become a law enforcement mage in the future. The law enforcers of Kamar-Taj have great power, and they are all real power. Therefore, this is a reason why he was willing to cooperate in the early stage. Otherwise, with his identity as a potion master, even if Lockhart did a good job in the Universal Book Cafe, it would not have much impact on him. Helping Lockhart is actually an investment for himself. After the investment is successful, he will also benefit a lot. Of course, if Lockhart does not perform well, it will not cause any loss to him. As for Hodge's question, Lockhart nodded directly and said, there is a great probability that Master David is connected to the betrayer. In this case, why not just capture Master David and interrogate him? Hodge asked with some confusion. For a wizard, checking memory is not a rare magic. After hearing this, Lockhart shook his head and refused. I'm afraid that won't work. Then he thought about it and realized that he would need Hodge's cooperation later, so he explained. Hodge, you know that the situation in Kamar-Taj has been unstable recently. I have some evidence that can prove the connection between some wizards and Dormammu, as well as other dimensional demons. But it's meaningless, even if we capture these people. It won't help with the current chaotic situation. Having said that, Lockhart didn't continue the conversation. After hearing this, Hodge nodded thoughtfully, but the look he gave Lockhart began to change. This Lockhart has a dirty heart. With his thoughts turning, Hodge didn't continue the conversation around this topic, but quickly changed the subject. Lockhart, this time I came here in the name of helping my friends to negotiate. Now they are optimistic about your universal world and are planning to open some stores in your trading area. I suggest you provide some welfare conditions. After all, they are all experts in this field and have a strong influence in Kamar-Taj. If they are willing to help, I believe it will greatly promote the development of your universal world. And, if you want to become a law enforcer in the future, with their help, the road will be much smoother. Lockhart naturally accepted Hodge's suggestion generously. After thinking for a moment, he gave a series of preferential conditions. He was ready to tie the other party to his carriage. He attached great importance to the universal world. In the future, this will be his person, part of his voice. It is difficult for a man without money to stand up straight. To be more specific, if you want to become a powerful supreme sorcerer, you must hold your purse firmly. 3 updates today. Strive for 10,000 words. Chapter 373 Ghost Rider, Magic Patent Alliance. Shield, Trident Building, Director's Office. Ta. Nick Fury looked down at the report in front of him, tapping his fingers lightly on the desk, making a crisp sound. He was thinking while tapping. Natasha and Coulson on the opposite side looked at each other after seeing this, as if they were communicating something. Natasha smiled and took out a black card from her pocket. She fiddled with it in front of Coulson, as if showing off something. Coulson on the side saw this, and a trace of envy flashed in his eyes. A few days ago, he knew that Lockhart gave Bruce Banner and Natasha a magic card each. Although Lockhart had given him a magic card before. But, the two are completely different. To be more precise, the magic card that Lockhart gave him before is now shared by S.H.I.E.L.D. The magic cards in Natasha and Bruce Banner's hands are exclusive magic cards bound to their identities. In other words, except for the two of them, no one can use the magic card at all. When Coulson thought of this, he felt a little sour in his heart. After all, he was the first person to deal with Professor Lockhart. How could he go back in time? Although he was shouting in his heart, his face was calm. At this moment, Nick Fury did not pay attention to the little movements of his two confidants. He was concentrating on the report in front of him. This was the latest intelligence sorted out by Coulson and others who entered the Vincian world again. The dazzling array of magic potions and magic items in the trading area made him quite excited. He even wanted to open a store in the trading area so that he might be able to recover more magic points. But unfortunately, Lockhart seemed to be quite resistant to technological weapons at present and only allowed magic items to be traded. And they did not have the technology to provide magic resources sustainably, so in the end, it could only be left unresolved. He also knew about the magic books in the leisure area. Although he was surprised that Natasha had the potential to become a mage, he knew that, after becoming a mage of Kamar-Taj, he would have to completely sever his relationship with S.H.I.E.L.D. and the secular world. This made him quite hesitant. Why is Kamar-Taj so involved? Still restricting personal freedom? Is there justice? Is there any law? Do you know what freedom and democracy are? He cursed inwardly, but he could do nothing. If it is true that wizards can interfere with the operation of the country unscrupulously, then the first thing he worries about is Lockhart's world of all things. According to the current analysis of Lockhart's strength by S.H.I.E.L.D., there is no solution at all. It is no exaggeration to say that everyone is the enemy of the country. Even nuclear bombs can be easily wiped out. What means can they use to stop the other party? As for sending Natasha to infiltrate as a spy, Nick Fury had similar ideas before, but as he got to know the magic world more and more deeply, he knew that this was all delusion. Magic contract, such an unreasonable existence, is completely the nemesis of S.H.I.E.L.D. Although they know that magic contracts can be violated, they have no access to relevant methods at all. Alas, if you fall behind, you will be beaten. If you want to overtake on the curve, you can only rely on more powerful forces. Recalling the current development progress of the cosmic cube energy weapon, Nick Fury felt a little relieved. Then he continued to think and consider. Natasha, you can go to the Vincian World leisure area more often to read magic books, and remember to organize and summarize the information. I will let the special department allocate the corresponding magic points to you. Nick Fury instructed Natasha. When Natasha heard this, she smiled. Going to Vincian World at public expense is a good thing. She has been looking forward to the large number of service facilities, battle spaces, etc. in Vincian World for a long time. It's just that she is short of money. Nick Fury saw Natasha's smile, and his heart subconsciously jumped. After thinking about it, he reminded her, Natasha, magic points are more precious now, so try to restrain your spending. Okay, I understand, Director. Natasha immediately replied firmly, don't worry, I will definitely organize the corresponding information. Well, if you want high value intelligence, you must spend high value consumption. Therefore, you have to spend magic points. Natasha was excited and found legitimate reason for herself. As a woman, she is still very good at spending money. Seeing Natasha's attitude, Nick Fury nodded. Then, after a pause, he said to Coulson beside him, Coulson, you have done a great job in this recent mission. In view of the fact that the exchanges between S.H.I.E.L.D. and the magic world will become closer and closer in the future, I plan to establish a new department under S.H.I.E.L.D. called the Department of Supernatural Affairs Defense. And you have been dealing with Lockhart and the magic world. I plan to transfer you in and specialize in dealing with supernatural things similar to the magic world in the future. Then, he said to Natasha, Natasha, you will also join in. When Coulson heard this, a look of surprise appeared on his face, but soon turned into joy. Being promoted is naturally a good thing. However, he heard the director take out a report from the table and said again, Coulson, as the first mission of the Department of Supernatural Affairs Defense, I hope you can complete it well. Seeing this, Coulson immediately took it over and at the same time said loudly, Director, I promise to complete the task. Then, he lowered his head to look at the report in his hand. Looking at the large text and a picture of a flaming skull riding a motorcycle, he muttered to himself, Flaming skull. Flaming motorcycle strangles evil Kamar-Taj. David's alchemy house. David, I negotiated with Lockhart on behalf of our alliance. During the communication process, Lockhart also showed a clear willingness to negotiate. Master Hodge said to David in front of him, while sitting at the table in the living room. However, Lockhart has made a request, and I hope to inform you in advance. Oh, what did Lockhart ask for? David took a sip of tea, seemed a little surprised and asked, isn't the request unreasonable? Not unreasonable. Hodge seemed a little distressed. Master Lockhart seems to be a little worried about our previous crazy targeting. He wants to sign a contract for guarantee. Hearing this, David's expression froze, and he asked slowly, what contract? Master Lockhart seems to hate other people's unscrupulous plagiarism, so he wants to sign a contract similar to a patent right. He hopes that he will come up with new potions, magical knowledge and other content in the future, which should be protected. Even if others plagiarize, they cannot be sold. Then, Hodge added, of course, as long as the communication is good, authorization can be carried out later. Hearing this, David's expression was uncertain. And Hodge continued, of course, according to Lockhart, this contract is for both parties. If someone on our side develops a new potion or new magical knowledge, it will also be protected by the contract. Let the researchers get the most benefits. For this reason, he plans to form a magic patent alliance with us to jointly regulate matters related to plagiarism and patents. Hearing this, David fell silent. Is there any benefit in doing this? Of course there is. In the past, Kamar-Taj had no regulations in this regard. If there were new potions, everyone could research them and then sell them. Researchers would just make money by taking the lead. However, if such regulations are promoted, it will definitely be very good news for researchers. Moreover, it is very helpful to stimulate researchers to develop new products. You know, in the past everyone's research was usually based on interest, plus a large number of magic books in the library. Many wizards learned the old alchemy, and potions were enough, just like they have been in this field for many years, before they can study new things. According to the conditions proposed by Lockhart, it seems to be beneficial to everyone. No, to be precise, this should be Lockhart's solicitation, and he is preparing to form an alliance of interests. It would be a foolish dream for Lockhart to promote magic patents alone. But the people on their side are basically top masters in various fields, including potions, alchemy and so on. If everyone works together, there is still a chance of success. And the Supreme Sorcerer will agree with such a thing. In addition, Lockhart now has the universal world in his hands, which can be effectively matched with a patent alliance. Once Lockhart succeeds, it is equivalent to a deep interest binding with the masters in various fields of Kamar-Taj. At that time, in Kamar-Taj, Lockhart can be said to be rampant. This outsider is really amazing. It has only been a year since he came to Kamar-Taj, and he has already taken deep roots in Kamar-Taj, and is even more likely to affect the future development of Kamar-Taj. Thinking of this, David began to feel anxious. If Lockhart succeeds, let alone whether the magic patent will affect his acquisition of chaos magic knowledge. As long as Lockhart successfully wins over a large number of wizards, he will not be able to start a business with him. As for whether Lockhart can succeed, he does not have too many doubts. After all, it is good for most wizards. Although some people will oppose it, as long as Lockhart is not greedy and is willing to make concessions, the alliance will be established. Moreover, the probability that the Supreme Wizard supports it behind the scenes is not low. Thinking about it, David said to Hodge, "Hodge, I understand. This is still beneficial to me. I will support you." Hearing this, a faint smile appeared on Hodge's face. Finally, the two talked for a few words and turned to leave. Hodge was also going to talk to the next wizard about the Magic Patent Alliance. Lockhart agreed that if it succeeded, he could take full control of the affairs of magic patents. Otherwise, he would not be so dedicated. When Hodge left, David's face began to darken. It can't go on. If it continues, he won't be able to do anything to Lockhart at that time. Especially the signing of the magic contract will bring unknown dangers. So, for immortality, for chaos magic, and for breaking through the dimensional gods, Lockhart, please die. Chapter 374, Hellfire, the mysterious man in black robe. At night, Hell's Kitchen. The dirty streets are almost deserted. Perhaps it's because ordinary people know how risky it is to appear in Hell's Kitchen at night. The street lights beside the street seem to be in disrepair for a long time, sometimes bright and sometimes dim, which adds a touch of weirdness to this quiet street. However, this has almost no effect on gang thugs. Or rather, the night is more suitable for their chaotic nature. At this moment, the little leader of the skeleton gang who just came out of the bar, John, and several of his friends walked on the streets of Hell's Kitchen with each other. He was drunk and his steps were a little shaky. It seemed that he had drunk a lot of wine just now. "Boss John, you must stop that coward tomorrow and let him know how powerful our skeleton gang is." "Yes, he borrowed money from our skeleton gang and wants to return the principal. How can it be so good? I heard that his daughter is not bad. Although she looks average, she has long legs wrapped around her waist. TSK. Boss John, why don't you try it tomorrow?" The black thugs on the side kept flattering John, who was walking in the front. John, the leader of the skeleton gang, had drunk a lot of wine at this moment, but when he heard the flattery from his subordinates, he unconsciously showed an excited look on his face, raised his hand without hesitation, and said, "Okay, the coward can't pay it back tomorrow. Let him pay the interest first, and we will all have fun together." After hearing what his boss John said, the black gangsters on the side unconsciously revealed a lewd smile on their faces, as if they were imagining something good. "Boss, I heard that we are going to fight with those bastards in Black Rock. Is that true?" A gangster next to him asked cautiously when he saw that his boss was in a better mood. "Well, those moles in Black Rock should really be taught a lesson. Let them know who is the boss in these streets recently." John drank some wine, and his dark face was obviously flushed. He said loudly with a heroic look on his face, "When the time comes, perform well and give me face." "Okay, boss. I will never embarrass you." It seemed that after hearing what his boss said, he started to show his loyalty directly. On the dim street, a group of people walked forward shakily while flattering each other. Suddenly, a slender figure appeared at the end of the street. A tall and charming blonde beauty appeared. The flaming red lips matched with the red tights, plus the other party's long legs. It was sexy and seductive. "Boss, look." The moment the woman appeared in sight, she instantly attracted the attention of the black gangsters. Looking at the other party's charming face and graceful figure, everyone couldn't help swallowing their saliva. John, who was a little drunk, breathed a little quickly after seeing her, and immediately had a lustful mind. He didn't think about why the other party appeared in the dark kitchen at night. He walked forward with a few men in a hurry, as if he was afraid that the other party would leave. "Beauty, where are you going? Do you need your brother to lead the way?" As John spoke, the black gangsters next to him formed a circle and surrounded the beauty and red in the middle. "Hell's Kitchen, I know it well. I guarantee you won't want to leave once you come here." Hearing John's teasing tone and seeing the black people surrounding him in a circle, the red-dressed beauty was not afraid. On the contrary, she approached John, the leader, very skillfully. She put her slender white hands on his shoulders and whispered softly, somewhat teasingly, "Then I want to find a quiet, less crowded, and private place. Where do you think is suitable?" Gulp. After hearing the teasing voice of the other party, John swallowed his saliva and said anxiously, "My home. My home is the most private. Especially the big bed in my home, which definitely meets your requirements." As he said that, John's thick black hand went directly to the other party's waist. However, the red-dressed beauty seemed to have noticed it long ago. She took a step back gently to avoid the other party's hands, and then said to others in a seductive way, "Do you have any place to recommend? It should be safe and there will be no one." Hearing the teasing and seductive voice of the red-dressed beauty, everyone seemed to be excited, scrambling to say, I know. Come with me to my house." All the black gangsters seemed to have lost their minds and said enthusiastically. Even the boss John, who had always been a little afraid, seemed to have forgotten about it. As the delicate hands of the red-dressed beauty gently stroked and slid across everyone's face, everyone's expressions became more and more excited. However, no one seemed to notice that as the red-dressed beauty's hand slid across her face, a dark red light emerged and then quietly disappeared. "Come on, don't be in a hurry, you guys chat first," the red-dressed beauty said in a soft and charming tone. "Tell me, where is your headquarters?" "Our headquarters is the Depravity Bar Inn." Almost at the same time, everyone scrambled to say the address of the Skeleton Gang's headquarters, as well as some information about the Skeleton Gang, such as the number of people, weapons, and tools. After hearing this, the red-dressed beauty seemed to be quite satisfied with the number of the other party. It just so happened that these human souls on the verge of darkness could be used as sacrifices to further cover up their tracks. As she pondered, she looked at the faces of these people who were enchanted, and a smile gradually appeared on her face. Waste can also be used. Moreover, the souls of these humans can also be regarded as a dessert. As she pondered, the beautiful woman in red, no, the succubus from hell, Carlis, approached the face of one of the gangsters. She sucked gently. Whoosh. A gleaming neon light seemed to flow out from the other's mouth and nose, and then entered the succubus's mouth. Good stuff. After absorbing the other's soul, the succubus couldn't help trembling, and licked her lips with her tongue, as if she was savoring the deliciousness of the soul she had just sucked. As for the other's body lying limp on the ground, the succubus completely ignored it, and said with emotion, "What a pity, I can only let go for this period of time." Then, without hesitation, she aimed her eyes at the next black gangster. She swallowed the other's soul again. At this moment, the succubus Cullis's face clearly showed a trace of greed, as if she was obsessed with the pleasure of swallowing souls. Then, the third and fourth black thugs were devoured by their souls, becoming lifeless corpses, limp on the ground. Just as the succubus set her sights on the fifth thug, John, the leader of this group of thugs, suddenly, boom, 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 a loud motorcycle sound seemed to come from her ears. The succubus Kelly's body froze, and she looked into the distance with a bad look on her face. Damn, that bastard is chasing me again. The succubus Kelly's cursed in her heart, but she didn't have time to think about it. She set her sights on the corpse lying on the ground, waving her hands quickly, and the demonic power in her body began to sway in the air, outlining one scarlet rune after another. The runes fell into the corpses, and all the corpses began to shake, and then stood up. After seeing the corpse puppets move, the succubus Kellys looked at the two black thugs who were still standing in the middle of the puppets with some regret. Then she gave delay orders to the corpses, puppets, and the fascinated black thugs without hesitation. And I took a few steps back, wearing red high heels, and stepped heavily on the ground. With a crisp sound, a blood-like pattern began to spread with the red high heels as the center. In the area where the succubus was, a scarlet five-pointed demon array with strange patterns was constructed. At this moment, boom, 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 a loud motorcycle sound sounded, and a motorcycle wrapped in flames appeared on the opposite side of the street. On the motorcycle, a skeleton with flames all over the body was staring at the succubus opposite. It was the Ghost Rider Johnny Blaze, who seemed to sense that the other party wanted to escape. Ignoring the corpse puppet running towards him, he took out a flaming shotgun from his waist and aimed it at the succubus, who was about to escape. Succubus, die. Bang. A hoarse voice sounded, and with a bang, the flaming shotgun sprayed a ball of hot hellfire and shot at the succubus Kellys. At this moment, Kellys felt the terrifying hellfire, but felt the space demon array that had been activated. In addition to the resentment in his eyes, a trace of relief flashed across his eyes. However, Buzz, the succubus, who was supposed to travel through space and leave this place, was shocked to find that the turbulent space fluctuations that originally symbolized the successful startup fell into complete stillness in an instant. It's over. This time it's done. The succubus just had this thought in his mind. The scorching hellfire on the opposite side suddenly rushed towards him. Ah! A miserable scream sounded. The shrill female voice turned into a wail, and ordinary people would not be able to help but feel sympathy if they heard it. I saw a group of human-shaped flames appearing on the dim street. Wailing, painful sounds came from the flames, but soon, the sound gradually shrank and became weak. At the same time, the flames began to curl up and dim. In less than 10 seconds, the hellfire disappeared, leaving a ball of black ash on the ground. It seemed to symbolize the last trace of the succubus burning death just now. When the Ghost Rider saw this scene, the skull with rising flames moved its head to the left and right, as if it was just warming up just now. He casually inserted the shotgun into the ghost chariot. He set his sights on the corpse puppets running towards him, and the black gangsters who were enchanted. The Ghost Rider pulled out like a motorcycle, and her chain wrapped with flames appeared in his hand. As the Ghost Rider swung it, the chain flew towards the corpse puppets, as if it had life, wrapping around them. Whoosh! As the Ghost Rider Johnny thought, the hellfire rose, and the corpse puppets instantly turned into flames. The blazing flames appeared in an instant, and then disappeared. The puppets turned into black ash. The enchanted humans were left empty. For these gangsters who were just enchanted by the succubus, Johnny did not kill them directly. Instead, look into my eyes. Let me judge your sins. As the eye of judgment opened, the skull wrapped with flames stared at the eyes of John, the gangster leader of the Skull Gang. A ball of tiny flames entered the other party's soul through the eyes. A large number of sinful memory fragments poured into the Ghost Rider's mind. Sinner. Damn. A hoarse voice sounded, as if giving John the final judgment. The next moment, flames rose, and black ash emerged. Soon, the street was deserted, leaving only a few balls of black ash and the Ghost Rider wrapped in hellfire. At this moment, the Ghost Rider looked at the deserted, sometimes bright and sometimes dark streets, and did not leave. Instead, he set his sights on the end of the opposite street. Boom. The hell motorcycle behind him started automatically as if summoned. At the same time, it made a roaring sound and slowly moved to the side of the Ghost Rider. The Ghost Rider reached out, and the flaming shotgun appeared in his hand again. And this time, the muzzle of the shotgun was aimed at the end of the street. "Come out." A hoarse voice sounded, as if reminding the opposite side of something. At the end of the street, a figure in a black robe emerged. The fire of hell, the eye of judgment. I remember that Thanos seemed to have fallen into the hands of Mephisto. I didn't expect it. Hearing the other party's sigh, or being stimulated by the name mentioned by the other party, the flames on the body of Ghost Rider or Johnny Blaze suddenly rose, as if to show the other party's anger. "Mephisto. Do you know Mephisto? Tell me everything you know." As the black-robed man mentioned Mephisto, the hoarse voice of Ghost Rider sounded. "Of course, the Lord of Hell, who is known for his cunning, is known to everyone." The black-robed man seemed to sigh, but his tone changed and became serious. "Just now I helped you eliminate the succubus. Your attitude now is not like treating someone who helps you." At this moment, Ghost Rider seemed to be a little impatient with the black-robed man's mystification. Although he did not smell the obvious evil breath from the other party, but he never thought that he was on the side of justice. He just wanted to eliminate evil. "Since you don't want to say it, let me see it myself." Ghost Rider's hoarse, cold voice sounded again. The hellfire made him feel disgusted with sin from the bottom of his heart, but at the same time, it also made his character tend to be impatient. Seeing that the other party did not want to directly tell him the answer he wanted, he used the most direct means, see it for himself. After hearing this, the black-robed man on the opposite side shook his head slightly, as if he had expected this scene. Bang! With a bang, the shotgun in the hand of the Ghost Rider was pressed hard, and a ball of flame shot towards the black-robed man. However, in an instant, a transparent barrier-like glass appeared in front of the black-robed man. Boom! The flames collided with the barrier. Although cracks appeared on the surface of the barrier, the hellfire was blocked outside. Ghost Rider did not express too much anger when he saw that his attack was blocked. Instead, he continued to hold the flaming shotgun and shoot at the black-robed man. Bang, bang, bang. With a series of roars, balls of hellfire shot towards the black-robed man. The defensive barrier in front of him seemed to be overwhelmed. The man in black robes was not too panicked when he saw this. Instead, he stared at the flaming skull on the opposite side and slowly retreated. At the same time, a voice sounded in the ears of Ghost Rider. "If you want to know more about Mephisto, go here and you will get everything you want." The moment the voice fell, the barrier shattered. But at the same time, the figure of the man in black robes disappeared. In the air above Ghost Rider, a black card slowly fell. If the people of S.H.I.E.L.D. saw this card, they would find that this is magic card. 3 updates tomorrow. Strive for 10,000 words. Chapter 375 Interview with Black Widow. New York, Zeutus Hotel, room 702. Swish. The curtains suddenly opened with a swish. Golden sunlight poured into the bedroom. Standing in front of the window, feeling the warm sunlight, Johnny Blaze did not enjoy it like ordinary people. On the contrary, he frowned slightly, and a trace of disgust flashed between his eyebrows. Perhaps, the night is his world, where he can exert his power. During the day, unless his life is in danger, he is just an ordinary person. Johnny stretched his hands hard, stretched his waist, and exhaled a breath of foul air. He rubbed his face, as if to make himself more energetic. Tonight, Zeutus Commercial Plaza opened, and he would also perform motorcycle stunts. However, these are not important. The most important thing is Mephisto. Johnny stood in front of the window, looking at the high-rise buildings in the distance, muttering to himself, while playing with the black card in his hand. The black card outlined several silver tracks with faint light. In the middle, there was a golden word engraved, "The world of all things." Around the words, under the sunlight, there seemed to be 2 tiny golden dragons swimming back and forth, making this black card very exquisite. It was a design that was specially made with great care. "Don't worry, I will go, but wait until I finish today's work." Johnny stood in front of the window and said in a subtle voice, as if he was communicating with someone. What was surprising was that there seemed to be no one else in the entire hotel room except him. "I know that Mephisto is not only your enemy, but also my enemy." In the empty room, Johnny's words were remembered again. You need me, and I need you too. Don't be angry. If you lose your mind, we will all be finished. Mephisto is to be found, but we must have a plan. This time, Johnny's voice was a little serious, as if he was reminding. However, Johnny's words seemed to have angered someone. Johnny's face was a little ferocious, and vaguely, there seemed to be a flame in his eyes, mouth, and nose. However, under the sunlight, the spirit of Zatanus in his body was only angry for a while, and finally retracted powerlessly. Feeling that the other party gave up controlling his body again, Johnny, who had returned to normal, had a hint of helplessness in his eyes. This spirit of Zatanus was sealed, and after a long time, his brain was broken. He got excited when he met a villain. When he mentioned Mephisto, he couldn't control his anger at all. No wonder he lost to Mephisto. The other party is known for his cunning. He plays with the brain. No matter how strong you are, an idiot will be killed sooner or later. He secretly complained a few words in his heart, but he noticed the anger coming from the spirit of Zatanus. He quickly comforted him a few words before he returned to normal. Then, he glanced at the black card in front of him again and found that there were no more valuable clues. He threw it in front of the computer desk. Then, he sat down, turned on the computer, and found the New York map. According to the address of the black robed man in his memory yesterday, he began to search. Soon, Johnny drew a circle on the computer with the mouse. If Lockhart found that the center of the circle seemed to be the space channel to the world of Vincian, this is provided to extraordinary people or organizations like SHIELD who do not control the power of space. At this moment, suddenly, dang, 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 a crisp knock on the door sounded, and at the same time, the assistant's familiar voice came. Mr. Blazer, the reporter from the New York Daily who had an appointment for an interview the day before yesterday has arrived. Do you think it's convenient for you to be interviewed now? Hearing the voice outside the door, Johnny was a little surprised. This time, the Zeotis Commercial Plaza opened. As a specially invited top motorcycle acrobat performer, he would naturally have some newspapers come to interview him. But he didn't expect that the one who came this time was the New York Daily. But it's good. This kind of interview with the newspaper is still easy to increase fame. With fame, money will naturally come. With his thoughts turning, Johnny turned off the computer and shouted to the outside, "Okay, I'll open the door right away." After a quick glance, he found that the surrounding environment was clean and tidy, so he walked directly to the door. After opening the door, he saw his female assistant Selena, and the blonde beauty with a delicate face, and a slim figure next to her. "Hello, I'm Irina, a reporter from the New York Daily." Irina, no, or the Black Widow Natasha, stretched out her hand and said softly, "This time I'm interviewing Mr. Blazer on behalf of the New York Daily." Johnny looked at the blonde beauty in front of him, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. However, when he saw the other party's hand stretched forward, he also stepped forward and gently pinched it, and then very politely took it back. At the same time, he showed a bright smile on his face and said, "Hello, Miss Irina, I'm Johnny Blazer, just call me Johnny. Come in, sit down. It's my fault to let a beautiful woman stand outside the door for an interview." As he said, he turned sideways and made a very gentlemanly invitation. After seeing this, Natasha also smiled. So this kind of small character who is easily attracted by beauty is still very easy to deal with. With a few words, everything came out. With his thoughts turning, he swayed his steps and walked towards the room. Johnny saw Natasha, with her seductive and slender figure, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. He has interviewed many female reporters in bed over the years. Haha. The thought flashed through her mind, and she strode forward. She quickly walked to the window. The hotel had specially prepared tables and chairs for customers to chat with friends. After entering the room, Natasha quickly scanned the entire room and analyzed Johnny's personality. The clean bathroom, as if no one had used it, surprised Natasha a little. Generally speaking, most people would choose to simply clean up at night when they go to a hotel. The thought turned, and she scanned the bed, counter and other places again. Seeing the obvious signs of use, Natasha nodded slightly. Then, she set her eyes on the computer desk. Looking at the obvious signs of being pushed away on the chair, keyboard, and mouse, Natasha was thoughtful. Then Natasha's pupils shrank. On the computer desk, she saw something very familiar. Magic card. Magic card produced by the Vincian world. After seeing the magic card, Natasha's expression did not show any abnormality, as if she had not discovered anything. He sat down at the computer desk very comfortably and said at the same time, "Mr. Blazer, I'm sorry, I need to use the computer." "Irina, just call me Johnny, you can use the computer." Johnny waved his hand without caring. However, he also noticed the black card given by the man in black robe last night on the table. Without thinking much, he walked to Natasha and took the black card directly. Natasha saw Johnny's action, her eyes fixed, but asked casually, "Johnny, what card is this? It looks very exquisite." After hearing this, Johnny didn't think much and said casually, "I bought a VIP card for motorcycle modification before." After that, he put the black card in his pocket. When Natasha heard Johnny's perfunctory tone, she didn't say anything and continued to turn on the computer and opened a web page. On the web page, it was written top 10 motorcycle stunts, and on the front of the web page, the first place was Johnny Blazer's name. At the same time, Natasha also spoke. "Johnny, can we start our interview now? There are more later." End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.